Good morning and welcome to our Sheridan Commission meeting. We'll call the meeting to order. Please silence your cell phones. If I hear a cell phone ring, we're going to ask you to donate $50 to the Wildlife Fund. I'm going to do a roll call. Commissioner Bell.
Present.
Commissioner Haskell. Here. Commissioner Lundvall.
Here.
Commissioner Mai.
Here.
Commissioner Masterson. Commissioner Roberts is not here today, and I'm Commissioner Jolovich. Here's some instructions on public. Members of the public who wish to address the commission on any agenda item, please fill out a comment form located at the registration table and hand it to one of the department staff who will forward it to me. Assisting with the meeting today are Tina Schmidt from Sheridan Region, Renee Schell from Lander Region, and Janet Millick from Casper Region. If you are participating via Zoom, you should have submitted an advanced comment form prior to the start of the meeting. If you would still like to comment on an agenda item, please contact the host of the meeting. As we work through the agenda, the public will have the opportunity to address the commission. To ensure everyone has an opportunity to speak, and as a courtesy to others, please limit your time. If we have a lot of comments, limiting your time would really help us out. Commissioners, please make sure your mic is on when you speak so you can be heard. Red is hot mic. Could we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First up. We need to go through the vote on executive session and open session from April. Can we do all these together or do that? The minutes and subcommittee assignments for April 26th executive session, open session, May 26th special Zoom session, and June 26th open session, and the budget committee. Is everybody happy with everything?
Mr. President, I will move that. I will make that motion.
Have a second?
I'll second, Mr. President, down here.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? There being none, motion approved. Motion passes. Director Bruce is up.
Mr. President, I think we have to take a vote on it.
Pardon me?
Make sure we take a vote on it.
Oh, we gotta do it to vote.
Yep.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, Director Bruce.
Mr. President, I'm reminded that at the last meeting, we decided to put me on the budget committee. And I think we need to vote to approve that so I can be officially on it. And I'm not sure if that was in this matter or not, but we could do it real quick. I feel a little uncomfortable making the motion myself.
So Commissioner Masterson's been appointed to the budget committee. Do I have a motion to accept that?
So moved. No.
Second? Who seconded? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No, there being no opposition, motion is passed.
Thank you.
Jeez. Didn't know we needed to do that.
Good morning, Mr. President, Commissioners. For the director's update, I have a few items. Just saw you a few weeks ago, so I don't have many, pretty short today. But first of all, I'd really like to thank the Sheridan Regional Office for a fantastic tour yesterday. Besides the heat, it was really a highlight for me to be able to see fisheries projects, wildlife projects, and also 2 of our WHMAs. So just want to thank them for all the work that they put into that. It was much appreciated. And as you guys have probably read in the paper, it seems to be a very high conflict year for grizzly bears. In the whole greater Yellowstone ecosystem area, both mostly here in Montana. And I just want to assure you that our highest priority is to continue to work to get these bears delisted, both working congressionally and administratively, everything we can do to work towards that delisting. And we'll continue to aggressively work on that moving forward. Want to acknowledge that on June 26, Governor Gordon officially designated the Sublette Antelope Migration Corridor. Commissioner Roberts was there to join us for the celebration, and it really was a celebration. We had over 80 people in attendance in Pinedale that day to just take a minute to celebrate the good work. Fantastic event. Our Pinedale office staff really stepped up to assist the governor's office with that. And I think it's important to recognize that this is the 5th migration corridor that Governor Gordon has recognized. Since 2020, when he signed the executive order, 5 corridors in the state. Pretty impressive. And then maybe not so much of an exciting topic. We continue to work on New World screwworm, currently not present in the state, no detected cases. As of yesterday, there were 35 detected cases, all but I think 1 is in Texas. These have all been in livestock and domestic animals. And Governor Gordon has really took a proactive approach for this for Wyoming. We have a committee that he's formed. We meet every week sometimes or every other week to make sure we're getting ahead of the messaging and educating folks and just understanding what implementation of any infested areas might look like if Wyoming were to get it. More information coming on that. We really rely on USDA and the guidelines that they have put out. And Dr. Sam Allen, our veterinarian, has been very involved and will be giving you a presentation later this year with more details on that. And then lastly, later this week, we will have the first committee meeting for the Sports Person and Landowner Heritage Roundtable. So this is a committee that came out of the effort with Travel, Rec, and Wildlife, our legislative interim committee, that really stemmed from the transferable landowner license bills over the last several years and into a conversation more with landowners and habitat and asking TRW to give us some time, putting together a layperson committee to really dive in and work on the issue. 10 people have been selected from the NGOs involved in this effort. More information will be coming. We're getting them together on Thursday for the first time. And so I'll keep you informed as this progresses. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Good morning, Mr. President, Commissioners, Director Bruce. Meredith Wood, Chief Financial Fiscal Officer, here to present to you your Commission FY27 budget for final approval. So just a quick overview of what we'll talk about. We'll review the standard budget, the one-time budget, and then request that final approval from you. As you may recall, this was presented for preliminary approval back in March, and since then there have been absolutely no changes in those dollar amounts. So I'll just do basically an overview, and we did add a couple of informational slides in here that we will work through. So as a reminder, the standard budget for FY '27 is proposed at $108,564,988. That is an 8.3% increase from '26. And some of those categories that had those greatest increases are the salaries, with the legislature graciously approved a pay increase, which went into effect this July. That resulted in about a $4.8 million increase to the budget. CapCon and deferred maintenance, we have worked really hard putting together a capital construction priority project document. And this is the first year that we've had a significant influx in dollars to accomplish some of those items in that plan. And then statewide cost allocation, that is the dollars paid back to the general fund for services provided to the department. And we have seen some increases there as well. The decreases to the budget are as follows. We had a decrease in feed ground and feed ground maintenance at 465. Vehicle purchases, we've seen some cost savings and fluctuation in the quantity of vehicles that we needed to acquire for '27 versus '26. And then payable grants, that 295, there was a reduction to the local sage-grouse working group projects that were earmarked. So just another breakdown of that 108.5 million, approximately 63% of it, that 62.9, is basically fixed expenses. So that's salaries, the legislative expenses, which includes statewide cost allocation, as I mentioned, damage claims, utilities on all of our facilities, property tax, excluding regional offices, and insurance, that's the insurance premium to be housed under the state insurance plan, which leaves about 37% for everything else. That's really the intent of this slide. So some of the additional informational type slides in this presentation today are related to payable grants. So within that 108.5 million, we have several million, 3.2 in fact, of grants that are being paid out to different entities for various purposes. It's broken into 3 different categories. The first is our standard budget. Excuse me, standard budget, that's just over $2 million in total. There are several slides. I'm not going to read through all of these, but some of them, so the top 3, for example, are for shooting range support. There's $25,000 in the director's office budget for that. There's a team of individuals, including game and fish personnel, plus some participation from, I believe, Weatherby and Maven and one other, and it's escaping me at this point, but they collect applications, review them for fit all of the purposes, and then they make their top selections. So that's an example of those. We have $440,000 going to the university co-op unit for $200,000 for terrestrial projects, $200,000 for aquatic projects, and $40,000 for base funding support for the co-op. Those are listed there. Feel free to stop me if you have any questions, otherwise I'll move through. We have several grants going out to different county weed and pests for noxious weed treatment on WHMA's commission lands and public access areas. More weed and pest projects. We do have some other research projects, fish research projects in here. We're required by statute to pay Wyoming Water Development Commission for any of those water in-stream flow studies. So that is one That is pretty well set in statute, and the amount is estimated annually based on the number of studies that we anticipate. All of these projects are proposed in coordination with Game and Fish staff, along with the recipient staff, in the case of universities, those researchers and so forth, collaborate to develop project applications and proposals with intents and goals. We did get an answer, Commissioner Masterson, on that non-game research for bats. That is all going to the University of Wyoming. The second group of payable agreements, this is with the state wildlife grants for species of greatest conservation need. These projects are funded 65% through an allocation at the federal level through U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So there's a 35% match on these funds. They are in line with or coincide with our State Wildlife Action Plan, which is a requirement to receive these funds from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And they're split terrestrial and aquatic as well. In total, it's roughly 800,000, I believe, per year, 734,000 for FY27. And that Pygmy Rabbit one is also going to the University of Wyoming in close coordination with our game and fish biologists. Our final category is our trust fund and worth the watching agreements. There's 1.2 million in the FY27 budget for these projects. This is funded with commission dollars generated from the Commission's Wildlife Trust Fund corpus. And this is primarily for habitat enhancement and conservation education projects. These are all vetted through a process called the Habitat Technical Advisory Group, which is a group of individuals internally from all divisions that collect and rank these agreements and move them forward for funding, a proposed funding to the Habitat Policy Group, which includes all members of the internal budget committee, including the director's office, chiefs, deputy chiefs, myself, general accounting manager, and the budget manager as well, before they're presented to the commission in your annual budget. So again, just a depiction of that 108.5 million split into multiple categories by division. And then there is that one piece of pie for grants that is authority to spend that money before we are successful in obtaining reimbursements from other competitive applications. Are there any questions on the standard budget? Commissioner Masterson?
Mr. President, if I may. The invasive grasses that you have up there, does that funding go to local governments? Is that department funding for addressing invasive grasses? What exactly is that?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, so this is one of the one-time projects. This total budget is just over $2 million. The invasive grasses has been budgeted at $250,000 since FY23, bumped up to $400,000 in FY27 to not only include invasive grasses, but also work for sage grouse, mule deer, and other things as directed by the Wildlife Division. That is commission dollars, 100%. And I believe it's gone to local counties primarily for the invasive grasses components. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Second question. Do we continue to be the only governmental entity that's policing AIS, spending money on AIS?
Well, Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, yes.
All right, thank you. The last one is the line item in one of your very first slides about state cost allocation. Would you remind me what that is, please?
Sure. Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, statewide cost allocation is a bill administered to the department because we are a recipient of zero general funds and quite a significant amount of federal funds. The intent of that is to have those agencies who receive the federal funds repay the general fund for the services provided to us by those other agencies like the Treasurer's Office, State Auditor's Office, Enterprise Technology Services, A&I, so on and so forth, risk management, for the services provided to us for the administration of those federal funds. So for us, this last biennium, for the 25-26 biennium, that bill was just over $4.5 million. Prior to that, we have seen quite a significant increase. Prior to that, the 23-24 biennium was right at $3 million. And I do not have a bill yet from the budget office for the 27-28. So we have it projected at 2.3 per year, but there's a chance it could be higher than that.
Follow up, if I may. The bill comes, as I think you just said, from the budget office. Is that correct?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, yes, that's correct.
Are you, from where you sit as the CFO of the department, are you satisfied with the supporting information you get from the budget office about how they reach that number that they bill us for? And I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I'm asking you to be candid to the degree you're comfortable.
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, I would say not entirely. I think it is absolutely our responsibility to ensure that every dollar going out of this department was for the benefit of this department. And I do not have complete confidence that the total amount being distributed to all agencies is accurate. At least I haven't been provided documentation to prove that. And in my opinion, the methodology in some of those bills is not substantial, cannot be substantiated enough to prove that it was strictly for a game and fish business.
All right. I appreciate your answer and sorry to put you on the spot for that. Mr. President, what concerns me about the state cost allocation is not the idea of paying for services that we get from other state agencies. I believe we should pay our way and pay what's appropriate. I'm concerned that perhaps if our fiscal folks aren't able to point to some hard and fast and consistent figures when it comes to that state cost allocation, it's hard to justify telling our sportsmen that a big chunk of money is going to stuff that, we're being compelled to pay, but might be a little shaky in substantiation of numbers. So I'm not suggesting anything take place right now. I guess I'm just planning this for maybe something for the budget committee to talk about or something for the commission to handle down the road. But it's just a little concerning. No problem with paying our way. I agree we should. But, we want to make sure that it's substantiated, that what we're doing is right. And I appreciate your efforts in that way, Meredith. And thanks for your answer.
Mr. President, Meredith, does Game and Fish have any split funded positions, general fund, federal fund splits of any kind?
Mr. President, Commissioner Ryan, no, we received $0 from the general fund.
So, sorry, bad question. Split funding, Game and Fish Fund, federal funds.
Mr. President, Commissioner Mai, yes, we received quite a few federal awards. No permanent personnel are funded with grant dollars. We have a system where we were able to code our time to eligible activities to reimburse from federal funds, but 100% of our full-time employees are covered by licensed dollars.
Mr. President, so that differs quite a bit from other major agencies within the state that are paying a big cost allocation payment, where a lot of their positions are split funded positions, correct?
Mr. President, Commissioner Mai, to my knowledge, that is correct, yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, so final slide. This is just the payable grants associated with the one-time project. So the 400,000, as you asked about, Commissioner Masterson, for invasive grasses, sage-grouse, mule deer, other terrestrial habitat things, et cetera. That is to be determined. Majority, if going for invasive grasses, will go to those counties. The remaining amount in here is part of the 5-year mule deer herd study, the final year of that. So that was part of that just over $1 million one-time project in those payable grants. So if there are no other questions, I would like to ask the department would recommend the commission vote to approve the FY27 standard budget and one-time project budget as presented.
Mr. President, in the absence of further questions, I would move to approve the budget as presented by Meredith.
Mr. President, I'll second that motion.
There being no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Meredith.
Good morning, Mr. President, Director Bruce, members of the commission. Next on your agenda is Jerry Johnson from the Wyoming Animal Management Board to present the proposed projects for funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director Wiltanger. Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioners, Deputy or Director Bruce. My name is Jerry Johnson. I'm with the Department of Agriculture. I'm the Predator Coordinator for the Department of Agriculture. And I am here today to ask for the annual request for the $200,000 for the wildlife projects that were allocated during our May 12th and 13th meeting in Casper. During that meeting, we reviewed $439,480 in renewed and new proposals. Those projects selected totaled $267,480. And after being ranked, the projects selected for funding were as follows. The first one is the Wyoming Game and Fish, efficacy of non-lethal ear tags to deter grizzly bears and wolves in the upper Green River area. The request was for $45,000 and that was fully funded at $45,000. The second one was the Wyoming Game and Fish Coyote Abundance Study to inform mule deer management in the Sweetwater Rocks area and kind of Bates Hole area and Laramie Range. The request was $77,000 as this was a first time project, but still highly ranked. It was funded for $40,000. Then we have the annual large carnivore livestock depredation and prevention and control. Request was $25,000 and again, fully funded at $25,000. Then we have the Game and Fish Park County Carcass Removal Project. This had originally been kind of done through the Park County Predator Board. It was then requested that it go through Game and Fish. There was a request of $30,000 and funded for $15,000. And commissioners, I will say that the reason these were not always fully funded was we just don't have all the money to cover all the projects. And so we kind of look at, where we can go with these projects and fund them as they follow. Then we have the University of Wyoming effects of predation on survival of newborn mule deer in Wyoming. The request was for $40,000, and this was funded at $15,000. We do believe that this will probably be kind of a wind down of that project. And so this may be the last year of that. And then we have the Clark River Mule Deer Project. The request was $10,000 and funded for $10,000. Most of the following ones and the last one too will be coyote removal projects to protect fawns, doe fawn ratios. The Carbon County Mule Deer Project in the Platte Valley area was requested at 15 and funded for 10,000. The Fremont County Predator Management District in the Sweetwater Rocks Mule Deer area requested $30,000 and funded for 20,000. And then again, Carbon County raven removal to enhance the sage grouse nest area. That was requested for $4,980 and fully funded for $4,980. Then we have the Lincoln County Predator District, the coyote removal targeted on herd unit 135, and request was for $30,000, funded for 15. Then we have the Natrona County Predator District, removal for the Bates Hole Mule Deer area. Request was $30,000, funded for 15. We also have money from two different pockets, the Department of Ag general funds and commissioner funds of $200,000. The Game and Fish Commission will be asked to fund $20 of that project. And then the balance will come for the ADMB funds or any funds that were not used from any of the above areas to fully utilize the $200,000 from the commissioners. And then again, the following projects are funded from the ADMB general funds. Then the Natrona County Red Wall and Big Sulphur Mule Deer herd request was $30,000, funded for 15. The Johnson County removal for sage grouse and mule deer request was for $30,000, funded for 15. The Converse County project for sage grouse and mule deer was for $20,000 and funded for 10. We have the Niobrara County Predator District, the Manville Lance Creek Mule Deer herd. Funded request was 20 and funded for 10,000. And then the Wyoming Ag in the Classroom, which does not qualify for the commissioner funds, but that is funded through the WDA ADMB General Fund. And the request was 2,500 and funded for 2,500. And that really is for education for teachers. And it typically goes for 3rd and 4th grade students in the classroom and just to learn about all walks of life, supposedly in Wyoming for energy, conservation, natural resources, things like that. This year, there were 9 projects with coyote removal, again, and those were listed. We had approximately 230, I'll give or take, coyotes that were removed last year in all of the coyote projects. And everybody did say that in those projects that the coyote removal was helping the doe fawn ratios. Are there any questions?
Mr. President, I'm going to beat Commissioner Masterson to the punch, if I may. I noticed you looking that way. Thank you. Thank you, Jerry, for this presentation. I'm curious, are there ever discussions in your agency or at these county boards, predator boards, of implementing any sort of a bounty that, sportsmen could participate in and incentivize and, helping in controlling coyotes?
Mr. President, Commissioner Haskell, as part of the ADMB and the ADMB policy, the boards do not really participate and the ADMB will not fund bounty programs. We typically tend to go on the fact that you want to take out the animals that are doing the offending animals they're killing. And so we're not there to just wipe every animal out. For instance, in one of the herds, and I will go back a couple of years ago when it was such a harsh winter in the Casper region, they went out and they flew an antelope herd. And that day in the antelope, the coyotes were just literally massacring the antelope. And they took out 72 coyotes in 1 hour off of that antelope herd. And so rather than just go out and put a bounty out for the coyotes, they tend, we want to remove the offending coyotes, not just every coyote. So there are a few predator boards that do have a bounty program, and they tend to go with during calving season and so that's my answer to that. Typically, no.
Thank you for that answer. And it makes sense. And having served on the Crook County Predator Board, I understand that, killing all of the coyotes isn't the solution, but killing, like you say, the offending and the right coyotes is very effective. And it seems like that, I don't know how it is statewide, but it seems like a lot of the work is done around areas of agriculture, with livestock, and being a rancher myself, I understand the importance of that. But I would just like to encourage those within the sound of my voice to that are sportsmen to look at serving on their county predator boards, and understanding the work that goes on there is very crucial to helping the wildlife, in addition to helping livestock as well. But that could be a way to get involved in finding other ways to help and support these types of projects, because there's never enough money, is there? But there's always a lot of really good work that goes on. So I think any way that we can advertise and get people involved and informed and educated, and I like this Wyoming Ag in the Classroom program. I think that's really good. But any way to get people involved in helping with this is just very beneficial to it. But thank you for your work, Jerry.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm going to move to approve the project selected for funding by the ADMB.
Mr. Second?
I will second that. I questions, Mr. President, but I will second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion, go ahead if you like.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not to be outdone by Commissioner Haskell. The amount that you are given to allocate, where does that come from?
For the allocation, 200,000 comes statutorily through the Game and Fish Commission. The other money comes from the general funds through the governor's budget.
Okay, and you said it's statutorily mandated.
The $200,000,
$200,000.
yes, is in statute.
Do you know off the top of your head how long that number has been 200,000?
I'm going to say, Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, I believe 4 years.
Okay.
I took over in 2019, 2020, and shortly thereafter, the commission went from 100,000. You voluntarily did 150, and then that following, you went to a $200,000 through the legislature.
All right, thank you. When you are evaluating the various requests, I'm curious how do you evaluate, for lack of a better term, the return on investment for this coyote removal versus this coyote removal? How do you balance those things?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, the Game and Fish, Craig Smith and his group, they will evaluate and they do the ranking. The other thing that I look at when I am doing this, and I worked with Angie on this, or Director Bruce, and you go through, I look at it from a standpoint of when they are asking for the amount of aerial time. And so some of these areas are large areas, which require a little bit more aerial. Typically, that is what we are funding, is the aerial component. Some of it is ground component also. And then kind of just look at it, you know, and take it at that, you know, kind of a historical look. Some of these projects, I know they are higher. They also look at, you know, the DOFON ratios, you know, if they're down quite a lot, you know, the Lincoln County herd, you know, that was pretty much devastated over there.
Mhm.
So that one typically we did rank it a little bit higher. And well, not ranked, but given a little bit more money in those areas.
Understood. And I appreciate that it can't be a spreadsheet calculation. I mean, it needs the experience and the eyes on the ground and the input from the department. So I appreciate where you're coming from. I just wanted a handle on how it worked. My last question is about ag in the classroom. I'm a big fan of ag in the classroom. And you've allocated $2,500 for ag in the classroom. Is that they receive funds from other entities? That's not their only
That,
funding, correct?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, that is not their only funding. They were asked at one point a few years back to kind of become self-sustaining. The Department of Ag funded that through general funds. You know, mostly they have continued for asking for commission, well, you know, AD&B dollars to fund their teacher program in the summer for their, they will put together the program that they are trying to put into the classroom. And so they have workshops, things like that for the teachers over the summer. And this is just a portion of it. They do, I don't have the exact breakdown of where that's at, but they do get a lot of other dollars, yes.
I appreciate that, and I realize I'm catching you off guard, so I appreciate your answer. Mr. President, sometime maybe we, at least I'd like to hear a presentation from Ag in the classroom. I can't remember the last time we heard from them, but it might be something to consider for a future agenda. Thank you. Appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Any more discussion? Nope. There being-
Mr. President, I would like to do a follow-up with what you just asked about, you know, the request for have them do a presentation. They are currently in the process this summer and of updating their program. And when they presented to the AD&B in May, they asked for any, you know, follow-up or whatever that they can do. And so they would be more than willing, I'm sure, to give a presentation of and get feedback. And I know one of my board members up in Sundance, and I'm blanking her name. Anyway, she had volunteered that she would, you know, be willing to help, you know, that also. So, thank you.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to fund projects for the ADMB. No more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
President Jolovich, Commissioners, Director Bruce, it's my pleasure this morning to present to you proposed changes to two chapters of regulation. Chapter 51, our regulation on private fish hatcheries, and Chapter 2, our regulation on aquatic invasive species. So both of these chapters were opened and taken to the public in a series of public meetings across the state. We had an open comment period from April 15th to June 10th. We received a total of 2 formal written comments, both of those on Chapter 62 that you all should have available to you. So I'm going to cover Chapter 51 first and let you consider that. But I'd ask that you recognize that the minor change in Chapter 51 is an excision of information regulation from 51 that is to be placed in Chapter 62. The minor change is a relocation of AIS designations between the two chapters. We recognized when we went to add a species to the AIS list during this revision that it made a lot more sense for these regulatory statuses to reside in Chapter 62. These include our emergency prohibited categorization, which currently includes zebra mussels and quagga mussels. In combination, we often refer to those as dreissenid mussels. It also includes species lists of our prohibited and regulated AIS. That's the extent of changes proposed for Chapter 51, and the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 51, private fish hatcheries, as proposed. I'll stand for questions.
Mr. President, I would move the proposed regulations changes as proposed to Chapter 51. And I have an editorial comment to make if you don't mind. It's difficult to articulate the level of appreciation that I have for the AIS program that this department runs. Being the only guardian at the gate with resources that are limited. I really appreciate the time and the effort and the energy that people spend standing in parking lots, waiting for boats to pull in voluntarily, we hope, for inspection. And you are unsung heroes for identifying these things and keeping them out of our state to the degree possible. So I cannot thank you and the people who are involved in the AIS program enough for the work that you do. And I'm hopeful that someday we'll get some support from other entities who would suffer some catastrophic impacts were these things to get in here. So please accept my appreciation for your work and pass that along as you see fit. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, we have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, I'm a small cog in the operation, but I do appreciate the recognition. We do have a lot of hardworking folks on the front lines of trying to protect the state from these organisms, and I'll do my best to relay your appreciation to those folks. So moving on, and now let's present to you proposed changes to Chapter 62, our regulation for aquatic invasive species. We really set out to accomplish 5 primary categories of changes in this revision. First is the addition of golden mussel to our category of emergency prohibited AIS, and I'll speak a little bit more to the specifics of that organism here in a moment. We also recognize that the regulations as written are currently focused on a prevention stance for the state, and should we get an infestation of an emergency prohibited AIS, we need some regulations in place that would allow us to pivot to containment. Third, we're proposing some exemptions to some low-risk watercraft from current inspection requirements, and I'll cover what those entail. Fourth, as part of our need to provide containment should Wyoming have an infested water, we need regulations that would allow closures and restrictions to watercraft use. And finally, there's a proposal within the regulations to increase the decal fees associated with supporting the program financially. So in section 2, the proposed change is to add golden mussel to the AIS considered emergency prohibited. This includes all members of the genus Limnoperna. Golden mussels came on our radar late in 2024 when they were discovered in the port of Stockton in California. These are natives to China, so a different part of Asia than the dreissenid mussels, but they have visceral threads that allow them to attach, and they form these dense colonies, the same as dreissenid mussels, and the net result is that they rapidly clog water infrastructure. They're prolific filter feeders, and so they take the plankton from the water and leave little behind for other organisms. And they tolerate a wide range of salinity and low calcium conditions, which is a little bit different than zebra and quagga mussels. In the Central Valley of California, they've spread rapidly. They've colonized in brackish waters. And there's some concern about their low calcium tolerance in that there's some Mountain West waters where it was believed that dreissenid mussels wouldn't be too problematic because we don't have a lot of calcium in some really high pure water bodies, but all bets are off with golden mussels as they seem to be able to make a living with a lot less calcium. And like dreissenid mussels, they outcompete native bivalves. As part of our need to be prepared for containment of an infested water in Wyoming, we're proposing to add a new type of seal to our arsenal, a prohibited launch seal, which would be a locking device that affixes a watercraft to a trailer. We currently use these in our inspection program, but a prohibited launch seal would indicate not that a watercraft has been inspected, but rather that the watercraft needs to be decontaminated, and that seal wouldn't be removed until a physical decontamination had occurred or the vessel had dried for 30 days. And there's also a prohibited launch seal receipt, which is essentially the paperwork that accompanies the seal that conveys to the watercraft transporter or owner what needs to happen to that watercraft before it can contact another water of the state. So most of you probably have seen one of these seals. This is our inspection seal. This little loop connects the watercraft to the trailer. It's a low tensile strength wire. This little plunger here locks that wire in place. And it allows us to know that the watercraft has been inspected, or that it, in the case of a prohibited launch seal, needs some attention before being launched. When this is launched, this wire is simply broken. So it affixes the boat to the trailer. And our prohibited launch seal would likely be something red in color, not these brown and gold ones that represent our inspection having occurred. So the need for these prohibited launch seals, got a slow, is in preparation for the possibility of having infested water in Wyoming. There are times when decontamination isn't available for one reason or another. Maybe there's an equipment failure. There's also the real possibility that we observe at times that many watercraft get off the water at the same time. Maybe a thunderstorm comes in. We wouldn't be able to manage that level of traffic, and we'd need to do some triaging and potentially send some folks away with one of these prohibited launch seals, recognizing that they would need to come back to us at a later point in time for that decontamination, or go somewhere to be decontaminated before they could contact another water of the state. It also allows us the opportunity at some of our state parks. We have campers that might be utilizing the same water multiple days in a row. We could affix one of these prohibited launch seals and allow those campers to come back and forth to the water and not need to be decontaminated each time. The other thing that we've encountered is that, particularly early in the year, we see a lot of watercraft that we encounter at our eastern border that are transporting watercraft westward, generally to the west coast. Sometimes we encounter boats that do, in fact, need a decontamination, but for the traveling public, it at times makes a lot more sense to send these folks down the road with a prohibited launch seal to their destination for decontamination rather than having them spend multiple hours on the side of the highway in Wyoming. In section 3, I've proposed regulations that would address the possibility of having a positive or infested Wyoming water where we allow the use of live bait fish. The regulation would require that all live bait fish in possession of anglers be killed when departing a positive or infested water, and more importantly, that all of the water associated with those minnows be drained from containers or any equipment. As many of you are probably familiar, the larval invasive mussels can be transported in small amounts of water. And so there's this invisible risk associated with water. And so the need to kill minnows and not have that water transported between different water bodies should we have an infested water in Wyoming is really the crux of this regulation. But this provides some balance in that we would still be able to provide live bait fish use at a water. They just wouldn't be able to leave alive or with any water being moved between different water bodies. In section 4, we're proposing some exemptions to non-motorized small watercraft. This includes small inflatables. Inflatable watercraft 10 feet in length or less would be exempted from inspection requirements. Paddle boards, both solid and inflatable, regardless of length, would be exempted, as well as a cadre of water sport and swimming aids, including sailboards, kiteboards, and essentially others that are not propelled by motors, paddles, or oars. So we're in our 17th inspection season here in Wyoming since the advent of the AIS program. And we've done nearly 1 million watercraft inspections, and we've learned a lot about where the threats lie relative to the recreating public and the vectors that are likely to move. And these nasty critters from one water body to another. And what we found is that with these, what we deem very low risk watercraft and water sport toys is that they're really designed to not hold or trap water. They're designed to be transported dry. In fact, having water in contact to them typically ruins them. And so when we encounter them at check stations, we often find that they're deflated and stowed away. And I remember standing at the back of a U-Haul in Evanston while a poor family dug through all of their possessions as they were moving, trying to dig out their paddle boards so that I could run my fingers across them and write them a piece of paper. And so we just feel like our efforts are better spent on really spending our time and in intervening with the recreating public that has the highest probability of transporting dry-stinted mussels. Another nice outcome of this is that we have a little bit of a communication problem in the program right now, and that currently these items or craft don't require an AIS decal, but they do require an inspection. With this change, it'll be a lot simpler message that if a vessel or craft requires a decal, it requires stopping for inspection. In section 4, we propose some regulations that really allow for interventions for craft coming from positive or infested waters. Includes the regulation that allows us to require exit inspections. Current regulations allow or require inspection upon entry into the state or prior to the contact of the water of the state. This regulation would also allow for the requirement of inspection upon removal from a positive or infested water. It also provides for mandatory decontamination if the inspector deems it's necessary. And in lieu of a physical decontamination, provides that 30 days of dry time is also a sufficient way to kill these organisms prior to a watercraft contacting another water of the state. Again, larval mussels can survive for 30 days in small amounts of water. And this regulation allows for the possibility of us to contain an infestation in Wyoming by having these mandatory interventions and decontaminations or dry times. In Chapter 7, proposed regulatory addition that upon 48-hour notice would provide the department the ability to either completely close a water to all watercraft access, a partial closure to certain hours or days, limit the types of vessels that may be permitted, or limit the places that boats could be launched or retrieved on a water body. These regulatory changes are important from a containment standpoint in that in order to effectively contain an infestation, we're going to need to decontaminate all watercraft exiting the water. And it's really an alignment of resources in the sense that we'll need to have boats coming on and off the water at times and in locations where we can offer those decontaminations. There are some high-risk vessels. There are some watercraft that are inherently difficult to decontaminate, and it may be in the best interest of the state on some water bodies to not allow those types of watercraft to utilize an infested water body. And finally, on large water bodies, we may not have the resources or people to be at every possible location where people may want to launch or retrieve a boat. And so we're going to need to have the ability to centralize the ingress and egress locations for watercraft. Well, finally, in Section 9, proposed changes to AIS decal fees. We're proposing that for motorized watercraft registered in Wyoming, that the annual fee in support of the AIS program be increased from currently at $10 to $20. And for out-of-state registered vessels, the increase be from $30 annually to $50 annually. There are no proposed changes to the non-motorized decal fees. As y'all are probably quite aware, the fees that are currently in place haven't changed in 16 years. The cost of goods and services have changed dramatically. And this is a costly program to implement. It takes a lot of people to cover the borders of a big state. We're everywhere from Beulah to Cheyenne to Evanston to Salt Pass to Franny and everywhere in between. And the total program cost currently is about $3.2 million annually. We're fortunate in that we have about $1.35 million in current federal grants that covers about 42% of the cost of the program. Our current revenue from AIS decals is approximately $769,000 annually. So decals currently are covering about a quarter of the program cost, and your commission budget makes up the difference. With the proposed fee adjustments, decal revenue is projected to increase from $769,000 to about $1.19 million. Decals would then cover about 37% of program costs. And with existing federal grants, the cost to the commission budget would decrease from $1.1 million to about $663,000 annually. So that sums up the meaningful changes to Chapter 62 being proposed, and the department recommends the commission vote to approve these changes as proposed. And I'll stand for questions.
Mr. President. Mark, thank you for this. So I just wanted in section 3, and actually in section 4, and really a lot of this, we are making regulation to get ready for what could potentially happen. And I appreciate that. I just wanted right now, we do not have any water bodies that some of these regulations that we're putting into place, we don't have any of those bodies of water that are impacted, correct?
Mr. President, Commissioner Bell, that's correct. These are all anticipatory and hopefully regulations that will sit on the books and will never have to enact. But should we get an infested water body, I do think it'll be imperative for the state that we react quickly if we have any chance at containing.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And appreciate the work, that anticipatory effort, trying to make a plan before something happens. And so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. President, the golden mussel, we hear about various invasive species that are working their way up the Missouri River, for example. For lack of a better way to put it, how close is the golden mussel to being in Wyoming?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, currently all of the golden mussel in North America are confined to the sort of central coastal and inland irrigation systems in California. None have been detected outside of the borders of California as of yet. It's concerning to us, of course, in that we've really been heavily focused on prevention from dry-stinted mussels coming from the east. And now we have a potential for movement of a similar organism from the west. So
And just for the record, Mr. President, that would be to the west of the Continental Divide. Just, Mr. President, with your permission, I would move the approval of the changes to Chapter 62 as presented.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Any more discussion?
Mr. President, I would like to echo the sentiments of Commissioner Masterson and Commissioner Bell of the department. And they're being very proactive in this AIS. It is very, very crucial. Commissioner Bell and I got to participate in walleye being stocked out at Keyhole Reservoir here a few weeks ago, and that was really fun. But I can see that the people in the red shirts are extremely committed and dedicated, and I really appreciate that. And I think these approaches are very proactive. You're very, very forward thinking, and you guys are doing a great job, and I'm glad you're in charge. So thank you for that.
Okay, anything else?
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I do have a question. If someone blows past an inspection station and drops their boat in Flaming Gorge without having it inspected, what is the penalty for that?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, I might have to lean on Aaron to give a better answer to that than I would be able to do.
Mr. President, I ask because I'm curious what the consequences are, because, an individual who starts a forest fire, is held responsible for the consequences of the fire. I'm just curious what the law enforcement mechanism is in place for that.
Sure. Good morning, Mr. President. Commissioner Masterson, to answer your question, all of the violations of AIS rules under commission regulation are defined as high misdemeanors under Wyoming statute. So the maximum possible penalties that could come with any of those is up to $10,000 fine, up to 6 months in jail, and up to 6 years loss of hunting privileges. So quite a bit of consequences there. Typically, a situation like this, it doesn't start there, but the person could be cited. Obviously, they would have to, if they're on the water, they would be asked to leave the water or required to leave that water, go get an inspection, and there's further consequences that could take place if they do not get another inspection before they launch again. If somebody is stopped by law enforcement, directed to go to a AIS check station and for an inspection, if they fail to do that, I believe now it's within 3 days, then there's additional penalties, and they can ultimately lose their abilities to operate their boat in the state of Wyoming for a period of time. So
A follow-up, if I may, is the citation that's issued, is there a bond schedule for it? So it's a forfeitable offense?
yes, all of those do include a bond schedule fine option there. So they could be paying a fine. I don't have that in front of me, but
No, I understand.
paying a significant fine, and that could take care of it. There's also, if there's an issue where it looks it's intentional, they must appear into court to look at those other penalties.
Thank you. Thank you for indulging me, Mr. President.
Well, hope that helps.
Okay, anything else? We have a motion and a second. No more discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nothing. Motion carried.
Thank you.
What's that? What's that? Lots of votes today.
Good morning, President Jolovich, Commissioners, Director Bruce. Today we've got I'm Josh Moulton, Licensed Section Manager. Today we've got a application for a new LSA, High Plains Concessions LLC. They're going to operate out of Kirk Gowdy State Park. We have had a location in there before that was successful. They closed down, sold out, and this is the new owners. Closest licensed selling agent would be 22 miles away. With that, the department recommends a commission vote to approve the new High Plains Concessions LLC license in Kurt Gowdy State Park, and I'll stand for any questions.
Mr. President, I don't have any questions, but I would make a motion that we approve this proposal.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. At this point, we will take a 10-minute break, please.
The whole thing and that screwed it up. No. I'm just here honestly to introduce Ken Mills and help with any questions we have. Ken is going to go through our Wolf Chapter 47 regulations. And yeah, enjoy the show.
Yeah, good morning. Usually I'm saying good afternoon. I think I usually after lunch and I put you to sleep half the time, but good morning. President Jolovich, members of the commission, Director Bruce, it's good to be here today to present the proposed Chapter 47 gray wolf hunting seasons. And so it's been an interesting year in terms of wolf populations and dynamics. So you'll see some of that as we go through. So just a reminder of some of our wolf management commitments. We have a commitment for numbers, a numerical commitment to manage for at least 10 breeding pairs of wolves, which is an adult female and an adult male that raise at least 2 pups of the year to the end of December, and at least 100 wolves plus a numerical buffer to ensure that we can meet this objective. So we'll talk more about that as we go through. Regulations, regulatory adequacy is also something we think about to ensure that the mechanisms are there and enforceable to produce a population that's remains recovered and viable. And then a commitment to genetic interchange as well that's documented. And I won't talk much more about genetics. We have and continue to test for genetic integrity, and everything's going well there. And we're actually working on a scientifically peer-reviewed article in this as far as in the Northern Rockies between the different agencies and the Fish and Wildlife Service that we're hoping will come out sometime in the next year or so. It's sometimes unpredictable how that works, but just to demonstrate in the literature. And so a few specific reminders in Commission Regulation Chapter 21, Section 4AI, we have this commitment that the commission shall manage for at least 10 breeding pairs of gray wolves and a total of at least 100 individual gray wolves in Wyoming outside of Yellowstone National Park and the Wind River Reservation at the end of the current calendar year. And then a commitment to really enact management and make decisions that ensure that this commitment is maintained. We also have a commitment in the management plan to manage for a numerical buffer above the minimum objectives to ensure we have management flexibility to resolve conflicts primarily, but also to accommodate any unanticipated or undetected sources of mortality. And so we've been doing this through time, and you'll see why we've been doing this, because this year tested whether the buffer we've been setting would be adequate or not. I will say it was, but it was good we were managing for that number above. And then we get a lot of questions in terms of hunting, and you're going to see a proposed mortality limit that's relatively low compared to past years. And we get questions about that. And I wanted to include this statement from the management plan as well, that in essence, we're going to continue to deal with conflicts with livestock, and that mortality is going to take a piece of the pie out. And we're not going to, in essence, avoid lethal control or killing wolves that kill livestock in order to try and increase a mortality limit for a hunting season. So it doesn't say that as direct and as clearly, but that this is what this comment says. So you will see a proposed mortality limit that's lower in order to attempt to move the population back toward objective. And I know I'm getting ahead of some of the data. And allow us the flexibility to continue to deal with conflicts with livestock.
Mr. President, if I may, sorry to interrupt, Ken. I'm curious on the three previous slides there. I'm wondering, is any of this in statute, or is this just agreement between the Department Commission and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Agency for the management of gray wolves in the state of Wyoming?
Yes. So, Mr. President, Commissioner Haskell, the commitments to manage for 10 breeding pairs and 100 wolves is in statute, definitely, as is the trophy game management area boundary and other aspects of wolf management. And so that was a process that was part of the, I'll say, threefold process of putting the agreements made between the state and the governor's office and the Fish and Wildlife Service into regulatory documents, so statute, a management plan, and then commission regulations.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're very welcome. And so we do have a management plan spatially that looks like this, if you're zooming into the northwest corner of the state, in areas where wolves are have a high probability of succeeding and surviving and a lower probability of conflict. Wolves are designated as trophy game animals. That's this northwest corner of the state. That area expands seasonally to the red line to include the Snake River Range and Northern Wyoming Range on October 15th of every year. So wolves are trophy game starting October 15th. They remain trophy game until the end of February. And then the end of February, that line basically snaps back to the trophy game management area line for the remainder of the year. And wolves are designated as predatory animals. And so outside of Northwest Wyoming in the wolf trophy game management area, wolves are designated as predatory animals and are not under the purview of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, except for a statutory requirement to report any wolf that is legally taken to the Game and Fish within 10 days. So this is what suitable habitat looks like across Northwest Wyoming, and you can see the strong overlap between the wolf trophy game management area and Yellowstone, and a little bit of suitable in the Wind River Reservation. There are some other areas that appear suitable. I would say the southern Wind River Range. However, that hard line between suitable habitat and then private lands really creates a system where wolves come into conflict with livestock and do not thrive. So that's just a quick reminder of our management plan. I'll run through a wolf population management update, which you can also find in our annual report. So status of the wolf population, and I'll talk from this point about just the wolf trophy game management area, except for one thing. We monitored 94 collared wolves in 30 different packs last year. That does include packs that are not assigned to the trophy game area, but range around the edges of it. Otherwise, everything else I talk from this point will be trophy game area based. And so monitored a lot of wolves. At the end of the year, we documented at least 132 wolves, at least 10 breeding pairs, and at least 22 packs. And one of the things one of the questions we often get is, how did you estimate that number of wolves? And my first response is that's not an estimate. It's a census. We actually census wolf numbers in the trophy game area, which means we count that many wolves. And wolves are easier to count if you look at the map, because you can collar an individual pack you can from there, in other words, one individual in a pack, you can track the pack, you can track the territory, they're social, so they are together, especially in the winter, and that makes counting up wolves across a landscape much more readily available, much more easy than a lot of other species that don't live in groups and identified territories. So here's the wolf population trend through time in the wolf trophy game management area. I like to differentiate when we hunted wolves, when we did not. We met our minimum objective for number of wolves, again, 100 wolves. Our minimum commitment, our objective, we have been setting at 160 wolves. We were 28 wolves below that objective, but again, above the minimum commitment. And what you'll see, and we'll talk about it a little later, is we're more likely to fall below the commitment for 10 breeding pairs before we fall below the commitment for 100 wolves. And so that breeding pair criteria, that commitment really is what drives our management approach and how we look at numbers. So this is a new graph I haven't showed before, but I thought it would be useful to look through time at our 4 regions in Northwest Wyoming, the 4 game and fish regions, and what wolf numbers look like in those regions. And so we'll do it in stages. So through the initial years post delisting in 2017 to 2022, you can see Lander, Pinedale, relatively small subpopulation of wolves in those regions, pretty stable through time, predictable. In Cody and Jackson, who hold pretty similar numbers of wolves and much higher than the other 2 regions, post delisting, you can see a gradual decline, and that was intentionally driven through hunting to try and reduce numbers toward an objective in the wolf trophy game management area. And so a lot of stability, predictability, moving toward that specific objective we had of 160 wolves in the trophy game area. You see, it gets a little messier over the last 3 years. We had an increase in wolf numbers in 2023, largely driven by an increase in wolf numbers in the Jackson region. And then the following year in 2024, a decline in wolf numbers in the Cody region, primarily through some of it was wolf hunting. A lot of this was in response to conflict with livestock, so lethal control. What we would have expected based on how we set up wolf hunting seasons last year was a decline in Jackson. We had a large mortality limit there because we had a lot of wolves. However, we expected also a rebound in the number of wolves in the Cody region. We did not get that, and we had a larger decline in the Jackson region, so which resulted in a wolf population that is at a 20-year low. And you've probably heard a lot about that in the news. However, when wolf populations tend to dip, the response tends to be relatively quick, and we'll look at that in a little bit. Just to give an idea of some of the trends we see through time, this is a graph of wolf population growth. So I'm going to throw up a line here. So you're looking at wolves at the start of the calendar year because we're always trying to predict what will happen in the coming year. And that start of the calendar year is really what drives wolf density for the coming year as well, versus population growth. That purple line means no growth. It's the same number at the beginning as at the end of the year. So you can see the more wolves you have in the population, especially once you pass 125, the less likely it is for the population to grow. That's whether we were hunting wolves or not. When hunting wolves, I guess the obvious thing is we're trying to manipulate the population toward an objective. We've been largely successful at that. You can see last year was a little outside of the normal trend to be expected. I'll explain why that occurred shortly. In an ideal world, if wolves are below 160, based on our management trying to get to that 160 wolf objective, we would allow the population to grow slightly. We've largely been successful there. If it's above 160, we want to reduce it a little, so it should fall below 1. And man, in a perfect world, that trend line that's on there would cross 1 at 160 wolves, meaning we're balancing the scales perfectly. It doesn't, but 166 wolves is pretty darn close when you're talking about a wildlife population. especially with all of the other unknowns. So let's talk about breeding pairs. So wolves are social animals. I mean, we could talk for a long time about what makes a wolf, but they're social. So packs are extremely important in the population structure of a wolf population. And so packs we keep track of, as well as breeding pairs. So breeding pairs in the yellow, packs in the purple and blue. So we had a slight decline in packs last year, and also a decline in breeding pairs. We did meet our minimum commitment there with 10 breeding pairs. Our objective, if we have 160 wolves, should be somewhere between 13 and 14 breeding pairs. So slightly below that level. And when we look at wolf recruitment, so we don't measure, directly pup survival every year, or it's difficult to actually know, X number of pups survived every year. So we use percent breeding pairs. So percent of the packs that qualified as a breeding pair is a measure of recruitment. If we look at that and look at wolves at the start of the year on the horizontal axis, the more wolves you have, the lesser proportion of packs qualify as breeding pairs, meaning wolf density as it increases affects the ability of packs to produce and recruit pups. With the blue there and hunting, you see that the trend line is below the long-term average, and it's slightly below. And that just indicates that hunting impacts this relationship. It brings it down a little bit. So a lesser proportion of breeding pairs can be expected. Not a surprise when you're talking about a measure that includes adult male, adult female, 2 pups that survive. For example, if you have one adult male that gets harvested in December, they will not qualify as a breeding pair because they don't have an adult male, even though they could have recruited 10 pups. And so a little bit tricky measure that way, but as hunting does have some impact on that. So it's something we've continued to be aware of. Mortality, human-caused mortality by far through time, whether wolves are listed or delisted, is the predominant factor for why wolves die. You can see the dark blue is damage control. One thing I want to note is when wolves were listed, specifically in 2016, a lot of damage control. During the time they were listed by the Fish and Wildlife Service, wolves were delisted. We essentially replaced damage control with harvest. A couple years of high mortality through damage control. Harvest brought the population back down to objective, and it's largely been pretty stable after that. So that's a really positive thing. Pretty predictable in terms of human-caused mortality. So wolves are interesting because we have dual population objectives. We have commitments for breeding pairs and number of wolves, and managing for a breeding pair would be really difficult on its own. How do you manage for adult male, adult female, 2 pups that survive? The positive thing is the number of breeding pairs in the population in the trophy game area is highly correlated to the number of wolves. So we can manage for a number of wolves and have a high probability of having a certain number of breeding pairs. And so we can manage for a specific wolf mortality limit then, and still have a predictable level of confidence in meeting our breeding pair commitments. And that opens the door for us to really do what we do. If it was not this consistent, our job would be much more difficult. So I'm thankful for that. And the relationship is very strong. So we talked about a population decline in the trophy game area this year. And that was based on the evidence we have, primarily driven by an outbreak of canine distemper virus. So this is something we've been monitoring for a long time because it's impacted wolves in Yellowstone. Yellowstone has had canine distemper virus outbreaks at least 5 times through their 30-year history after reintroduction, again, with recovery afterward. And so we have had an outbreak. If you look at 2018, what we did not document in 2018 was a population level impact of that outbreak, meaning canine distemper infection increased, but we didn't document the pup mortality in that year that we did this year. So survival was much lower this past year than we would have anticipated based on previous information. And so this is what's driving that decline below the population objective. And I'll look at another graph of this really quickly after this. But basically, when you look at the number of wolves, that's the orange line on the right axis. If we manage the population below carrying capacity, I'm not just throwing out a number for carrying capacity. This is derived from that population growth graph I showed at the beginning. It crosses without hunting at around 200 wolves. And so just relative carrying capacity there. If we reduce the population below that, canine distemper usually stays low. We've succeeded in that for the most part, yet we still had an outbreak. So that's something of an unknown. Is this, is canine distemper going to be cyclical no matter what we do? Or is it going to be manageable based on managing wolf density? And so that's something that we need to answer, and we might not be able to answer that until we go through another round, another cycle, so to say, of whether we're going to see this again. Excuse me. And I say that because when you look at the data we had in hand coming into last year, it's everything in yellow there. This is the number of wolves at the start of the previous year. So not the current year, but the previous year, because that is highly related with the proportion of wolves that we've captured that are positive for canine distemper. So again, it's density dependent and it's non-linear. So at some point you get towards 200 wolves and you start to see a higher probability of canine distemper in the population. And what I want to point out is there's a blue square hanging out in the middle of nowhere. That was last year. And so as we came into last year, I talked about this as like by managing below carrying capacity into these lower numbers, 160, we have a high probability that canine distemper should remain low. That's not what we measured last year. And it was a much greater response than we would have anticipated. So this is why I say there's questions we still have to answer. But in the meantime, the evidence for Yellowstone, for other populations of wolves that are out there that have canine distemper outbreaks, and even reductions in populations like when we hunted wolves in 2013, brought numbers down and wolves were relisted, populations rebound relatively quickly. And at this point, with 70% of the wolves in the trophy game management area exposed, there aren't a lot of other packs that we would expect to lose pups this year because it has moved through the population. So that's generally what we see is a decline in coming years of canine distemper and no impact. So we'll continue to monitor that again with the same rigor that we always have, but with adding new information as we go. So this is looking at wolf livestock conflict, obviously a priority of wolf management in Northwest Wyoming is reducing conflicts with livestock. And so you can see wolf numbers in blue, and the circles that are highlighted yellow are years that wolves were delisted and we hunted wolves. And you can see in 2012, 2013, going into those years, conflicts with livestock, that's the number of cattle verified as killed by wolves in purple, and red is number of wolves killed in response to a verified conflict. You can see conflicts remained relatively low. Then wolves were relisted by court order in 2014. You can see, in essence, an asymptotic increase in wolf numbers, meaning you can only cram so many in a small area. However, you see an exponential increase in conflict with livestock, again, while they were listed. Wolves were delisted in 2017, and from that time, we've only had 1 year with a slight increase in conflict from 2019 to 2020. Otherwise, through our management and our approach, we've been able to successfully reduce conflict with livestock through time. And so I don't put sheep up here because we don't have sheep grazing in the wolf trophy game management at this point. So we don't see a lot of conflict with sheep. So very successful in this, and obviously a great trend with reducing conflict through time. So let's talk quickly about hunting seasons. Last year in 2025, we had a mortality limit of 44 spread across our hunt areas. Again, hunt areas 8, 9, 10, and 11 are for a large part in Jackson, spreading into the Pinedale regions, that high mortality limit there, because we knew we had a lot of wolves, trying to bring that number down. There were 31 wolves harvested. I believe part of that was the mild winter we experienced. You know, wolf hunters are looking for tracks, looking for snow. We didn't get much of that. I think the other factor was wolf numbers were down. So one thing I didn't clarify is if you took a snapshot of what we knew about the wolf population on September 15th at the start of the wolf hunting season, everything looked in excellent shape. So in terms of catching or documenting wolf pup mortality, that's very difficult. So as we went into the wolf season, there were pups counted. We knew it was there, but sometime, say like end of August into October, is likely when most of the mortality from canine distemper occurred. And so there weren't as many wolves going into the hunting season as would be anticipated, which probably affected some of the success rates. We sold slightly more licenses last year, potentially because hunting seasons were open longer throughout the season, and more of them were. I just like to look at wolf mortality limits versus harvest. Harvest tends to stay around the 30 to 35 wolf mark with some dips there. Pretty consistent even when mortality limits are high. However, you know, we continue, with the exception of last year, to hit our population objectives and be very close. So no issues there. Everything's working great in terms of for wolf hunting being a useful tool for managing wolf numbers. And so this also looks at wolf hunter effort and success. And so success was slightly down last year, 2.3%. It's usually about 2.6 to 3% there in the high year, but pretty stable through time, pretty low success. This is why we sell a general license and then operate on a mortality limit versus issuing limited quota licenses. If you look at 100 days per harvest, pretty stable through time. I think one thing, and we've talked about this before in different groups, one thing we anticipated is wolves could adjust to wolf hunting pressure because they're intelligent animals, which could make them more difficult to hunt, which could mean that we have to offer more liberal options for wolf harvest. And it looked like that might happen going from 2017 to 2021. But since that time, it's dropped back down and we've had stability. And so, in other words, wolf hunting still, based on what we're seeing, is an effective tool. We're not seeing wolf harvest stats change very much, which suggests we can continue to use the hunting season structures we have been using to reach the goals that we've set. So we also track harvest through time, and opening dates have changed through time as well, which is why you see some of the changes here. But largely most of our harvest takes place in the second half of September and October. Some years we have higher harvest in November and December. Some years we have lower harvest, lots of factors, whether certain mortality limits have been met, seasons are open, those sorts of things. But we continue to monitor that just to be able to assess success through time. And age class is an important component of monitoring wolf hunting as well, because we have a breeding pair criteria we're looking to meet. And on the two ends of the spectrum, if you hunt too early in the year, pups are small and very vulnerable because they're still on rendezvous sites. And so we had a September 1st opener for multiple years, and about half the wolves killed were juveniles. That was something we did not want. Would much rather open that season a little later so that juveniles make a lesser proportion of the harvest, so that juveniles can be there to meet breeding pair status. If you go beyond December, we have not in Wyoming, but in Idaho they have. The data suggests that breeders entering the breeding season are highly vulnerable. And so to offer later hunting seasons has the risk of disrupting breeding structures going into the season. And if you do that, you would potentially have fewer pups on the ground produced, which means it would be harder for us to meet breeding pair status, which means we would potentially have to manage for more wolves to meet our objectives. So we're trying to balance the two sides of harvest here with the seasons we have, and for the most part have been very successful there. You know, again, slightly more juveniles, about a third in September, moving towards predominantly adults and subadults in later, as you move later in the season. So with that, I can work into the proposed 2026 wolf mortality limit. So these seasons, in essence, this mortality limit is based on the best available data. I've shown you some of the demographic data on population growth, recruitment, mortality. We'll look at a few other graphs here, and I know everybody loves a good graph, so why not put more in, right? But we'll have to look at that, and then these proposals align with population theory. So when we're talking about density dependence, when we're talking about how population operates, this informs this decision-making process. And so we have a starting point, 132 wolves at the start of the calendar year. So that is what the calculations will be based off from. So under that, knowing that starting point, we have three main objectives. We need to set a population objective. We need to predict the impact of human-caused mortality, and that will make more sense hopefully in a minute. And then we need to predict the non-hunting human-caused mortality rate. I like to say it's hard to kill a wolf twice. So once it dies, we need to pull it out of any calculation. So we need to know how many are likely to die from other causes. When we know that, we can pull them out, and that will leave us with our mortality limit. So here's this graph again, number of wolves on the horizontal axis, number of breeding pairs on the vertical axis, high correlation. You can see, you know, some years, it seems actually interesting as you hit 160 and go up, you're more likely to be right on the long-term average. If you hit 160 and go down the graph, you're more likely to fall below that average. Kind of interesting relationship through time that's starting to be built there. But one thing to note is this is a statistical graph. There is information around it. If we have 10 breeding pairs, we use the average, it takes about 117 wolves. But that doesn't give us a lot of confidence that we could meet our breeding pair objective. In fact, very little, like, hey, 50% half the years. We'll hit it half the years we won't. And so we look at this red line, and this red line is not a confidence interval, it's actually a prediction interval. And so this red line means in this graph at 147 wolves is where it crosses 10. So if we have 147 wolves in the population, we can be 95% confident that we will have at least 10 breeding pairs. So that's what statistically that line is telling us. So we take that information, we've agreed to manage to ensure, which means that to the best of our ability, we will be sure we have 10 breeding pairs and 100 wolves. That's why we've committed to manage for above that level. And so we've continued to propose an objective of 160 wolves in the wolf trophy game management area, which equates, if you solve for the equation in the little box on the right, to between 13 and 14 breeding pairs. This gives us a 95% probability of having at least 11 breeding pairs. Now, I talked about this approach before, and I'm just going to back off one part here just to kind of talk about it. So when we first started managing wolves, that 95% confidence level was 140. And so through time, because you're adding blue dots below the long-term trend, below the yellow line, it moves that to the right. And so awareness of that. The second part is, you know, had we been managing for 147 wolves this calendar year, in other words, if we had just left that 95% level and went with it, we probably would not have met our breeding pair minimum commitment. We likely would have fallen below. And I mean, as far as the detail we're going with, we had one female that the male died in summer. She raised 3 or 4 pups on her own, 3 pups actually. But a male from the neighboring pack joined her in the late autumn, really, which meant at the end of the year they had a male, a female, and at least 2 pups that survived. So we had a breeding pair. But that made our 10th breeding pair for us. And so thankful that we have the level of detail to do the monitoring we have, because we can answer those questions because of that rigor. But just making that point that 160 has worked well. It's been a good point for us to both keep some social stability in the wolf pack, which retains predictability in the population, but also offer hunting season opportunity that's adequate and reduce conflict with livestock. And so, and I think primarily the majority of our areas in Northwest Wyoming, we've also been able to attain some wolf densities that can alleviate some concerns on impacts to wild ungulates, our big game species. And so there still are concerns out there. The Jackson region had that increase in wolf numbers, which we're trying to bring down, and that caused some concern as well. Numbers are down now, so I think that some of the impetus for concerns there has been diminished. So just a little discussion about why this number has worked so far and how important I think it is. When you look at the predicted impact of human-caused mortality, we have, again, number of wolves at the start of the calendar year on the horizontal axis. And this is the percent mortality it would take to stabilize the wolf population, or it would have taken to stabilize the wolf population through the year. So as we monitor a wolf population through a year, and just as a hypothetical, if we start the year with 100 wolves, and we end the year with 120 wolves, and 10 wolves died during that time frame, to stabilize the population, it would have taken the 10 wolves that died of human causes plus 20 additionals. So 30 wolves, so 30 divided by 100 would be 30%. So that's what you're looking at here, is that number. What would it have taken based on what we know from the start and the end and documented mortality to stabilize the population? Really useful number, because once we get a wolf population to stability, then we can start to move it towards an objective. You'll see that as we go through the table I'm going to show you in a minute. One thing I want to note is if you look at, again, that blue square, it's way out on the edge. So last year was definitely an outlier. It was a year that we did not anticipate. And essentially what that data point says is mortality caused by distemper, in addition to human-caused mortality, caused the population to decline farther than we would have anticipated. Again, we expect that this number to go back towards the long-term average this year. The other thing I need to mention is we're out on the tail. So as you go to 132 wolves, we don't have data. So now we're extrapolating. Whenever we've been doing a prediction, we've been interpolating. We've been using data that's within, or we've been doing it based on a point that's within our current data set. We're not doing that this year. So the dotted line points it out there. I'm going to throw the rest of it up here. And that brings in a certain level of unpredictability. I don't think with this graph, the unpredictability is very significant. In other words, it's a pretty good trend through time. Looking at 132 versus 150, the mortality rate goes from somewhere just over 40% to 48%. So 42 to 48, not a huge change, right? So I think this estimate, this prediction, we can run with. It looks good. And the positive is once we measure this year, we'll start to have some data out on that tail. So if we get down that way again, we'll have some information to help us assess what's likely to happen. So this is predicted. Well, I should go back and actually explain why this is here. I'm all in the nerd stuff for a moment there. And so when we solve for this equation, 132 wolves, basically what this tells us is If 48% of those 132 wolves die from human causes, we should stabilize the wolf population at 132. Okay, so that number will play into our calculation. Sorry about that. So we have a similar case here. This is predicted non-hunting human-caused mortality. So number of wolves on the horizontal axis, percent non-hunting human-caused mortality that we've measured during that calendar year on the vertical axis. Pretty predictable increases through time. The more wolves die from human causes not related to hunting. That's usually conflict and lethal control for conflict with livestock. Pretty predictable through time. However, if you look at the shape of the graph and we extrapolate outside of the data we have, it really falls off. So this graph has a lot of question marks. Which way does the tail go? It's really hard to know. I doubt it follows the same trajectory, and I'll tell you why. Because if we calculate it based on the same trajectory, it's 2.3%, which means we would expect 2.3% of the 132 wolves to die from non-hunting human causes. That equates to 3 wolves, sorry. That equates to 3 wolves. Where did 6 wolves come from? That's where we're at right now for the number of wolves that have died from non-hunting human causes. So we've already doubled that number. So for that reason and for a couple other reasons I'll run through now, I don't think I know it's not an adequate number because we've already surpassed it. So the question will be, what is a number that's adequate based on the data? We'll get back to that. So I talked about wolves being social. There's a social structure to a wolf population that we have to consider in terms of making management decisions. And this graph is there's no analysis here. It's just average pack size compared to the number of packs in the wolf trophy game management area. And I just put it up here to have a couple of discussion points. So if you're above this red line, just anecdotally looking at things, if you have a lot of packs in your population, it doesn't matter as much what the pack size is. But if you have quite a few packs in your population, your probability of having at least 10 breeding pairs is higher because you have a larger sample to draw from. You have more packs that could reproduce and have pups that survive. If you have a low number of packs, a higher proportion of those packs have to have pups that survive. So you start to get a little crunched if you have a low number of packs in your population because you need quite a few of them to reproduce and survive, recruit pups. And so that, again, blue square there is last year. So we have 22 packs. It's a low number of packs. On the flip side, to the right of the line, the vertical line I just drew, if you have large pack sizes, generally you have multiple adult males, multiple adult females. So if a specific adult male is harvested, he can easily be replaced, or female, easily replaced. They'd be present at the end of the year, making the probability for a pack to be a breeding pair much higher. I bring this up because we're not there. We're down in this little corner here right now where our pack sizes are small and we don't have a lot of packs. And there's a lot of factors that played into this. Part of that was distemper. Not a lot of packs. Pack sizes are small. And I'm also going to say we did have an unusually mild winter, which is great for big game in a lot of ways as far as surviving the winter. And I get this question like, it's a really bad winter. It must be hard on the wolves. Like, no, it's opposite. Hard winters are easier for wolves because big game are more vulnerable in deep snow where they have a harder time finding food and escaping. And so we did have a mild winter, which could have an impact. So all this to say, not going out on a limb in terms of what the graph I just showed, I'm just going to skip that one. Not going out on a limb way down on the end of here. We know the data isn't correct. We know it's not going to be 3. What we're proposing is to actually use the average for these lower population years. If we look at that average, it's 11.3%. It equates to 15 wolves dying from non-hunting human causes. Again, we're at 6 now. It's a much more reasonable number. It's derived from the data as far as we know. And as we go through this year, we will actually add a data point for 132, which will give us a little better idea where that tail goes, which will help us predict in the future more adequately. So I think this number, based on everything I'm seeing now, and just in this sense, common sense, is the right number to go with. So how do we wrap all that up to come to a mortality limit? So we start the year with 132 wolves. Our data suggests that if 48.1% of those 132 die from human causes, we should stabilize the population at 132. That's 63 wolves. We're proposing to move the population back toward the 160 wolf objective, which is an increase of 28 wolves. So we got to take those out of there because we're not wanting to stabilize it at 132. We're actually wanting to increase it. So we take the 28 wolves out. That means if 35 wolves die from all human causes, we should end the year around 160 wolves, our population objective. We estimate that 11.3% of those 132 will die from non-hunting causes. Again, can't kill a wolf twice. It'll already be dead. Take it off the mortality limit calculation. You do the subtraction there, and you're left with 20 wolves proposed for the wolf mortality limit in the wolf trophy game management area. In the past, and we propose the same, we've added 2 wolves to the seasonal wolf trophy game management area to allow for hunting opportunity during the time they are designated as trophy game animals and hunting seasons are open. So that's the calculation. We primarily distribute that mortality limit throughout the regions. So usually the first step is to distribute it to the regions based on how many wolves are in each game and fish region. And then we subdivide that out to the specific wolf hunting areas. So a couple things to note. Same hunt area structure, including the combinations this year, same starting dates and closing dates proposed as last year, but a reduced mortality limit based on the data I just showed, with a comparison to last year and the actual number of wolves harvested. So this is what's proposed. Again, proposing to use the same combined hunt areas through time. What we've wanted to do is open up opportunity across broader areas. So we used to have smaller areas, and what occurs when you have small areas is that opportunity may not be in that small area, but it might be in the one next door. So we would, in essence, strand mortality limit in a certain area. So by opening up and combining hunt areas, provides more opportunity, more flexibility for hunters. So public comment period, April 16th to June 10th, 8 meetings, 146 attendees. Some were for wolves. So we received 91 public comments. It's always interesting to see where they come from. They come from all over the place, but 30% from Wyoming, the remainder from outside. Really similar comments, except that there was concern because of the population reduction due to canine distemper. So what you guys read when you went through the comments, a lot of requests for a pause in hunting and concern over canine distemper. You know, we had a few people that wanted increases in mortality limits and to keep the wolf population where it's at now, those sorts of comments. So for the most part, those comments opposed the proposal. There were some that opposed it and wanted more hunting. Most of them wanted no hunting. And then there was some support for the proposal. Some were like, thank you for reducing the mortality limit. So there were very few that said, we like it just as it is. Some said, hey, we support the reduction, but we would like some additional changes. And in summary, this proposal, it's consistent with the Commission's wolf management plan, our regulations and state statute, and it uses all of the best available science, the data, the population theory, in this adaptive management approach to ensure that we meet our commitments as outlined in the management plan, in the regulations, and in statute. And for those reasons, we recommend the commission adopt Chapter 47 as proposed. And at this point, I will stand for questions. We get some, I mean, during the course of our monitoring, we get some pretty amazing information. So I see this and I see data, but also we get pretty cool videos of wildlife. And so we like to show those. So this was the Water Dog Lakes Pack from a couple years ago. Pretty neat. Questions? Comments?
Mr. President, I don't have any questions, but I appreciate the presentation. It's thorough and it's well put together, and I don't know how we could get more information than this. So I appreciate that. I don't know if there's any other questions, but Mr. President, I would move to approve the revised Chapter 47 gray wolf hunting season.
Mr. President, I have a feeling you'd be disappointed if I didn't say something. So I would second the motion made by Commissioner Bell and just underscore his comment. This must be the most studied wildlife resource in the state when it comes to numbers. I'm struck when you say this is not a population estimate, this is a census, and we're able to accurately determine numbers to that degree. I take a great deal of confidence in the work that Mr. Mills and his team have done, and I really appreciate the time and the effort that goes into it. So thank you.
Okay, but we've got a couple of public comments on Zoom. Do we have Lisa?
Yes, I'm here. It's Lisa Robertson.
Go ahead.
Okay, just one thing. We just lost power in my house and I'm scrambling to get on the cell phone to talk to you all. So sorry if it fails. I hope not. I want to thank the commission and commissioners for hopefully reducing these quotas for this. Hang on a minute. My notes are in front of me. But I want to thank the department for reducing the wolf hunting quotas. And there were 91 public comments, and there were a lot that were recommending that there be a pause on hunting for at least 1 or 2 years until the wolves can regroup and we know more about this distemper outbreak. We think the population needs to recover, and that's what it needs. A humane and ethical approach means not adding recreation hunting pressure when disease, low recruitment, dry conditions, trapping, and other stressors are already affecting wolves in the broader landscape. So we support a 2-year moratorium on wolf hunting and establish a no-hunt buffer zone in the southern boundary of Yellowstone National Park. But if this is not the chosen direction, we have another recommendation. We would like to ask that Trophy Zone 1 be closed for the year. And the reason, do you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Molly's pack, one of the most famous packs in the country. is now denning in Trophy Zone 1. They have 5 pups. That means they're in the Shoshone National Park. They're in a trophy zone. They're not going to be protected. But the commission has long recognized that wildlife management requires balancing biological objectives with ecological, recreational, educational, and public values. Wyoming law entrusts the commission with broad discretion to regulate the take of wildlife through seasons, quotas, and area closures when necessary to achieve sound wildlife management. Exercising that discretion in this circumstance would be fully consistent with adaptive management principles and would acknowledge the exceptional conservation significance of this particular pack. We further encourage voluntary, temporary removal or relocation of livestock grazing from the immediate denning area while pups are being raised. Proactive conflict prevention reduces the likelihood of livestock depredation, minimizes future management removals, and supports coexistence between livestock operations and wildlife. The Commission's decision in this matter extends beyond a single hunting season. It presents an opportunity to demonstrate that Wyoming's wolf management framework can recognize exceptional circumstances and respond with targeted science-based management actions. Protecting Molly's Pack through a temporary closure of Trophy Game Management Area 1 would preserve an internationally recognized scientific resource, maintain the integrity of one of the world's premier wolf research populations, and reinforce public confidence that Wyoming's wildlife management decisions are guided by sound science, adaptive management, and the careful exercise of the Commission's statutory authority. Molly's Pack and this magnificent 1090F are irreplaceable. They deserve your and our protection. And what I would like to ask today is for the commission to add into your decision-making today the presence of this invaluable pack that means more to anybody than any other wolf. And we would like to know what you're going to do, what actions you're going to take, and let the public know how you're going to preserve this pack. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mark Cook on Zoom.
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Mills for his presentation. Chair and Commission, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mark Cook, MARCCOOKE, and I'm with the nonprofit Wolf of the Rockies. We submitted our comments earlier, and we hope you had time to review them. I'd like to talk briefly on the Molly's Pack. The Molly's Pack is more than just a wolf pack. They're one of the most studied, scientifically important wolf families in the world. Once they are gone, decades of irreplaceable knowledge are gone with them. And I'd like to, Wyoming has been getting pretty beat up lately with some wildlife issues. And I think there's an opportunity here for you folks to do the right thing. I'll close with the measure of great wildlife management is whether we can harvest let me start this again. The measure of great wildlife management is not whether we can harvest every animal the law allows. It is whether we have the wisdom to recognize when one extraordinary wildlife family is simply too valuable to lose. I hope you'll take that all into consideration as you move forward and possibly put forward an amendment to protect the Molly's Pack. Thank you, Chair and Commission, for what you do and for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have some awards. Nope. Pardon me? Oh, we got a vote. We have a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
If I may, Mr. President, for Mr. Mills, there, in the two public comments that we just heard, there was reference made to Molly's PAC. And my threshold question is whether, as you read the Wolf Management Plan, the regulations, the statutes, do you think we have the authority to designate one particular PAC as protected? I'm struggling to figure out how logistically, mechanically, as a practical matter, if it was the will of the commission, how could it take Molly's PAC or any of the other PACs and pick one and say, this one is protected? I don't know if we even have that authority, and I'm hitting you cold, wondering if you have any thoughts on just that threshold question.
Yeah, President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson. Yeah, I mean, there's no specific mechanism for that outlined in any of our management documents in terms of identifying a specific PAC and protecting it. The only mechanism that would be available is how you would set a hunt area boundary or an area and what you would do in that area. So that it would have to go as a spatial, a spatial protection, not an individual protection or an individual wolf pack. Does that make sense?
Mr. President, yes, it does. And are there other PACs in Hunt Area 1?
Yes, absolutely.
How many? Roughly?
Roughly 6.
All right. The second question, from I'm going to ask you to put on your pure scientific management hat. From a purely scientific management standpoint, this is an awkward question to ask, and it's going to be an awkward one to answer. Is there anything unique from a scientific management point of view about Molly's PAC? I certainly understand that, they've been well photographed and well documented, and they've been around a long, long time. I know that, and I respect that. From a pure management, scientific standpoint, is there anything substantially unique about that PAC?
I mean, Commissioner Masterson, to answer the question in that sense, when we look at PACs across the landscape, a breeding pair is a breeding pair. A pack is a pack. Some PACs are more easy to manage or have less conflict in some of those categories. But in that sense, that's how we implement our management plan, is based on, the broader population
as a whole assessment
as a whole. Yes.
And one more follow-up question, if I may, Mr. President. We heard reference, and I read all the public comments, and there's a repeated request for a 2-year moratorium on hunting. In your opinion, what would happen population-wise if there was a 2-year moratorium on hunting?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, I'm actually going to take that out of my opinion in terms of, it won't be my opinion. The data that you just looked at suggests that, basically, you're welcome, predicts that if we did not hunt wolves, the population would end the year around 180 wolves. And so hence the proposal of a 20 wolf mortality limit to reduce that level of growth toward the objective. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So in essence, that's what our mortality limit does, is seek to maintain it at the objective based on what the data tells us. And that's what the data tells us, that the population would increase over the objective by 20 wolves if we did not hunt 20 wolves.
All right. Thank you. And I just note that our charge by statute is at least 10 breeding pairs and a total of at least 100 individual gray wolves. So that's the objective that you have in mind.
The objective I have in mind is the 160 wolf population objective.
Right.
And that's where I try to differentiate. So when I talk about the 10 breeding pairs and 100 wolves, I use the word commitment. Those are the commitments we made in our documents. And in order to meet those commitments, we set a population objective.
Thank you.
At 160 wolves.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there any more discussion? No more discussion. There being none, we've had a motion and a second. No more discussion. I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? No, nothing be opposed. Motion carries. Now we have okay.
Words, and Dan's gonna get the first one.
Good morning, Mr. President, Director Bruce, members of the commission. I'm Dan Smith, Wildlife Division Chief. And for the next 90 minutes or so, I get to kick off a little lighter topic than wolves. Ken did a great job, and he's much more articulate than I am. So I get to start off the next part of recognizing our partners and employees that do great work with us and for us. And I'm really excited to get to be a part of that. So I'm going to start off, I'm going to ask Dan Thompson and Brian DeBolt to come up. And the first award that I'm giving out today is the Excellence in Wildlife Conservation Award. And I'd like to invite Maria Davidson from Safari Club International Foundation to come up, please. Thanks for joining us here today.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Put you on the spot here. So
No problem.
So we nominated and awarded this award to Maria and the Safari Club International Foundation, which I'm going to call SCIF because I'm going to stumble over those words over and over again. So one of the major accomplishments that they've done, at least in this past year and probably before that, is securing funding for the spring and fall bear spray training program. And so not only do they provide lots of bear spray and inert bear spray for training, but they also are very responsible for the robo bear that we're all familiar with and that we all enjoy getting to spray and finding out that we're not as good at that as that we think we are. She's also been very involved in the videos that we put out, and you've had presentations from the Bear Wise guys. It's fun to call them the Bear Wise guys instead of the Bear Wise team. But the videos at gas station pumps across the state, in the northwest part of the state, talking about bear safety, videos in the airports talking about bear safety. And they even have a separate video that just talks about hunting and bear safety. And so very involved with that. They've done programs for over 12,000 people in person just in 2025 alone, based on the donations you have done. So I do want to also invite Dan Thompson and Brian DeBolt, who work very closely with Maria, to add a few words. But just as they're coming up, implementing bear-resistant food storage boxes across the forest and on department WHMAs. Those videos that I talked about have reached more than 72,000 people in the last year. And then Maria was very involved in the 7th Annual International Human Bear Conflict Workshop, brings bear managers from across the country together to work out ways to better manage these large carnivores. And so with that, I would really like to hear some words from both Brian and Dan.
Okay. Director Bruce, President Jolovich, members of the commission, appreciate the opportunity to come up. And Dan was very good at outlining the key points. And all I really have to add is everything that Dan spoke about. Maria has been and used her position within the Safari Club International Foundation to help the game and fish reach thousands upon thousands of people to promote our education and conservation programs. More than, frankly, in my tenure, 27 years, whatever, with the department, that I've ever seen anybody do. It's fantastic. So, well deserving of this award. Thank you.
tough acts to follow. I don't have much to add, other than, Maria is different in that you've been in the trenches. I am a little afraid of Maria. No. She does have the tenacity of a bulldog in a good way for wildlife. She's more than dedicated to wildlife conservation, especially with carnivores. A lot of people that don't know her don't realize all of her work to get Louisiana black bear delisted. And so from our perspective, she's someone who's been in the trenches, fought the same fights we have, and now she's doing it on a global scale with SCIF, and more than deserving this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So these partnerships are so important to the department and to the management of these species. And so I just ask that you join me in congratulating Maria and the SCIF in this year's Excellence in Wildlife Conservation Award.
Mr. President, Commissioners, I will continue the awards today with two more partnership awards. And thanks to Chief Smith for acknowledging how important these partnerships are. The next Excellence in Wildlife Conservation Award, I don't believe they're here today. This is going to go to Wyoming Department of Transportation, or WYDOT. I will be presenting it in front of their commission so they can understand how valuable their partnership is to us. How they've demonstrated exceptional leadership and commitment to wildlife conservation through long-standing partnership with the department in planning the construction of wildlife crossings across Wyoming. This collaborative effort has earned national recognition and have significantly improved wildlife conductivity, reduced wildlife vehicle collisions, and enhanced public safety. And it's really interesting. So this write-up says that they really have been working with us for a couple decades. But when I started working on wildlife crossings, I found out that they were working with us on crossings back in the 50s. So more than just a few decades. They really invigorated this partnership when we had the 2017 Wyoming Wildlife and Roadways Conference, also known as the Roadway Summit, and really focusing on this comprehensive approach to wildlife crossings across the state. You guys are familiar with those significant wildlife crossing projects that we've talked about a great deal. The South Kemmerer Wildlife Crossing, Dry Piney Project, and the Casey to Buffalo Interstate I-25 project. And all of these large projects are really significant, but really it's those day-to-day helping with the smaller projects across the state that have a lot of impact as well. Whether it be doing a joint press release with us or educating folks at presentation, they're always right there at the table. Through these efforts, WYDOT has become a national leader in balancing transportation and infrastructure with wildlife conservation, and their commitment to collaboration, innovation, and science-based solutions has produced measurable impacts for both Wyoming wildlife and public safety. So with that, help me congratulate WYDOT for this award.
Bruce.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, you can.
Right.
Stop.
You want to say a few words? Thank you. And the district engineer in this area did join us. Scott, I'll let you say a few words.
Mr. President, Commission, thanks. Yeah, on behalf of Director Westby and WYDOT, I'm honored to accept this award for them. Director Westby asked me to come. He couldn't come today. So really, I have nothing else to say. But thank you. WYDOT really very much appreciates it. So, and values our relationship.
Picture now or later? Okay. We're doing it now.
Okay.
Thank you. Next is our 2025 Industry Wildlife Stewardship Award. Christy and Nathan, you want to come forward? Black Hills Energy is the recipient of this year's award. Black Hills Energy, a natural gas and electric utility company, which serves Wyoming and 7 other Western and Midwestern states. Black Hills Energy has demonstrated a long history in Wyoming of ensuring their energy infrastructure is sited responsibly and impacts to wildlife and habitats are avoided, minimized, or mitigated to the extent possible. Prior to initiating the start of construction projects that may have a potential to impact wildlife habitat, Black Hills Energy regularly and proactively consults with the department to determine the appropriate types of pre-construction surveys that they should complete in order to inform infrastructure siting and timing of construction. A recent example of these efforts includes the Ready Wyoming Transmission Line Project, which connects the Cheyenne area with substations near Glenrock. Black Hills Energy conducted aerial surveys for both sage-grouse and sarp-tailed grasslands and occupied raptor nests to inform route planning and seasonal avoidance of these habitats. Additionally, Black Hills Energy voluntarily curtailed transmission line construction activities in pronghorn and mule deer crucial winter range habitat during the department's recommended winter stipulation period. Black Hills Energy has an internal avian protection plan, which provides guidance to mitigate the impact of company operations on avian species. In addition to the various regulations and guidance to protect eagles, raptors, migratory birds, and endangered species, they have incorporated voluntary actions into these plans that will help reduce bird mortalities. Black Hills Energy continues to work with the department to review their monitoring data and develop mitigation strategies that would limit these impacts, particularly to bat species. Black Hills Energy has built nesting platforms and boxes for species like osprey and owls to provide alternative long-term nesting locations in areas where nesting raptors have been observed near their infrastructure. Additionally, Black Hills Energy has an internal pollinator plan that promotes the use of planting pollinator species for reclamation and restoration work in their planned construction when it is completed. The aforementioned conservation efforts by Black Hills Energy represents how this industry partners' commitment to responsible and meaningful wildlife stewardship goes well beyond that which is required by industry regulators. So please help me congratulate Black Hills Energy on their award. Would you guys like to say a few words? Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. To the commission, on behalf of Black Hills Energy, we really thank you for this award. We find our partnership with valuable. Every time we have interactions with the department, everything's very helpful and usually goes smoothly, and everything that we're doing as far as permitting and compliance strikes a balance between conservation and ensuring we're also following the rules. So thanks again for all of your support over the years for the many projects that we do.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Oh, sure. Right behind you. Oh, we got 2. Oh, wow. Amazing. Thanks.
President Jalovich, Commissioners, Director Bruce, I'm Alan Osterlin, Chief of Fisheries, and this morning I have the distinct pleasure of a 25-year service award. I'm not pinch hitting for Sean, but we kind of flipped it so that he could just go right into his back-to-back. So this morning we have here Mark Smith. Mark, you want to come up and join me?
Right now, Mark is the Fisheries Management Coordinator in Cheyenne. And like I mentioned, as of March, it's got 25 years of service. You know, the division's pretty blessed. We've got a lot of really talented people. And Mark is definitely a rock star amongst them. And, you know, I use him for a search engine a lot when I'm gathering information. I think I could use Google, but why? I've got Mark. And, you know, a little service record. He started in September 2003 as a Cody Regional Fisheries biologist. And he spent a lot of time in the Bighorn River, the Wash Key, Hot Springs, and Bighorn counties as well. Did a lot of work on the Bighorn River, a lot of significant non-game work, and that we're still referencing today. From there, he went, well, backing up 2012, he had Fish Division Employee of the Year. In 2013, he was selected as Assistant Fisheries Management Coordinator and moved to Cheyenne. I was in Cody at the time, and I thought, wow, he's moving to Cheyenne. What's he doing? And then in 2017, I moved to Cheyenne, and I think there's something in the water, huh, Dan? And then in 2024, Mark was promoted to his current position. Some of the attributes I want to mention about Mark and his 25 years of service is, number one, his leadership skills. He's an excellent leader. He leads by example. He's an excellent communicator. He often relays information to me that I utilize. He's an innovator. And one of his most significant attributes, I think, is that Mark's really thoughtful in his decision-making processes, and he thinks about the outcomes and the impacts they might have. So thank you, Mark, for 25 years of dedicated service.
All right. Good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Bruce. It is my honor to present Craig Swanson with his 25-year service award. Craig, you want to come on up here? Little background on Craig. Craig's a Cody native. He graduated from Colorado State University in 1995. And after gaining experience working at the Foothills Wildlife Research Facility, operated by Colorado Parks and Wildlife, he became well-versed in ungulates and returned to Cody to pursue a career in wildlife management. In '98, Craig joined the department as a contract employee with Habitat and Access, and later advanced to the role of a senior wildlife biologist in 2000. Since then, he's been an integral part of our H&A branch in the Cody region, illustrated by his several nominations by the region for awards. The H&A branch is full of multi-talented people, and Craig is no exception. Craig is highly valued for his construction and concrete abilities. His meticulous nature has resulted in projects we can all be proud of. He's recognized for his expertise in blending habitat improvements with construction activities. And this combination of skill sets is particularly apparent in designing and building the state-of-the-art beaver facility at the Cody Regional Office and the new cabin at our Sunlight WHMA. So if you've never been to Sunlight, hopefully you'll get an opportunity. But if you have, there's a pretty phenomenal cabin there on site that is able to be utilized by the department and its personnel. And Craig was a major part of that. And it's pretty great to have people like Craig in the H&A branch be able to do that kind of work and not have to contract it out and be very, very proud of the facilities. Throughout his 28-year tenure, Craig has contributed to various projects in the Cody region outside of his branch, including check stations, rotenone projects, electroshocking, bison hazing, and sheep transplants into the Bighorn Mountains. He's the longest serving department employee in the Cody region now that Alan left. Craig is a valuable resource for the region's history and department activities. He's a well-known figure in the community for his knowledge of game and fish regulations and frequently consulted on regional matters. I really appreciate Craig's candor and sense of humor. He does not hesitate to let me know when things are not going as well as they could be. So I really appreciate his honesty and extend my congratulations to Craig on 25 years of well-earned service. Thank you, Craig.
What's that? The plaque. Oh, it's on its way.
I tried to leave. So the next award would be for the Services Division Employee of the Year Award. Unfortunately, the person we'd like to give that award to was unable to make it this week for personal reasons. So we're going to work with that person to get them up here at a later date and hopefully get them recognized for that. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to the next person, but we look forward to recognizing that person at hopefully the next meeting or two. Thank you.
I'm back up again, and I will say that my person showed up, although it may be the first commission meeting they've ever attended. We'll find out. So I'm here to present the Wildlife Division Employee of the Year Award. I'd like to have Mike Boyce come up and join me. Is it the first commission meeting?
I think it is.
So I'm just going to read, I'm not going to read the whole nomination because I think there's some points I can bring out, but there's some key things in here that just have to be said. So sometimes the people that deserve the most credit are the ones that do their job in such an exemplary manner that Herculean efforts go unnoticed, even in an area with some of the highest levels of scrutiny and polarizing viewpoints on carnivores in Wyoming. That says a lot for Mike right there. He works in the Jackson region, and imagine trying to work in the Jackson region with all the potential large carnivore issues that go on there. And so Mike's done a great job of navigating celebrity bears in the Jackson region and being respected by the vocal critics on all levels of the spectrum. And so, for example, even though it wasn't in the last year, Grizzly Bear 399. We all know her. We all know who she was. And so managing a bear for the benefit of the bear, the benefit of the people who love her, and for the safety of the people who live in those communities takes a very talented individual. Not sure something that I could do, but to be able to navigate all that, and we don't see Mike's name in the paper all the time, that people are upset with him. So he's earned the respect of the public there and managed a very popular and well-known bear. He's also done that with the Togety roadside bears that people want to stop along the highway and look at all the time. Bears that could potentially get into a lot of trouble. He's been in the center of trying to navigate that bear management. And then, while very few of us may have this, there's even some celebrity bears that have Facebook pages. And while I don't see Mike necessarily commenting on all the Facebook pages of these popular bears, he's still navigating that kind of atmosphere where all these large carnivores have a very intense public interest. Mike's helped build the Bearwise program in Jackson with educational mailers, with bear spray distribution that we talked about with Maria earlier, promotion of food and sanitation storage ordinances, and bear-resistant trash containers. So basically all the education outreach that goes on in the Jackson area, the Jackson region, Teton County, he's had a hand in being a part of all of that and making that program work. And he's done a lot of building relationships. When I mentioned the Togety Pass bears, that's just not a game and fish issue. That's a WIDOT issue. That's a highway patrol issue. That's a Forest Service issue and a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service issue. So bringing all those people to the table to come up with solutions that, again, benefits the bear, benefits the public. And then just large carnivore planning throughout the region, assisting with Fish and Wildlife Service, with Grand Teton National Park, with Wildlife Services, and with Bridger Teton National Forest, just making the management of large carnivores work. And then he's done a lot of work in assisting with grizzly bear and wolf mortality investigations. So whether it's self-defense shootings or bears that just that go off the map for some reason that we need to find out what happened, he's been heavily involved in all of that. He assists in all the wolf, mountain lion, and grizzly bear monitoring efforts and management efforts throughout the region, making sure that we have the data in order to make good management decisions. And then, of course, we all have to deal with livestock damage. And Mike does a great job investigating those, filling out reports in a timely manner, in a thorough manner, and being fair on how he does that. And so Mike completes all of this work under the radar and without fanfare, because that's, I think, how he prefers it. And that's also the magic of what he does. And so it's an honor for me to be here and give this award to him, but I'd just like you to join me in congratulating Mike for being selected as the 2025 Wildlife Division Employee of the Year. Congratulations. You want to say anything?
Morning, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Bruce. I'm Dirk Miller, Fiscal Division Chief. Pleased today to present the Fiscal Division Employee of the Year for 2025 award to Jennifer Charlie. Ask her to come up. She loves this. So I know you can say this about a lot of the employees, all the award recipients today, but we're very fortunate to have Jennifer Charlie work for Wyoming Game and Fish. She is smart, she is hardworking, she provides great customer service, she is dependable, she is knowledgeable, she is humble, she's a great team leader, she's a great team member. She's relied upon by people in the Game and Fish and in other state agencies. She's organized and efficient. She is respected and admired by colleagues throughout the agency, including me. She's a very nice person. She's a mom, a grandma, and a wife. And she's a really good bowler. Jennifer currently serves as the budget manager in general accounting. This is the 6th position that she's held in the Game and Fish department during her 23 years. She's worked in the licensing section. She's worked in general accounting. She had a little stint in fish division, but left us pretty quickly there. She's moved into roles with increasing responsibility and excelled in all of them. She was the purchasing section manager for 8.5 years before being selected for her current position as budget manager. It took us 9 months to backfill her prior position as purchasing section supervisor. And throughout that transition, she was doing 2 jobs at a time. She prioritized those tasks to ensure that the most important things were completed in a way that minimized impacts to other employees. Since her position's been filled, she's spent significant amount of time training her replacement in that position. And again, she's working to be sure that there's not impacts to other employees in fiscal division or the rest of the department. Another thing that Jennifer did really well last year is that we have been conducting fiscal training sessions for employees in the department, and those have been very popular. The employees have really appreciated them, and Jennifer's been the driving force behind getting those all done. She's kept them scheduled. She's kept those, sent out the invitations. She's gotten the recordings of those posted so that people who couldn't attend that session could watch it later. And also, while doing 2 jobs, she prepared for and conducted several of those trainings herself. She was previously the Fiscal Division Employee of the Year in 2006 and in 2013. In the 40-year history of Fiscal Division Employees of the Year, she's the only person to be selected 3 times. Jennifer's commitment to keep things running smoothly was instrumental in Fiscal Division's success last year. She consistently goes above and beyond to support others as they work to conserve wildlife and serve people. So please join me in congratulating Jennifer as being Fiscal Division Employee of the Year.
President Jolovich, Commissioners, Director Bruce, it is my pleasure this morning to award the Division's Employee of the Year to Luke Schultz. Come on up, Luke.
in my mind, the Division Employee of the Year is one of the most significant ones a person can get. You're nominated by your peers. And in Luke's case, there were 6 individuals that collaborated to put this letter together. And so it's really long. And I'm not going to read all of it, but I am going to mention a few things about Luke's work. When Luke started in this position in 2017, that was about the time I started in this position. And one of the things that really stood out to me was the complexities of these aquatic habitat projects. It takes a long time to put them together and a long time to get them going, and it takes a lot of money generation, and it takes a lot of math, which turned me off right off the bat. But so it takes a long time and a lot of engineering as well. So I'm going to read a few things from this nomination. During his career, he has made substantial contributions to the agency Fish Division and Wyoming's natural resources. In the past year, he deserves recognition for exceeding standards for quality and quantity of work and completing several projects. Luke developed restoration designs and successfully led the implementation of the designs across several sites on the New Fork and Green Rivers. This is a major achievement because it marks a departure and expansion from relying entirely on designs from engineering firms. The aquatic habitat section has strived since the early 2000s to have a AHAB lead design without relying entirely on contracted engineers. Luke is the first to meet that mark. Having internal department capacity to develop stream restoration designs expands our flexibility while saving time and money. His skills in designing and implementing river restoration have set a high bar and inspired other aquatic habitat biologists to develop their own designs. Luke's legacy of achievement in 2025 was completion of the New Fork River Gas Wells Restoration Project. He inherited the struggling project when he started. He got it on track and displayed fundraising skills, rounding up hundreds of thousands of dollars from a wide range of sources. After the first phase was installed, Luke monitored the results to increase his understanding of river dynamics and structure performance. Luke then developed an ambitious Phase 2 plan that expanded restoration thousands of feet upstream. His comprehensive design work was instrumental in saving the department tens of thousands of dollars in construction costs. Furthermore, he maximized savings by continuing our coordinating with regional and statewide habitat and access folks. Wrong page. So finishing it out, some of the things that his peers recognized with Luke was his high quality work, his attitude, and if you know Luke, you know he's got a great sense of humor too, and his communication skills, promotion of innovative ideas, and the rapport with the public. So with that, Luke, I want to thank you for all your service to the resource, the agency, and the department, and congratulations.
Thank you. I'll say something.
Chair Dalovich, members of the commission, Director Bruce, Alan turned the microphone over to me, probably not knowing what he had done. But I really appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate the nominees, everybody that put that letter together. It was amazing to see what they did. And I guess, as an aquatic habitat biologist, what we do is we basically, when folks ask me what we do, sometimes I describe it sort of like a wheel. There's a bunch of moving pieces spinning around, and there's this thing in the middle that's doing nothing. That's sort of what I do, is I keep all of those parts of the wheel spinning. And, Jen and Fiscal, Dirk and Fiscal, Paul Day, who'll be receiving an award later. There's a whole team of people that help complete this work. And I'm just fortunate to be surrounded by dedicated people that share the same vision that I have, and being able to inspire them to do good work has meant the world to me, and it's been a blessing of my career. I'd also be remiss not to recognize my wife's support of me through this entire process. So I appreciate it. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission, and Director Bruce. This morning, it's my honor to celebrate the Communications and Education Division Employee of the Year. And this year, we are celebrating Emily Smith, who is our Media and Marketing Specialist at our headquarters office in Cheyenne. So if you can have Emily come up. Okay, Emily has effectively worked with and improved the communications in every division and section of the agency. Her masterful efficiency and endless willingness to help result in her taking on projects that benefit the entire department. Her work ethic is unparalleled. Emily has raised the bar for all of us in terms of quality, quantity, and speed of the products we produce as a division. Her abilities span a range of expertise and scope, from designing technical documents such as our regulations to laying out scientific but accessible products like our snapshots, to magazine features and illustrating stickers and coloring sheets. Emily is respectful of all ideas and not at all egotistical, even though she is immensely talented. She creates and fosters a team-focused environment and is a pleasure to work with. She's been integral in countless projects and provides support and perspective along with constructive and respectful feedback. Not only is she happy to teach, she is eager to learn and continues to seek out learning opportunities. Emily has shown time and time again that she can be trusted to create great things with any concept, and she can be trusted to produce it in a timely manner with things typically finished ahead of the given deadline. She upholds a self-imposed high standard of herself and everything she does without fail. Through her participation in numerous working groups and project planning, she has made a conscious effort to build relationships throughout our division, other divisions, and the regions. She is aware of her role in crafting the reputation and relationship of our division has with the rest of the agency. And takes that responsibility seriously and has fostered extensive goodwill. Emily is a gold standard representative of our division. Everything Emily creates is beautiful, clean, and professional, and it shows a curated and holistic vision for all communications from our agency. She has produced many of the award-winning products we are proud of as a department and is remarkably humble in the face of success. Her innovation, creativity, and forethought has and will continue to benefit the department from work on our division and department priorities, which we'll be talking about tomorrow, to the mule deer conservation strategy, to the refreshment and modernization of our designs for the gift shop. She is skilled beyond what might be expected over years, and she is an asset both to the Communications and Education Division and the department as a whole. We are incredibly lucky to have her, and she really deserves this recognition. So congratulations, Emily.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioners, Chief Smith's going to help me with this next Outstanding Leadership Award. As we talk about grizzly bears being recovered for over 2 decades in the state, this work and all the work we are doing to delist grizzly bears, rather it be developing plans, reviewing plans, policy strategy, or science evaluation, we could not do it without the help of Dan Thompson. Dan, could you come up here? Dan can probably tell you how many times that he's dropped everything to do something for me. It is quite often, but rather it be proactive conversation with our neighboring states or responsive to something we need reviewed by the end of the day, he's right there to always help. I can't tell you the details of a lot of this work, but just know that me and Chief Smith could not do it without him. And at least what I could say is thank you for all your help. So Dan.
Yeah, I would just like to add on, when I took over the job as chief, I immediately got asked, could you be a part of the Yellowstone Ecosystem Subcommittee? And I talked to Dan, and Dan's like, yeah, you could do that. And what I didn't know is I was going to be chairing it. And so Dan came to the rescue as always, showed up at the first meeting. He's always in my ear, helping me through topics. Even before I was in this role, if it has to do with grizzly bears or with any of the large carnivores, Dan's forgot more than what I know about them. The man is amazing on his knowledge of large carnivore species. And as Angie said, the least I can do is say thanks for all the work that he does, because he does drop everything on a drop of the hat, and will have quality work to you by the end of the day. Even if that means he starts at 10 o'clock at night, you'll have it in your inbox by 8 o'clock the next morning. So just a thank you to Dan.
You guys tricked me. How's that work? Thank you. You guys tricked me. But the only reason this happens is because of a good team. So I'm very fortunate to have our section and my family that puts up with me dropping everything. So thank you.
Thanks, Jen. The next award is our Team of the Year. If I could have Eric Hansen, Mike Keller, and Brooklyn Jenkins come up. Thank you. These three are the Casper Regional Aquatic Invasive Team. This program has earned a strong reputation for effective collaboration with various stakeholders, including local and state agencies, private business owners, and sportspersons group. Their combined efforts emphasizing education and prevention while offering tailored community support aimed at protecting regional waters from invasive species, particularly zebra and quagga mussels. The program's planning and coordination extend well beyond the peak summer season, ensuring that the Casper region is prepared to tackle potential AIS threats. This proactive approach was crucial in successfully managing a particular significant AIS issue that arose in May of 2025. At that time, the Casper Regional AIS crew intercepted a considerable aquatic threat when they were alerted to an out-of-state boat lift containing over 500,000 live mussels. The local buyer's timely identification of this threat highlighted the essential role that education and consistent messaging plays in preventing AIS in the state. The crew's quick actions not only mitigated a potential crisis, but also underscores the effectiveness of their community outreach and awareness initiatives. Additionally, throughout May of 2025, the Casper Regional AIS crew also conducted over 1,800 comprehensive AIS inspections in the region, showcasing their commitment to safeguarding the aquatic environment. The combination of aggressive prevention tactics, community collaboration, swift response, and hard work demonstrates the Casper Regional AIS crew's qualifications for Teamwork of the Year award, making it very deserving. Help me in congratulating Eric, Mike, and Brooklyn.
Brooklyn had to babysit today, so she couldn't be here. I couldn't do it without my team, so it's fitting that we are being recognized for Team of the Year, because these guys do so much for me and drop everything whenever an emergency happens. And if I didn't have that, wouldn't be able to do it. So I thank you.
Next, we have the Director's Office Employee of the Year award. Chris Hinkle, would you come forward? Chris is a habitat protection biologist within the Habitat Protection Program, which is stationed in the director's office. Although it's stationed in Cheyenne, Chris works tirelessly with Cody and region offices on reviewing proposed development and providing recommendation to proponents and other agencies on how to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts to aquatic and terrestrial wildlife. When Chris joined the department just 3 years ago, she immediately took over the initiative to develop and maintain strong working relationships with Cody and regional staff. She attends RLT meetings and our meetings and has made numerous trips to the northern tier of the state so that she can get out on the ground with local biologists and evaluate the sites proposed for development. Her relationship with the regional teams has truly strengthened their understanding for and their engagement in the department's review process. Chris's dedication to teamwork and leadership is inspiring, and she never shies away from stepping forward to take on more responsibility. During 2025, when HPP's office assistant position was vacated, Chris stepped forward to take on many of those duties and fulfill her current position. Chris has participated in department's leadership development 1 and 2 classes, where no doubt she contributed just as much to those learning experiences as she received from them. Chris also assists with the department's Becoming an Outdoor Woman's program, where she instructs basic and advanced water sports courses. Her positive attitude helps to get participants outside their comfort zone in a constructive and impactful way. Chris exemplifies a long list of attributes, which makes her an outstanding director's office employee, and furthermore, a wonderful person to work with and to get to know. Chris, congratulations. Thank you.
I just want to reiterate what everyone said. This is just a reflection of the department and my team as a whole. So thank you all very much. It's been very humbling.
Thanks, Chris. The next one is very hard. So this is the Director's Award of the Year. And with 400 employees, it's a tough task to just pick one. This year, though, I would like to give this award to Paul Day. And like most of these nominations, the praises for their work are pages, sometimes a dozen pages. So I'm going to be briefer than that, but still highlight why Paul was selected for this award. He is the Aquatic Habitat Program Manager. He's been in this position for the last 18 years. Employees throughout the department, the state, and the region will attest to Paul's gift for teamwork and collaboration. He has built and maintained outstanding working relationship with employees in Fiscal Division, Habitat Protection, Wildlife Habitat Management, Conservation Engineering, and Habitat and Access Branch. He is the backbone of the Habitat Technical Advisory Group and one of the key authors of the State Habitat Plan. Paul ensures that the plan is not only a document, but rather a frequently referenced roadmap for priorities for effective habitat conservation, management, and restoration. In addition to HTAG, Paul is a member of the department's Habitat Technical Advisory Group, the Water Rights Team, the Movement Matters Team, the Mitigation Team, and he serves as the department's representative on the Western Native Trout Initiative Steering Committee. He is highly valued on all these teams for his active participation, thoughtfulness, track record of following through on commitments, and his ever-present positive attitude and sense of humor. Rather, just when discussing issues with biologists from Trout Unlimited, participating in coordinating meetings with the Wyoming Water Development Office and the State Engineer's Office, presenting proposals at WWNRT meeting, or speaking at a Wyoming Water Association meeting, Paul is an outstanding representative for this department. A few of Paul's most recent significant accomplishments are worth highlighting. Last summer, he organized a symposium on the history of aquatic habitat restoration in Western U.S. streams for the Western Division of American Fisheries Society meeting in Colorado. More recently, the department leadership team identified a need to provide agency employees with training on various topics related to Western water law. Paul was given a broad task to figure out how to deliver this training. He began work in the fall of 2025 and collaborated for over 8 months with a diverse group of professionals, including the Attorney General's Office, the State Engineer's Office, to develop and co-instruct a series of 5 water rights, water law webinars. Paul has Paul has demonstrated exceptional teamwork, collaboration, communication, and leadership throughout his career, rarely missing an opportunity to interject humor, often in the form of a witty pun. The department's aquatic habitat section is the envy of most Western states, and it's because of Paul's leadership that has elevated this program to that level. Please help me in congratulating Paul. Congratulations. Are you going to say it? Are you going to say it? Yours.
Thank you. All I'll say is thank you. And I think you could have a room full of game and fish folks and throw a dart, and pretty much anyone you hit would be qualified for this award. So thanks for darting me.
And we have one last award. So we don't give this award every year, but sometimes it's really fitting. And this is really a Lifetime Achievement Award to someone who retired just last year. Jerry Alterman, can you come forward? Congratulations. Jerry started his career with the department in 1992, and he graduated in May last year. When he started, he was a special project biologist working on a cooperative project with the Bureau of Land Management to resolve big game and livestock conflicts of the west slope of the Bighorn Mountains. Over the next 9 years, he worked on various habitat projects throughout the Cody region. And in October of 2001, Jerry transitioned to a permanent department employee as a terrestrial habitat biologist for the Cody region, where he remained for the rest of his career, 33 years. Jerry has been known as the go-to person for almost everyone, both within and outside the department, seeking knowledge and information on a magnitude of topics. Jerry's expansive knowledge about so many things has enabled him to be an incredible successful in all his collaborative efforts and the ability to develop those strong partner relationships that we see today over the Cody region. Jerry's work with riparian habitats and beavers is certainly one of the most known parts of his work. Over the past decade, Jerry was at the forefront of utilizing beavers to restore riparian areas across the Cody region, dedicating endless hours of research to best management practices of beaver reintroduction. Jerry also developed a best management practice white paper for the department, providing valuable guidance to staff involved in similar efforts. Through his research and hands-on experience, Jerry has introduced several innovative designs and features in construction, and also a specialized beaver trailer to improve the transportation and care of beavers during the relocation process. Jerry's held numerous outreach and education programs, raising awareness about the importance of beavers in riparian ecosystems and gathering widespread community support for their restoration. Jerry was recognized as Wildlife's Division Employee of the Year in 2024 for all his efforts in riparian restoration, particularly these where we're using nature's ecosystem engineers, beavers, to do the work. Finally, his efforts to date have led to the translocation of over 80 beavers in the Cody region. Jerry has made significant contributions to communication and education efforts in the Cody region. Throughout his career, he was consistently dedicating his time and expertise to educational initiatives, ranging from professional talks at the Center of the West to leading Powell High School students on hands-on habitat assessments in the field. Jerry's creativity, dedication, ability to connect with diverse audience made him an outstanding contributor to the education efforts in the Cody region. Jerry spent a good portion of the last decade focusing on habitat projects within the Owl Creek Meeteetse mule deer herd. He has focused projects on the most productive habitats for mule deer, aspen and riparian habitats. He treated thousands of acres across multiple projects using numerous habitat techniques. In addition, he has served on numerous committees and teams and charged with moving the department forward. Jerry was on a team that developed the rapid habitat assessment process designed to assess habitat trends and management needs nearly a decade ago. Additionally, he helped develop and refine the department's invasive annual grass strategy document and project ranking tool. Jerry, his exceptional leadership and mentorship throughout the department is second to none. His calm and collected demeanor fosters productive working relationship with diverse personalities across multiple agencies, landowners, and colleagues. One of his fellow terrestrial habitat biologists said, "I've never met someone more knowledgeable about all aspects and techniques of habitat manipulation. I don't think I've ever stumped Jerry with a question." Another peer stated, "Jerry has always been extremely helpful in mentoring people. I'm going to miss the day when I can no longer just pick up the phone and ask him a question." Respect from his peers for his leadership and mentorship qualities is also evident in his 2006 Region Peer Recognition Award. Jerry's leadership extends beyond the workplace as he has built invaluable partnership with lots of local conservation organizations. His ability to develop and maintain strong partnership is reinforced by 2 awards that he received during his career. The 2010 Shoshone Conservation District Partnership of the Year and 2024 Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust Partner of the Year. Both very unique, but the Shoshone Conservation District Partner Award had never been given to a government employee before Jerry. And one of the WWNRT board members stated that Jerry has been an absolute essential to all the work in the Bighorn Basin for the last 20 years. Jerry's legacy with the department is immeasurable. His technical expertise, leadership, and ability to foster meaningful relationship shaped the department's success for over 3 decades. From pioneering habitat restoration projects to mentoring future generation of conservationists, Jerry's contribution has left a mark on the department and its mission. Please help me to congratulate Jerry on this award.
Didn't know I was going to have to give a speech, but I've always thought the commission and the department had impeccable judgment, but given the pool of nominees you probably have for this award, I'm beginning to question that judgment. But in all seriousness, I'm humbled, I'm honored, and I'm very grateful. And I hate to sound like a broken record, but nobody gets a solo effort award. And I worked with some incredible people in this outfit, and especially from the Cody region. So I want to thank those people. And I also want to acknowledge my wife, who put up with me for 33 years of maybe not achieving much at home, underachieving. So well, she tells me I have time to make up for that. So thank you again.
Alan, are you ready to do speeds? We're going to move forward before lunch. We have a little time. I think he was.
President Jolovich, Commissioners, Director Bruce. So today I've got a short update on SPEES for you. You might recall last time we did one was end of June. So there's been some significant developments. First, I wanted to cover when I talked to you in June. We had been starting to do the bi-monthly meetings with the contractor, the engineers, their sub, and the department, and they're continuing. They'll probably be transitioning shortly here to weekly meetings, and just wanted to let you all know that we've got some really good representation with the department on those meetings. I was able to sit in on last week's meeting, and we had several of the employees out at the hatchery that were on the meeting, as well as the engineering section and culture leadership. So the project's in good hands. In addition to that, we had UW's addition, Dan Leatherwood, sitting in on those as well, and Dan continues to be a positive contribution to that, those meetings. So a little synopsis, Sletten has got most of their preliminary work on site done, and including the fencing, and they had one little stretch. They're going to do it on the south side, and I believe that is done now. Their job trailers there. They've done erosion control measures. They had started last week or the week before, I guess it was, with the removal of the old raceways, and that should be done probably any day now. Talking with Lars last or yesterday, they're in the phase of they had to jackhammer all those existing raceways, and there was a lot of rebar in there, so they're taking care of the rebar separation from that concrete. And once that gets done, they'll start into the site excavation and preparing for the concrete pours. That's estimated to be about 30 days away. Sletten is a contractor, and they have been confirming locations of existing water lines, which there's a lot of, and sewer lines. And it's particularly important for the existing lines to be identified so they can preserve or avoid the lines that they will be tying into. Sletten has been working through the building permit process with Natrona County. As I mentioned last time, we did pay the building permit fee, which was $165,415. Department also has been working with Rocky Mountain Power to work through the service agreement for the electrical equipment that Rocky Mountain Power is responsible for installing. The contract was sent out for final signatures on July 10th. So it's working through the process. It might even be done at the moment that we're speaking right now. The lead times for equipment and installation is still an unknown, but the personnel are actively seeking updates from Rocky Mountain Power on that. One of the big unknowns is the transformers and obtaining those, and whether Rocky Mountain Power has those that they'll be able to get from their yards, or if we're going to have to procure those. Sletten has submitted their first final pay request, which we're currently reviewing, as you mentioned, as you requested at the last commission meeting in April, I believe it was, that you wanted updates on the expenditures and on change orders exceeding $50,000. So we're currently reviewing the pay request. Want verification on some documentation, and we should be receiving that anytime now. The first pay app is for $592,088, which represents about 2.8% of the overall contract for Sletten. We haven't received any change orders at present. The really only addition expenditures we've had since we started and launched the project was a $15,000 addition that I recommended we do And Sletton contractor, well, backing up a little bit, when we were going through the project with the engineers, we didn't recommend any 3D modeling to reduce the cost of the engineering services. But after the contractor got on site and started going into the project a little bit further, they wanted to make sure that they were 100% accurate, and they thought there was some discrepancies on the 2D modeling, so they wanted the 3D modeling, which would cost an extra $15,000. And so that's what it's going to be used for, is by the contractor to make sure that all the extensive plumbing, elevations, and everything else are accurate. So that has been the only additional fees that we've had so far. Regarding the owner supplied equipment, if you recall, the department is purchasing a lot of the equipment like tanks so that we don't have that markup. The fish culture crew has been working with a tank supplier, which is DT Fiberglass, and McMillan, the engineering firm, to ensure that the tanks we order are exactly what we need. And they had a lot of praise for that company, and that process is nearing completion. So we should have everything purchased or under contract for the owner supplied stuff once that's done. And closing this out, McMillan's overall contract is at 59% complete, which equates about 1.667 paid of the total $2,824,000 that we have allocated for that contract. And specific to the construction oversight portion of the contract, that's at 7% complete. As of date, we've been billed $63, I'm sorry. So you've asked questions in the past about construction oversight, and to provide a little bit more information on that. So that portion, or that money spent for construction or oversight from McMillan. So they have been engaged in those meetings that we've had, at least they were on the one last week. And in addition to that, they have their on-the-ground contractor is WWC Engineering, and they were at those meetings last week as well. So our folks are really engaged with the process right now. When I visited it a week or two ago, time flies, I was really impressed with the contractor and his excitement for the project. So I think that is a good thing. So with that, I will stand for any questions.
Mr. President, thank you. Alan, how are we doing on time? As far as the construction schedule, not for lunch.
President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson. I think of course, we just started July 1st. So the concrete, taking out the concrete on the raceways, I think took a little bit longer than what they anticipated, with some equipment issues and stuff like that, but we're right on schedule. Everything looked like it's proceeding nicely, and I think we're in a good place.
Mr. President, Alan, so majority of the equipment and the building and all of that has been purchased or is currently in process of being purchased?
Mr. President, Commissioner Mai, so yes, as far as the owner supplied stuff, the only thing I believe that we have left is the tank stuff, and that's what the DT Enterprises is working on right now, and then we should be good. And then part of the first app for payment from the company, which was the $592,088. that's one of the things that engineer is working on as far as what is that for, and to verify whether it is part of that building purchase and such. So
Mr. President, if it's okay, so Alan, the building's all designed and spec'd and they're putting that thing, they're producing it right now, correct?
Correct.
So with all the big ticket items, I assume, having been identified, you haven't run into any major problems with inflation on any of those components thus far?
That, Mr. President, Commissioner Mai, that's to my knowledge, correct, yes. There's some speculation out there, but there's nothing that we've been seeing. The only thing that is concerning for us, as I mentioned, is that transformer. Thank you, Commissioners.
So we're going to break for lunch now, and we will come back, since we're leaving a little early, we'll come back a little early, 1:15, back for afternoon meetings. Thank you. Okay, we're going to join our afternoon session if you would not mind.
Now it's good. Okay. Thank you. Mr. President, Director Bruce, members of the commission. Hello, my name is Rhiannon Jacopak, and I served as the State Wildlife Action Plan Coordinator before taking my current position as the Wildlife Policy and Legislative Affairs Manager. Really excited to talk today about some of the work that a lot of people have been contributing to over the past 2 years. Just to note that this is just an informational presentation, but in either September or November, we will be asking you all to review, consider, and hopefully approve the State Wildlife Action Plan. As it stands, it's about 300 pages, so we just wanted to be sure that you were aware of this and have it on your radar. So the State Wildlife Action Plan is a blueprint for conserving species of greatest conservation need, also called SGCN. These are species that warrant additional conservation attention, and they include species such as the swift fox that we can see on the screen here. One of the points of the swap is to make sure that we keep common species common and that we are able to conserve species before they warrant protection under the Federal Endangered Species Act. The swap also unlocks federal funds through the State Wildlife Grants Program that CFO Wood talked about earlier this morning. This is a program that is meant to conserve SGCN and their habitats, and it's a really important source of funding for non-game work, both within the department and throughout the entire state. The department receives about $500,000 a year from the program itself and then provides a 35% match. So over the past, or since 2002, the department and Wyoming as a whole has invested over $13 million to conduct over 185 projects to conserve SGCN and their habitats. So not only is the swap a really important blueprint and guiding document for the entire state, but it is also connected to a really important funding source for wildlife in the state. The swap is coordinated by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, but it truly is a plan for the entire state. The actions that are listed in the swap are voluntary, they are collaborative, and they really need all of us to be working together on them to be able to conserve species of greatest conservation need and their habitats. And the final thing to note here is that the swap must be revised at least every 10 years to make sure that we are including the most up-to-date information on all of these species. The current version that we are going through right now is the 4th update that Wyoming has gone through. This revision was initiated in 2024, and we are in the final stages of it right now. The majority of Wyoming's SWAP consists of these three components. It includes the identification of species of greatest conservation need and their habitats, the challenges facing them, and then priority actions. So in Wyoming's 2027 SWAP, we have identified 308 species of greatest conservation need across amphibians, birds, crustaceans, fish, mammals, mollusks, plants, and reptiles. And then we have also identified 11 terrestrial habitat types and 6 aquatic basins that are essential to the conservation of SGCN. With those SGCN and their habitats identified, we then moved into identifying the challenges facing each, and that forms the basis for the priority actions that are really a big component of what the SWAP is. These priority actions, just to note here, they are voluntary, they are non-regulatory, and they are most likely to be successful if they are pursued in a collaborative way. The components that Wyoming SWAP includes are set by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We have to meet 8 federally required elements, but each state has considerable flexibility in how we meet these elements. So what that means is that we can have a document that really reflects the needs and the biology and the culture of Wyoming while making sure that we are contributing to a nationwide conservation effort for these species. There are a couple of notable differences with the 2027 revision that we wanted to flag for you all. The first is that basically all of the information is arranged in chapters that are divided up between the 8 taxonomic groups, the 11 terrestrial habitat types, and then the 6 aquatic basins. Within each one of these chapters, we have information about the species group or the habitat itself, but also then the habitat or species-specific challenges and actions. We hope that this makes the document a little bit easier to navigate, and hopefully, therefore, it's a document that people are more likely to use. This iteration of the SWAP is also considerably shorter than previous versions. As I mentioned, this one is around 300 pages. The previous version was 1,700 pages. And so the majority of, or the primary reason that we were able to shorten it as much as we have is because we actually separated out the species accounts that made up the bulk of the document. Those species accounts contain a ton of really essential information, especially for these species where we don't know a ton about them. But all of those species accounts are already hosted online through the Wyoming Natural Diversity Database, or they will be soon. So that information is already available, and by separating it out from the SWAP, we're able to actually update it a little bit more easily without having to go through this entire revision process. And of course, it means that the SWAP itself is quite a bit shorter. And then the final thing to note here is that the 2027 revision, like all of the revisions, is a big lift for the conservation community in Wyoming. In the 2027 SWAP, we've had contributions from over 100 technical experts from over 20 organizations that do work in Wyoming. And so it's a big lift, but again, this really is a document that is for the entire state. And so with this work, we are able to make sure that we incorporate the best available science while also making sure that we have a document that reflects the needs and the information that would be relevant to all of its anticipated users. Just to kind of ground us in where we've been and where we're going, in fall of 2024, we kicked off this revision. With this revision, kickoff, we started with soliciting feedback both internally and externally and asked how people use the SWAP, how we could make it better and make it more user-friendly and applicable to their work. And we also revised our species of greatest conservation need list. With that information in hand, we then really kicked off the meat of the revision in early 2025, and we assembled working groups for each of the 8 taxonomic groups, 11 terrestrial habitat types, and 6 aquatic basins. And those folks identified all of the challenges and actions, and then also reviewed a draft version of the SWAP as well. So we had a year of really just digging into the technical elements of the SWAP. Just as a reminder, because it's been a little bit of time, the non-game mammal biologist Dana Nelson presented a proposed list of SGCN to you all for your consideration in April of 2025. You all approved that list, but it was after a lengthy season-setting meeting, so just wanted to jog your memory of that there. Starting in 2026, we had a full version of the draft, which was really exciting, and that meant that we would kick off a bunch of additional phases of review. First, we started with an additional internal round of review, and then we took it to our interagency advisory team. And this is essentially the steering committee that consists of partnering agencies and organizations that are really essential for conservation of SGCN and their habitats. At each stage of these reviews, we also incorporated information that we received to make sure that we were being responsive to all of the feedback that we were receiving. We then opened up public comment starting at the end of May of 2026, and we will be we are accepting public comment for a little over 60 days, and that public comment period will end on July 27. So we have a handful of days left before that comment period is over. So just wanted to flag that for you all there. Once that public comment period is done, we will review and consider and incorporate all of the feedback that we get, and then we will present a revised version and a final draft for you all to consider, review, and hopefully approve. We will present that to you in either September or November. It just depends on how much feedback and the nature of it, and we want to be sure to leave enough time to adequately respond to all of it. After you all consider it and hopefully approve it, we will then submit it to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. At that point, they will conduct a review to make sure that that the document meets all of the federally required standards, and also they will facilitate a peer review with another state. We are paired with Idaho. We reviewed their swap a couple of years ago, so now they will review ours. So it's a very lengthy process. It's a very lengthy review process, but I wanted to orient you all to it just a little bit so you can understand some of the work that's gone into it up to this point, and also where it will go in hopefully the near future. And then we should have, hopefully, a revised swap in 2027. As I mentioned, the draft swap is available for public comment and review at this point, so wanted to point this out to you all. You could access the swap itself, the draft swap itself, information about how to provide public comment, and some just helpful information about what the swap is on the department's website. So you can visit that by going to wgfd.info/swap. So if any of you would like to consider it and review it, we would welcome that. But also, if any members of the public are listening in, the public comment period is still open, and we would love to have your feedback, and you can get all of that information on this website. So that's it. A whirlwind tour of Wyoming's State Wildlife Action Plan, a little bit about its importance and where we are going. You will see this document again soonish. But if you have any questions now or in the meantime, I'm very happy to address them. That's a pygmy rabbit. Very cute.
Rhiannon, I have just a couple of questions. You indicated that you consult with technical experts during the process of doing that. Are those people both within and without the department?
Mr. President and Commissioner, yes. We want to make sure that, of course, we take advantage of all of the expertise that we have within the department. And since this is a document that will hopefully be used by many people throughout the state, and other folks have additional expertise. So we tried really hard to make sure that we incorporated relevant expertise from across the state.
Right. And you also spoke about internal and external agency review. Are those state agencies or federal agencies or both, or everybody who wants to?
Mr. President and Commissioner, so speaking of the interagency advisory team, and again, those are the folks that are really essential for making sure that we are able to conserve SGCN and their habitats. I probably won't remember all of the agencies off the top of my head, but they are state and federal.
Okay.
So they include Wyoming Natural Diversity Database, which is the state's natural heritage program, the Wyoming Department of Agriculture, the Governor's Office, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and many others as well.
My last question is, I received the non-game completion report.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, what is the interplay, if any, between that and this?
Yes, Mr. President and Commissioner, there is a strong interplay. Not every single project that is in that non-game completion report would have been funded by the state wildlife grants funds, but many of them are. And also the priorities are set and driven by and drawn from this document. So there is a very close collaboration between that report and the swap.
Is the completion report kind of then a result of, or kind of a yearly update of what's happening?
Mr. President and Commissioner, I do not know exactly when those yearly annual completion reports started, but they have been going for at least 5 years, I believe. And they, I believe, have transitioned to being in that really lovely public-facing format that you've all seen in the past 5-ish years. But that is, yes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I don't necessarily want to speak for Commissioner Roberts, given his absence, but I do think that he would probably request that all 300 pages of this be read to us in a commission meeting. Just kidding. Thank you, Raymond.
I'll work on it.
What do you have to say?
Good afternoon, President Jolovich, Director Bruce, Commissioners. Craig Smith, Deputy Chief of the Wildlife Division. And I'm here to provide some information on our Chapter 61 collection of shed antlers and horns regulation. And there was a brief discussion at the end of our April commission meeting, and a request was made to bring back some history and background and information on this regulation. And so I'm going to attempt to do that for you today. And so just first to start off with, this regulation is fairly new as game and fish regulations go, and a little bit of history about it. Back in kind of after the 1996 and 97 winter, a lot of our employees in the western part of the state had observed significant disturbance to wildlife, big game wintering on winter ranges, and had documented quite a bit of disturbance and harassment, and found that it was somewhat difficult to really enforce that type of activity because we were fairly limited statutorily. There was at the time one statute that allowed for enforcement of harassment of wildlife, basically, but sometimes it was tough to use that effectively. And so after that, there was a lot of discussion within the department, and ultimately a few years later in 2001 and into the 2002 year, the department put together a wildlife harassment committee, a bunch of folks, internal folks, that got together, identified exactly what the problem was, what some of those possible solutions might be, involved some of the federal folks out there, agencies, tried to seek some common ground. And then ultimately it included a citizen participation process is what they called it at the time. And they went around and sought public input in a pretty refined way, just to involve everybody that might be affected by that. What that resulted in was an attempt to draft a regulation, a commission regulation, to try and address these concerns. What ultimately happened was the AG's office in their review of that regulation, determined that the commission did not have authority at the time to actually implement a regulation that would allow for the activities that were requested. And so then we'll flash forward 7 years after that, finally got some legislation that was enacted in 2009, and it was pretty simple. You can see it here on the left, file number, Senate File 13, basically empowered and directed the commission to regulate and control the collection of shed antlers and horns of big game animals for the purpose of minimizing the harassment or disturbance of big game populations on public lands west of the Continental Divide anytime between January 1st and May 1st of each year. So really pretty simple, just a couple lines in the statute book, but that allowed the commission to then consider putting that into regulation and adding some rules to that. But I think it's important to recognize and realize that the purpose and focus is to minimize disturbance to big game animals. That was really what it's about. So in November of 2009, then the commission developed Chapter 61, the first version. And again, a very simple regulation, just defines a few things, what antlers are, what it means to collect an antler, what public land is, and what it means to have shed naturally separated from the skull is what shed made. So you can see in section 3, no person shall collect shed antlers or horns from big game animals on public land west of the Continental Divide, excluding the Great Divide Basin. Again, from those dates, January 1st through April 30th. And there's been some exceptions from the beginning that we don't necessarily need to focus on, but department folks and elk feeders that are under contract picking up those shed antlers on department properties is really what it's been about. So that was the legislation and the regulation. So from 2009 on, the next really change that occurred was that in 2014, because this definition of public land doesn't include state land. And the State Land Board does not want state lands to be considered public because they still reserve the right to restrict activities on those lands. It became a little bit problematic in that time frame because state lands weren't addressed in this regulation, and we had issues with folks accessing state land adjacent to other federal or department land. And so in 2014, the department entered a memorandum of understanding with the State Land Board that allowed us to enforce this regulation on state lands. And another change that occurred in 2017 statutorily is that under the trespassing statutes, they changed that allowed the department to enforce the collection of shed antlers on private lands. Prior to that, if someone was trespassing on private land, specifically to pick up shed antlers, the department could not enforce that because it wasn't a hunting activity. So between 2009 and 2019, those couple little changes we talked about were the only things that changed. But in 2019, the department had determined through some public input and through some desires from folks in our Laramie region to expand the area that was within the boundaries of the shed collection hunt area boundary. And so we had to go to the legislature and ask for a change. And that change was to move it from the Continental Divide to the current boundary that we see today, which is Interstate 90 and west of Interstate 90 and I-25. So that was the big change that prompted a regulation change that following that. And the original proposal was, see if I can get the pointer to work. This right here was what the original line was. So this is the Continental Divide. The Laramie region requested some closure in this area here because of some crucial winter range there and some impacts that they were experiencing between 2009 and 2019. So this is the map that went to the commission in January of 2020 as a proposal. And ultimately, what happened during that meeting is it was modified slightly. So where the department had proposed to make this the line, the commission at that time really didn't appreciate all these squiggly lines down here, didn't think it was a good boundary. And so they changed it from where the Continental Divide hits the interstate to just follow the interstate over to 287 US 30, 287 and around. And that's what our current map is. It follows the interstate straight across there and doesn't go down below like that. A couple of other things that occurred, double check my notes real quick. During that commission meeting, and I did go back and watch just to make sure I was going to give you all the correct information. But during that commission meeting, there was discussion about changing the times. So it had always been through May 30th, which meant that our folks had to go out at midnight on May 1st and open gates to places, things like that. And so the commission thought that was a little bit much to ask of our folks to be out at midnight just to open a gate. And they had a discussion about changing the start time on May 1st to 8 o'clock in the morning, and ultimately settled on moving that time to 12 o'clock noon on May 1st, which turned out to be kind of not a great move at that time. And they rectified it a year later, but that was one change that happened. But what I took from the meeting there is that Director Nesvik at the time had mentioned during those discussions that in order to get the legislature to change the boundary to I-25 and I-90, that we had to make a pretty strong commitment that the department and the commission wasn't going to be interested in going right out and just closing everything within the boundary, that we took this on a case by case basis, region by region, and really took our time and didn't over-regulate the activities on public lands because it's on public lands, and make sure that we were striking that balance, I would say, of not over-regulating yet still allowing things, but really focusing on the impacts to wildlife as our reason for making any changes. So a couple other revisions. Again, I talked about the opening date. They moved that to 12 noon, and that really conflicted a lot with other agencies, other federal openings, and some of our own department, WHMA's opening times and things like that. And so we did do that for 1 year. Commission came back the next year and promptly changed that back to 8 o'clock in the morning. And I think that's been a really good move since then. And that's where we're at currently. From January 1st until 6 a.m. on May 1st is the time, the dates and the times that you can that you're prohibited from collecting antlers within those areas. Another change that occurred was following the 22 and 23 winter. Obviously, it's not that long ago. We still remember that. There was impacts to that. And so the commission enacted an emergency rule to extend the closure date until May 15th for most of that area. And so that was one more change that occurred. It was in effect just for that couple of months there for 120 days, and then it reverted back to the previous regulation. No, it went too far. So in 2024 or in 2023 during the legislative session, there were several changes that came through that had an impact on this regulation and the way it is formatted today. First off, there was language in there that was passed that required any non-resident 15 years of age and older to obtain a conservation stamp in order to collect shed antlers and horns. And in addition, there was preference given to residents that they could start 7 days before non-residents had the opportunity to collect antlers on May 1st. So residents start May 1st, non-residents could start May 8th. Those were two of the changes. The other thing that happened during that legislative session is that, find it here, is that in the ownership of wildlife statute, they changed that and modified it so that antlers were considered wildlife in the state of Wyoming. And prior to that, we did not have antlers collected on public lands as part of wildlife. It was just considered on the ground and available. But what that allowed us to do was to move away from having to have an MOU with the state land board every year to allow us to enforce laws on state lands. And now in the current format of the regulation, you'll see it's a little bit small, but down here at the bottom, we modified it so that we included in the collection area all state and public land west of the interstates. And so we no longer have to approach an MOU with the state land board, and it just cleaned things up and made it much simpler. The other thing that changed during this revision is we thought it would be beneficial to, rather than to say when you can't do it, is to format this much more like our big game regulations are, with a season table that indicate the dates that you can do it and the times that you can do it. So the format changed quite a little bit, but effectively it's still the same, and it highlights the fact that a conservation stamp is required and that there is a preference period. There's different season dates for residents and non-residents in the current regulation. So that's kind of the history of the regulation, how it started and where we're at today, which gets us to the request from April, which was to come back with information. We thought it was pertinent to reach out to all of our regions and seek input from them on, are they having issues? Is there a perception that we need to do something different within the reg, within the closure, expand it, or do anything different? And I've got a quick, pretty basic summary of the responses that we've received and some considerations for you all to think about. Basically, our folks in the field think it's working fine where it is. In the western part of the state where we currently have the season, larger public land winter range complexes, along with other seasonal human presence closures, are really what's effective there. There is a difference between those winter range complexes and the other stuff that's in part of the state where there's more private land. Expansion of the season without human presence closures limits effectiveness, and we'll talk about that a little bit. You've all probably heard us say as department folks that enforcement of the reg can sometimes be difficult. And that's very true. And the reason is all this regulation does is prohibit people from physically picking up an antler when they are on public lands within the closure. They can do anything else that's allowed by law. And so it becomes, when we say it's difficult to enforce, if we watch someone pick up an antler in the closure, it's very easy to enforce. And we do that. But when you get reports of someone just walking around, whether they've got a dog with them or not a dog, just depending on whatever the activities are, we can end up spending a lot of time running around, tracking down reports of people that may or may not be antler hunting. But the next bullet point out there is that everyone out there must be an antler hunter if they're within the closure and they're on public land in that timeline. And so it becomes a bit of a workload issue in some places at some times. And that's something for us to consider when we talk about any changes to it. And for those areas that are outside of the current boundary, and I'm talking about the Continental Divide down to Laramie, not talking about the interstate, but that boundary that's currently there, outside of that is primarily private land winter range. Not everywhere, but it doesn't have the big complex public land winter ranges, crucial winter range designations that we do in the current boundary. And so sometimes what that, and to add to that, it's currently unlawful to do it on private land anywhere without permission. So in effect, most of this area outside of the current boundary is kind of already self-regulated because there's so much more private land there in our field folks' view. We haven't received a ton of interest recently in expanding the boundary, although there is some interest. We hear it occasionally, but it hasn't been enough to really prompt us to move forward. But we've had similar discussions to what we just went through at the prompting of the commission in 2020, 2023, and 2024 during these revisions. And there may come a time at some point where the department will think that it's necessary, that things have changed enough. But basically across the board from the input that we've received from our folks in the regions, they're pretty happy with the way that the boundary is set up at this time, but would certainly be open to hearing any discussion from the public or from the commission on thoughts or things that you're hearing when it comes to that. So pretty short and simple. I think that's all I've got, and I'm happy to take questions.
Mr. President. So Craig, thank you for that. My question is, we're regulating everything west of the can you go over what our neighboring states do and the impact potentially that has on maybe a focus on some of our areas that maybe don't coincide?
Certainly, Mr. President, Commissioner Bell. And I'm certainly no expert in everything that the other states are doing, but I did look into that a little bit. And I can tell you in Idaho, it's open year round, but there are some closures, some specific closures kind of in the central part of the state there. And in Idaho, a non-resident needs a valid hunting license in order to collect antlers on their opener. So where we've required a conservation stamp, they have a hunting license that every person has to have to hunt there. They have to have a valid one to collect antlers. In Utah, I believe it's open year round. However, to collect antlers from January 1st to May 31st, anybody that's out on the landscape has to be able to produce a free ethics course certificate that requires that's their permit to collect during that time. I think the ethics course is really about how not to disturb animals when you're out there, how to do it in the right way and limit those types of disturbances. I've got Nevada on here, not really a border state, but January 1st through April 30th in some places, there's restrictions, and they also require an ethics course be completed in order to collect antlers during that timeline. In Montana, non-residents have to have a $50 license, and they have to wait 7 days after the residents go, but they're really only restricted for the most part on commission-owned wildlife management areas in Montana that open on May 15th. In Colorado, everything west of I-25, all of the public land west of I-25 is closed from January 1st through April 30th. So I think that Idaho, I think that was 2024 or 2025 when they implemented this. And I'd imagine some of that was in response to the things that Wyoming had done with non-residents that created folks going to other states just out of necessity. If they wanted to hunt antlers and get there in the spring, that created that necessity. And I think I guess that's something to consider. What we've heard folks indicate is that when we draw a line on the map, we see a little bit of an increase next to the line for a while. People push that boundary. They want to see what's there. And that oftentimes by putting that line in the sand, it really affects the folks, the honest folks that are willing to abide by it, but doesn't do much for the folks that aren't. And please, if I'm mistaken on other states, one of you guys back there correct me. Did that help, Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Mr. President, I'm sure I know the answer to this, but is there any way to track how many of the non-residents that have been coming in the state, how many of the conservation license sales have been a result of that? I'm pretty sure that's hard to track, but maybe could be figured out someday, but it'd be interesting to see what kind of revenue comes to the department as a result of that. And then I guess if you have the answer to that, great, but I'm sure you don't.
President Jolovich, Commissioner Haskell, I'm not aware that we're able to track that at this time.
Yeah, that would be, pretty tough. I understand that. And then going back up to slide number 3 in section 4, talking about the disposition of elk antlers. So when department personnel or contract feeders or whatever pick those sheds up, those antlers up on the feed grounds and whatever else, how are those antlers disposed?
Those go into the Boy Scouts deal that goes on with the elk refuge. Those are all sold and go into that pot of antlers that are auctioned off.
I see.
And then some of the proceeds from that help offset some of the feed costs that we share with the elk refuge.
Good, very good. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Craig, I don't even know if I'm asking for an answer here. We've talked a lot about for the last maybe even a decade, but half a decade for sure on 5 years for non-consumptive users. And now when you're shed hunting, I guess you're consumptive if you're successful. Here's where I'm getting at on this is we have people buy a conservation stamp to just walk onto land and look for an antler. But if they don't find one, they didn't really need a conservation stamp. They can go hike on that land anyway. But in order to take that out, what I'm getting at is we've looked at, these folks that are hiking on federal lands that are hiking during calving seasons, hiking during lambing seasons, fawning seasons. They're a non-consumptive user, but we can't require them to have a conservation stamp, but we're requiring shed hunters to have a conservation stamp. Even if they're unsuccessful, they still have to, technically, I don't know how we enforce that. And other than if they have sheds, they have to have a conservation stamp. If you don't have sheds, were you actually hiking or were you really just looking for sheds? I know this is kind of a weird question, but it seems like a gray area to me.
Sure, President Jolovich and Commissioner Bell, you're exactly right. It is a gray area, and that's one of the things that we discuss when we say that enforcement can be difficult. It's just determining exactly what that is, and so if it's before the May 1st and I'm out there and I'm pretty sly and I pick up and move antlers around and cache them until later, unless our folks are able to catch them with that in their possession or document it, then yeah, you'd be legal. But even after the opener, you're exactly right. I could be hiking around with no conservation stamp and look like an antler hunter and act like an antler hunter, but not be very good at antler hunting or collecting. And I'm not in violation until I have one.
But for some reason, we have an issue having people that are just hiking, that are doing some of that same stuff and probably having an impact because they're in before those seasons, before that actual season where we're saying, don't go look for shed antlers because we don't want you to impact our wildlife, but we're okay with people that aren't looking for shed antlers impacting our wildlife without buying a conservation stamp. This has nothing to do with the shed antler. This has something to do with other people us not being able to take advantage of a lot of people that are out there in those times, having an impact that they don't give anything to Wyoming for that. I'm not saying they're not buying gas on their way there. They're not that kind of stuff, but there's not anything to the game and fish when they're coming to see those animals. They're coming to see that stuff, yet they don't help with the funding of the management of those things that they're trying to see. I know it's off the wall, but it's something we've been thinking about for a long time, and this just triggered that conversation about this is a really interesting thing on the shed hunting and the conservation stamp because it's something that everybody buys if they're hunting or fishing but this is their actual license to go onto public land where we don't have a license to go onto public land to do anything else. Anyway, It's an interesting conversation.
That it is. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Dolovich, Director Bruce, Commissioners. My name is Brianna Ball, and I'm here on behalf of the Wildlife Fund. Our mission as a nonprofit partner to the Wyoming Game and Fish Department is to unite people to advance Wyoming's wildlife, habitat, research, and education. You know, our work is really built on collaboration between our agencies, landowners, partners, and supporters across the state to deliver really measurable impacts to our state's wildlife. Everything I'm going to talk about today would not be possible without our partners and also your support as well. So I wanted to begin by acknowledging our new board of directors. Over the last several months, we have added 3 new board members. Fonzie Haskell is the new commission representative. And as you know, the commission actually founded the Wildlife Fund in 2019, so his participation is extremely valuable to us. Masterson is also going to stay on our board as well. Additionally, we have also welcomed retired game and fish biologist Tom Ryder and Steve Woodson, who served the state with the Department of Criminal Investigations. We're really looking forward to having a full board and working together to get good work done for our state's wildlife. So one of the highlights of our community engagement this year was the 5th Maury Brown Kids Fishing Day, and this is supported by generous sponsors, the department, the Brown family, Bass Pro and Cabela's, and President Jolovich himself, who donates a commission license to help support this event. This year, we welcomed 251 total participants, including 139 children. And we were really excited to see that 10% of our children participants were fishing for the very first time. You know, events like this really help us inspire the next generation of conservationists and deepen our community connections with the department and wildlife. This year, we were honored to receive a $200,000 award from the Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's Outdoor Fund to support mule deer conservation projects statewide. Over the last 2 years, they have contributed $400,000 to support mule deer projects across our state. And so what you're taking a look at is 7 projects that these funds will help support. And these projects are focused on wildlife-friendly fence work and invasive annual grass treatments across our state. You know, at the fund, along with our partners, we're really committed to making a difference for mule deer in our state, and we will continue with full force ahead on fundraising to help the department with their mule deer conservation strategy plan. Along with that, at the Wildlife Fund, we work really hard to support our big game movements across our state. And I wanted to provide an overview of the ongoing work this field season that's occurring thanks to our partners' support in the Red Desert and Upper Green River regions. So in the Red Desert Fence Initiative area, there are 8 ongoing projects totaling 72 miles of fence conversion planned for 2026. And these conversions are essential for improving pronghorn movement across the Red Desert and opening up underutilized or once inaccessible habitat in this region. In the Upper Green River Fence Initiative area, there's 17 ongoing projects totaling about 62 miles of fence work in this area. And this area is really critical for mule deer and elk migration. And these projects help reduce barriers, improve movement, and support our long-term health of these herds. So, as you can see from a little red arrow, I'm going to show you a very cool video of a pronghorn fawn that is utilizing newly converted fence in this area. Last year, this would not have been possible. Cute. With that, I really want to talk about tomorrow is a really big day for the Wildlife Fund and for the state of Wyoming. It's WyoGives. It's really a chance for us to rally support to help our wildlife. And so I do want to put in the plug that if you're considering donating, to please donate to the Wildlife Fund to help support this work and make it possible. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the commission. My name is Dirk Miller. I'm the Fiscal Division Chief, and I have two presentations in a row for you here. The first one is related to Chapter 35 hunting permit regulations for persons with disabilities. No, it's a delay. There we go. Oh. So I have this QR code up here primarily for the people in the audience. So if you haven't seen the comments online, you want to look at them on your phone, there you go. There are 82 pages of comments, so there aren't printed versions of those. So if you want that, and that QR code's out on the table as well. So today I want to review the public input process, talk about the input that we received, discuss some of the changes that we made in response to public input, and then actually get down to reviewing the changes that are being proposed in the regulation, and then request that the commission approve the regulation changes as presented. So in terms of process, you've heard at this meeting, you'll end up hearing about 6 different regulations. Public comments were open through June 10th on this regulation. We accepted comments online by email, and if you attended the meetings, you could comment. We had 8 meetings around the state. 146 people attended those. Some of them came to talk about wolf regulation. Quite a few people came to talk about this Chapter 35. And we did receive significant public interest in this regulation. We had 201 written comments that we got written or online. We reviewed all those comments and the summaries from the meetings. All those comments and the summaries are provided to the commission as well. And as we do with every regulation, after the comment period closes, we reviewed the comments and the proposals. And in the case of this regulation, we did make an adjustment to the proposal. In terms of the public input we received, one proposal in particular drew the majority of the input. That proposal would have removed veterans with 100% disabled rating from the Department of Veteran Affairs from being eligible for a hunting season extension permit. The majority of our comment on this regulation was focused on this particular proposal. So I want to just summarize some of the things that we heard in the public comment because the comments were so extensive. Just want to hit some of, I think, the main themes that we heard. We heard that physical appearance does not accurately reflect a veteran's capability, that service-connected conditions can severely limit a veteran's ability, endurance, and capability to get out and hunt. Many examples of PTSD, traumatic brain injury, severe spinal trauma, respiratory illnesses, neurological disorders, joint replacements, nerve damage. A lot of things were listed under that in those examples. Several people felt that this proposal unfairly targets disabled veterans who have unseen disabilities. Many people pointed out that chronic service-connected injuries prevent them from hiking, balancing, enduring harsh weather at the same pace as able-bodied hunters. And a lot of people mentioned that this 100% permanent and total disability rating from the VA should be recognized, that it's a rigorous federal process to make that medical determination, and that none of us in the department or you on the commission are qualified to determine what is a valid disability. Several folks pointed out that hunting provides a vital life-saving form of therapy, provides peace, purpose, a way for people to cope, a way to get outdoors and deal with the toll from their military service. Other folks pointed out that this change could harm the nonprofit organizations that organize hunts for disabled hunters. They listed several of them. I've got there. Several people pointed out that these are really small numbers you're talking about here, that there's really not a recognizable input on impact on either wildlife populations or other hunters, that 100% disabled veterans represent a very small fraction of all hunters, and this early access has virtually no negative impact on the biology or wildlife populations or harvest objectives. And then several folks pointed out that very few of the complaints we get very few complaints about veterans with a season extension, and that we don't really have any objective. We can't tell you how many complaints we've received, and that they're primarily anecdotal reports. About 10% of the comments we received were in support of the regulation change. There were folks who said this change in the regulation would restore the original intent of these season extension permits to accommodate for individuals with severe physical or mobility impairments, visual disabilities, life-threatening illnesses. People said the current system has loopholes that are being exploited by physically fit veterans. There were safety concerns about people in the field that are bow hunting, and folks out hunting with rifles, and the bow hunters are in camo, and that there's a safety concern that they had. And then also a few of the comments said that the VA 100% disability designation really doesn't reflect people's ability to hunt. It may reflect a disability rating for the VA, but doesn't reflect people's ability to hunt. And so in response to that input, the department modified that hunting season extension proposal based on that input. If we adopt the regulation as proposed to you today, that qualification for the hunting season extension permit will not change. I'll just say the same thing a little bit different way. Hunting season extension eligibility will remain the same for veterans with 100% disability rating from the VA as it is today. So there'd be no change in that proposal, in that portion of the regulation. So I'm going to shift gears now and just talk about the few changes that we actually are proposing in this chapter. There were just a few of them in there. Talk about increased access in the Grand Teton National Park and National Elk Refuge. There's a proposal to streamline the issuance of disabled hunter companion permits. We removed the age limitation related to life-threatening illnesses, and that was in response to a statutory change the legislature made. And then there were a few minor language revisions in there. So in Section 3 of the regulation, permits issued to persons with disabilities. This change will now allow people with disabled hunter permits and disabled hunter companion permits and central visual acuity disability permits to hunt in Grand Teton National Park and on the Elk Refuge. And that's a change to be consistent with federal regulation, and the disabled hunter season extension permits are still not allowed there. That also is due to federal regulation. In Section 6, we just changed the disabled hunter companion permit and say it remains valid unless revoked by the department. So you don't have to get a new one every year. That should simplify the process for disabled hunter companions. And then I want to show all of the pieces of this hunting season extension permit section just to reiterate the changes that we did make. So the first in Section A, we clarified that you could hunt 5 days early of the earliest regular season opening date. There had been questions about archery season and coming out 5 days before the start of archery season. And so this just is clear that you could start rifle hunting 5 days early. This section doesn't change at all. So this is I, and those are the physical disability qualifications that were in the regulation and will stay. This is this II is the section that we had proposed deleting. And so just showing here that it's not deleted. And then III relates to life-threatening illnesses. And in the past, the life-threatening illness was for people 20 years and younger. The legislature changed that statute this year. And so this is just to be consistent with statute. And so with that, Mr. President, the department recommends that the commission vote to approve Chapter 35 as presented. And I'm happy to take any comments or get out of the way while other folks provide comments. I believe you have some sheets. No, just a few? No sheets on 35? Oh, any questions?
May I, Mr. President? One question first, Dirk. Regular season was inserted into the rules. Is regular season defined anywhere as the rifle season? And I just wonder if, do we leave some ambiguity in there with someone coming in and saying, well, you know, regular season is actually archery season, you know?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, I'm going to look at Aaron to nod, but in the tables in section 18 of chapter 44, I believe it is, where we have the season starting dates, and there's a column that's archery dates, and then there's a column that says regular season dates, but I don't believe there's a definition of regular season.
And I'm not suggesting we add one. I just want to make sure there's something to fall back on to point to that that's what we mean.
Yeah, and also in chapters 5, 6, 7, all of the big game regulation, those are all defined.
Thank you.
You looked at those a long time in April, I know.
Yeah, thank you. And I have a comment to make, if I may, Mr. President. The process that we go through to make rules is long and cumbersome, but it's incredibly open and transparent in the way that we seek comments from people and your input and your criticisms. And speaking for myself, I have no problem going to a public meeting and being told I'm an idiot. It's much like being at home. So I don't have any problem with that. But this was the first regulation, though, that I have been a part of where people seemed to feel that we were attacking or punishing or taking something away when the rulemaking process is asking a question. We are presented with an issue, and if it rises to a certain level, we come out and we say, this appears to be an issue. What do you think, the public? Tell us if you think it's an issue. If you think it's an issue, why is it an issue? And then you participate in it. And I'm so glad that I wish more people participated in it. He said cringing, because it's a lot of comments to read, but we need participation. We thrive on it. We have to have it. But this is the first time when I attended a meeting where it was, and we've dealt with some pretty contentious stuff, where it was just anger and vitriol. And in my mind, we are asking a question. There is no predetermination that happens on this body. We put out the question for comment. We got great comments. You've seen the department responded to those comments. And we will make a decision here today, one way or the other, based on those comments. I just want, I need everybody to know this rule, any other rule, is not an attack on anybody. It's not trying to take anything away. We are dealing with limited resources, and we're trying to juggle all sorts of considerations and do the very, very best we can by as many people as possible. The idea that we are punishing could not be further from the truth. So I encourage you to participate. I need your comments. I want to hear your comments. But please keep it constructive and helpful to us. Because, I can go home and kick my dog, but, it can be very difficult to weed the constructive commentary out of some of the anger that some of these things, and I understand why. But please understand, there's no predetermination. It's a question that is asked. You've given us input, and we'll do the very best we can to answer and come up with a good solution. So with that, pardon me for the soapbox, Mr. President. It was just this was a tough one. Thank you.
Mr. President, yeah, thank you, Commissioner Masterson, for saying those things. But I know that some of these things were anecdotal, some of the things that happened. But prior to this, it was just a couple meetings ago, we changed a whole turkey statute to something we've never done in the past for some safety concerns, almost exactly that we're talking about right now. And so my question is, when we're allowing somebody to rifle hunt during the archery season, and the archery season you're using decoys, and you're using extremely lifelike decoys, and you're calling and you have animals close to an archery hunter. I shot an elk at 3 yards one year. It was pretty amazing. We just changed a whole turkey statute to do away with those things, yet we're okay with it in this sense. So my question is, if we were going to change the seasons now, do we change all of the archery seasons statewide and take public comment on that to move those back 5 days so we never have an overlap? Or should we look at having people register for an area? If they're going to go into an area early, they need to register, and then we need to close those seasons. I'm curious how we stay consistent with that to make it all work.
I'm phoning a friend that's responsible for wildlife seasons.
Well, I don't know that there's an answer right now, but I think it's something that we should probably look at, because we had the same kind of conversation around turkey hunting and how that works in the spring, and now we're talking about the exact same thing, and we're putting rifle hunters in with archery hunters, and we're not treating it the same. And so I guess my question is, maybe what's the next step on that? And taking public comment from all of our archery hunters on eliminating 5 days of archery season.
Mr. President, Commissioner Bell, that's a great question. Can I go back to you? We don't have to answer today thing. It's a pretty gray, it's a gray area, right? So I would want to be thoughtful on how we proceed on that, because we do have overlapping archery and rifle seasons for some species now. Specifically, what I'm thinking of is elk. And for management purposes, we need to have early elk seasons, and I certainly wouldn't want to do away with archery seasons. And so trying to educate people to be aware that those could both be going on at the same time, especially if you're hunting in one of those archery seasons that has a cow season going on at the same time. So I'd want to be really careful about trying to eliminate any overlap anywhere, because it would take a very valuable management tool away from us. When you compare it to the turkey seasons, there are some safety concerns there in just how people hunt turkeys. And so when you have people that are not required to wear orange, they're in the same places, some are shooting very close range turkeys, like what you said for an elk, and some could be shooting 100 yards away with a rifle. We were more concerned about that, and that's why we limited that to private property, where a property owner could more easily regulate that and allow rifle hunters and not rifle hunters at the same time for turkeys. But from a management standpoint, If we do away with all overlapping archery and rifle seasons, we would be taking a big management tool away and a big opportunity away. And unfortunately, it would probably not fall on the most favorable side.
Appreciate that. And I totally understand that. By asking the question, I'm not actually even suggesting that. I just trying to look at consistency and how we do it. And the first thing that came to me was, private property is probably, if we're going to do something like that, you look at that private property only kind of situation that it is easy, because then the private property owner is allowing hunting or not allowing that, or it's easier. But I just thought I'd throw it out there and see what your thoughts were, and I was not expecting an answer today by any means, or even that we're even going to put this out for public comment. Something to think about: what is the solution going forward on some of these things, and how somewhat complex our seasons and openings are, and not consistent across the state, which they don't, for a reason. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if I may, I think Commissioner Bell raises some really good points and questions, and certainly provokes thought that, we're looking at the second half of this here, we're, the serving people part. And we know that some neighboring states, they offer youth only seasons that are carved out, and somebody had to give there, right? Whether it was an archery season or a regular season or whatever, somebody had to give to carve out that special time. And I do know of the benefits of these season extensions, and just I've seen firsthand as a guide and an outfitter, that it can be very therapeutic, very healing, very beneficial to people that might not otherwise have opportunities that, somebody like myself that's able-bodied can. So yeah, that is, but there is some potential safety concerns that we need to take into consideration because of, the serving people part. We want to provide opportunity. We want the department to be able to utilize all the tools necessary for this management that they're doing such a fabulous job at. But also take into consideration that we're providing as much opportunity as possible. So I appreciate the question, Commissioner Bell, because it certainly provokes thought. And so, yeah, that's tough.
Bill? I don't know. Renninger?
You got it right first.
Okay. It's kind of hard to read.
President Jolovich, Director Bruce, commissioners, I just want to say thank you, first of all. This was a very emotionally charged debate along the way, and I feel like the public, for the most part, was very respectful. The commissioners showed up at public meetings and listened to their constituents. And I do want to thank Dirk in particular. I had lots of questions and probably asked the same question twice, more than once, about data. But this, I understand both sides. I'm a hunter. I was a game warden, and I've been part of Hunting with Heroes for the better part of 12 years. I see both sides. The impact is minimal, but I realize that there might be some impact. Keep in mind that around the state, there are probably thousands of cow-calf elk licenses that are valid during archery season currently. These are rifle hunters that are out during archery season. So just keep that in mind when you bring up the safety concern. We already have that. I was a game warden when these 5-month cow seasons were implemented. And believe me, as a game warden, I was concerned, mostly because I didn't want to work hunters for 5 months, but we had our concerns, and it's very minimal. I would ask that you approve the regulation proposal as it was presented to you by Dirk today. We do agree with it. And I do want to thank the department for responding to the public. That's why it's great to live in Wyoming, where we can be a part of the process and keep things civil. And I'll keep it short. Thank you.
Thank you. John Clip? Clear from Oklahoma.
Yes, sir.
Heavens. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. First, I want to thank the president and the director and all the members here of the commission. I appreciate your time and to hear us out. I'm just going to tell you my story. Okay. Just give you a background. I don't know if anybody knows. I'll start off with one thing that unfortunately with veterans, 22 veterans take their lives a day. I don't know if anybody really knew that. I did 20 years in the military. I have 3 combat tours. I invaded Haiti in 1995. I invaded Iraq, and I fought in the Battle of Ramadi. I was an infantry scout paratrooper. My awards is the Purple Heart, Bronze Star, Combat Soldier's Medal, and I have a V device for valor. I've seen a lot of combat, and I've came home with my skeletons, and I've also came home with my injuries. I was hit with a hand grenade at 6 feet in a near ambush. I took shrapnel into my spinal cord. I had shrapnel all through my body. Luckily, I got a loving wife. She popped shrapnel out of me for over 2.5 years. They came up like black zits. I went back for my 3rd tour after I was wounded the first time. I fought in the Battle of Ramadi. I was with the 1st to 506 Band of Brothers Curhees. My battalion took 234 casualties with 15 KIAs taken Ramadi. They told us we couldn't. Colonel McFarland said we could. In that time, I was hit with multiple IEDs and RPGs. 3 hit me directly. 1 took my gun truck out from underneath me, blew it in half, and I survived it. With that, I got a traumatic brain injury, nerve damage. Basically, I'm broke from the belly button up. And coming from the MOS that I came from, kind of cut your man card up. You know, when you come home where you're able to do a bunch of stuff, like I can't lift stuff anymore. Also let you know with my 100%, it took me 10 years to get my 100%. I'm glad you're all sitting down because I'll tell you my background on that. When I first got out of the military, VA told me that getting hit with a hand grenade was not service related. I had to fight them for 3 years. That's with the medical from the cash, which most of you would know about the movie MASH, Mobile Army. This is a combat army hospital. I had everything. I actually had to get my Senator Cole, involved on a congressional just to get my approval. It's hard. I don't know why VA is so hard. I really thought that my country would take care of me when I got out. But unfortunately, my dogs get better treatment at the veterinarian than I do at a VA. So my story is Chad Parson back here for Veterans Help Foundation. I hit a real low point in my life. I lost 32 men in combat. Some of them died in my arms. Your program that you had allowed me to kind of get some healing because I was able to be around other veterans. You know, with that 5 days early, we were kind of alone. And it let me know that I wasn't alone. It's hard coming back because you don't feel like you fit no more. You don't feel like you're a part of society anymore. And then when you take the injuries like me, I was able to hump a 140-pound rucksack as a sniper with my ghillie suit on a recon team, 5 guys behind enemy lines. So I have a hard time sometimes putting a coffee cup to my lips. I live with constant pain. My arm is currently numb right now because of my nerve damage. I mean, if I even shoot something, I have to rely on these guys and these foundations to even get my stuff out. When before in my life, I was able to do that. I've been working since I've been 9 years old on a farm. I joined the Army when I was 18, and I did 20 years, and that's hard to swallow. I know probably some of y'all will know that. When you work all your life, and then there's things that you're limited in doing anymore that you can't do because you're disabled now. And sometimes it makes you feel like, you know, you're not the man that you were. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you stand there in front of your family when you're able to do all this stuff, and now you're broke. And you have to ask your son to do things that you're able to do. For a guy like me, that's hard for me to swallow sometimes. So I'm not here to tell you, you know, where to go with this, but I'm just telling you my personal story. And the Veterans Help Foundation pulled me out of that bottom. And, you know, being an out-of-stater, I'm non-resident. I'm not going to talk about the archery guys or anything like that. I can see it both ways. I just wanted you to hear my story to let you know that and I'll be honest with you, in my 20 years, I've hunted in a lot of states. I've hunted I'm originally from Pennsylvania. So I've hunted in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, Texas, Hawaii. Unfortunately, I got stationed in Hawaii. I wanted to go to Alaska, and they sent me to Hawaii. I've hunted in Hawaii. I've hunted in a lot of states, Kansas, Missouri. But out of all the states that I've hunted in, including my home state, your program that you got on how you got your chapter 35 and chapter 44 is amazing. No other state is like that. Which brings me to my other point. By that recognition, kind of me as a veteran makes me feel better because it makes me know that somebody actually cares. Because a lot of times you think that your service is thankless. And I'm not saying my country should come down and kiss my feet, because if I knew everything that I was going to go through, believe me, I'd do it again. Because I believe in the freedoms that we have. And I'd be willing to lay my life down again for that. But just your program alone, both chapters, actually makes me feel like people in society appreciates us. Because a lot of current situations in this country kind of hurts. And sometimes I really feel like we're forgotten. So just coming today, I just wanted you to hear my story, my personal, what your program has done for me. Yeah, it has healed me some. I'm not completely over it. I'm never going to bring my guys back. I can't. I know that. But it helps me deal with it better because I know I'm not alone. And for the program that you have right now, current, I want to thank you for that from a veteran, from a guy that gave 20 years of my life, 3 combat tours. Thank you for doing that, because most states won't. And I appreciate that. And I hope that maybe that means something to y'all, because I mean it. And maybe you don't get that from everybody. And the only thing that I could probably say about some of the responses that you got back on how they felt like they were attacking, once again, I'll tell you my story. I'm not justifying nothing. I'm just telling you me. When you go to VA and they treat you like a dog, and you come back with combat injuries, my buddy was blown up in front of me, lost both of his legs, part of his hand, burned 98% of his body. VA gave him 30% and said, deal with it. When you get that constant all the time, and then you get something like this that comes up, the first thing veterans do, they kind of feel like they're attacked, because we get attacked by our own country every day. Once we walk into that veteran center, you have no rights. I'll tell you that from personally, you have no rights. An illegal immigrant will get treated better than you ever, your dog will get treated better by the veterinarian than you ever will. And that's, I think we kind of build that thing up. Like when things like this are brought up, we feel like we're attacked because, like I said, when I got out after 20 years and being a Purple Heart recipient, I really, honest to God, thought my country would take care of me. And I was put on the back burner. Even today, just to get a surgery, I've been waiting for surgery on my shoulder from when my door collapsed in on me. They have to redo it because they screwed it up. I'm wearing a brace right now. It's been 10 years. And I go from doctor to doctor to doctor to doctor to doctor. And of course, when you get a new doctor, they got to re-examine you all over again and tell you what the old doctor and the last 5 doctors told you. I'm just saying that sometimes our mindset is, why doesn't anybody listen to us? Why are we always attacked? And that might be the reason why you guys got the response you got. Once again, I'm not justifying it, but just as a veteran, it's kind of like how we feel. Because we don't get any support from VA. And then when we do have a lifeline out like you guys offer, and then we hear, oh, it's going to be taken away, or however you want to interpret it, we feel it's another attack. It's like, God, VA gets us, our disabilities gets us. Now, you know, the people that we defended is getting us. I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm just telling you the mindset of a veteran on maybe why you got the responses. So please don't take what I said the wrong way, because I'm not always good with words. And I don't mean to justify any of your comments. I don't know what the comments were, but listening to you, sir, it sounded pretty extreme. So just, you know, my grandma used to tell me, don't ever judge anybody till you walk a mile in their shoes. It's just how us veterans sometimes feel. And sometimes we do misconstrue things, and sometimes we don't. So it's like we're human just like you guys. So I don't want to take up your time. But I just want to, once again, for the programs that you got in both these chapters, which you'll be talking with today, it's tremendous what the state of Wyoming does. I mean, and I want to thank you from a veteran, because this hunt that I had pulled me out of a dark area that probably I should have never gone down. But it's hard. I've seen a lot of things. Can't erase it. I'm broke now. But thank you. And so the only thing I could say before I end here is just consider, and I understand the safety stuff, and I understand the weapons between turkeys and your big game, because we have elk also down in Oklahoma, not like you guys. our elk are like small. I understand both sides, but now you have my story that maybe you just didn't get from somebody. And yes, I'm a non-resident. And I just thank you for remembering us veterans and the sacrifice that we've done. Thank you.
Mr. President, if I may, quick, thank you, sir, for your testimony. I've actually had the privilege of meeting some guys and getting to hunt with them, some guys that were beside you in Ramadi. They were part of SEAL Team 3, Charlie Platoon, Task Unit Bruiser. And
yes, I worked with them. I was there when Michael Mansour got the Congressional Medal of Honor in that fight.
Right.
I was one block down from them in a massive firefight. We had to call in close and air support to get us out. We had about 300 insurgents on us in building, and my platoon was surrounded. And by the time we got done, the streets looked like gold from our brass. I went black in ammo several times. But yes, I knew Michael Mansour, and I did a lot of missions with SEAL Team 3 on special primary targets.
Yeah, it's I've got to meet and hunt with Kevin Lace and Tony Efrati from Charlie Platoon, and I've heard some stories. And thank you for being here today and speaking to the benefits of these policies and regulations, because this is stuff that makes it matter to me. I'm not a veteran. I've got a whole bunch of family members that have served, and I've heard somebody say that if you touch war, it touches you. And if it doesn't, you're probably a sociopath. But these are serious wounds that sometimes are hard to heal. And like you said, it seems like you guys are constantly on the defensive because you're constantly in the fight, right? No matter what you're doing, no matter what angle you're coming from, somebody's constantly attacking you.
Yes, sir.
And these programs allow you to kind of just drop your guard for a minute and just breathe and be a human. So thank you for that testimony. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
And Mr. President, John, thank you for coming from all the way up from Oklahoma. And I don't think veterans are lucky to have you as a spokesman, sorry. Telling your story is helpful, and you're right. We don't hear that side very often. And so thank you for what you do and what you're continuing to do, and appreciate you being here.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chad Parsons.
President, Madam Director, Commissioners. Can't really follow that. So I'm the president, Veterans Help Foundation of Wyoming. I'm also a U.S. Army veteran. I had a prepared speech. I don't think it's necessary anymore. Couple of things I do want to address, especially on the safety concerns. A good majority of these hunts actually take place on private land, where there are not other hunters out there at that time. Some of the most popular hunts that happen are antelope hunts. High success rates, target-rich environment. Very few are elk hunts due to the physical limitations that most of these veterans have. The only time that they really get into those, if they're assisted by an outfitter. So again, that kind of nulls those safety concerns. PTSD is brought up a lot. And there are those that feel that PTSD is not a viable disability for a 5-day early permit. One of the key things that I want you to remember is that PTSD keeps a lot of these veterans, like Sergeant First Class Clip,
from integrating with a lot of people with firearms. They don't want to be there. They've already dealt with that. This 5-day early period gets them out and gets them comfortable due to the fact that there's not a lot of firearms out there at that time. And again, just to reiterate, most of these hunts take place on private land. Some veterans have limited mobility, but again, it's not visible. When I first met Sergeant First Class Clip, I thought he would be able to do anything and everything that I could do at the time. And he did. And then I watched him suffer for it for days. The biggest thing that I want to lean on here is taking away that 5-day early could very easily completely ruin the therapeutic process that a lot of organizations like VHF of Wyoming, like Hunting with Heroes, have put together and perfected at this point. I ask that you approve Mr. Miller's draft as is for Chapter 40 or Chapter 35. That's all I have.
Mr. President, Mr. Parsons, thank you. Thank you for coming up. I just have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
So you talked about, and I agree. I mean, I did taxidermy for a lot of Hunting with Heroes and other groups, and
I saw you and we also are a taxidermist out of Laramie. So
I appreciate everything that is happening in this program, and so I'm not asking this question to try to make a hard question. I'm really trying to figure out if there's some possible ways to help with some of this, and I think that there's just sometimes a few people that I'm just going to say it, whether it's this or there's something else, a few people maybe get a bad rap and maybe there's not even a reason for it. And I'm wondering if there's any way that do you think the foundations can help with this when they know that there's somebody that is extremely physically fit, but they are 100%, that they can educate them on, okay, if you're going to pack into the backcountry and you're going to be with this group, that remember there's some things, there's going to be some other folks hunting potentially. And I mean, that education piece, I don't know that everybody understands that. And I think happens rarely. And I don't know if that's a possibility or how that works, or say, you know what, would you be interested in doing that hunt on a private property, access only or something like that? Maybe there's a way we can remedy some of that without actually going through a regulation process or something like that. And I don't know, maybe it's not, just a thought, something to think about. Maybe it's not a very good question, but I thought I'd ask you.
Mr. President, Commissioner Bell, I think it's a great idea. Anything that our organizations can do to work with the commission to come up with ideas that can help alleviate a lot of those discrepancies, a lot of those misconceptions. I think it's something that we can all talk over.
And actually, I think this conversation we're having right here probably helps, and having some of the publicity that it brings about, that there is some of this that happens, and that we just maybe should have a little bit more conversation about it. And I don't know that we have to go through a rule-making process to change things, and but that we can actually work through some of these things without any of that. But anyway, thoughts, and thank you for this. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, we got anything else? The department is asking us to vote to approve the revised Chapter 35. So do I have a motion?
Is there anybody online?
Pardon me?
There's nobody online.
No, got.
So moved as presented.
I'll second that, Mr. President. Thank you, Commissioner Haskell.
Thank you. Any more discussion?
Did I move that twice? Is it moved twice? No, I don't have any.
Nothing. We've got a motion and a second. No more discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. President, members of the commission, I'm back. Second one for the day. Chapter 44. Again, I'm Dirk Miller, Fiscal Division Chief. I have a handout for you all, which I'll talk about, but I'm going to just give it to you now. Okay, well, I'm here to talk about Chapter 44, the regulation for issuance of licenses, permits, stamps, tags, preference points, and competitive raffle chances. I didn't turn it off. Oh, there we go. Oh, we went by fast. Same QR code I showed you last time. If you need a QR code, it was there. So in terms of what I'll present to you today, just an overview of the public input process, what the public input we received, talk about the proposed changes, and recommend that the commission approve those changes as presented. Talk a little bit about Chapter 44. It is a long and complicated regulation. It's important to the department. This is an interesting regulation that gets modified almost every year. The version that's in place right now is 48 pages long. It's been overdue for a thorough review. And this last year, we started about October and began kind of looking at the regulation as a whole, trying to clean it up, organize it in a way that we thought was more sensible, just easier to follow. There were two major sections in there, one on license refunds and one on reservation of licenses. We combined those. We tried to make things shorter. When you look at the strike-through version, it won't look to you like it was shorter. We made a lot of grammatical and formatting edits, and really there are relatively few substantive changes in this regulation, despite all the red in the draft. The same public input process, we accepted comments on this regulation through June 18th. We accepted comments online, in writing, or by mail, and at meetings. We had 8 meetings around the state. Again, 6 regulations were there. 146 people attended those meetings. A lot of them were there to talk, I think, primarily about Chapter 35 that you just discussed, but there was some interest from those veterans as well about a portion of this regulation that was proposed for change. And we received 46 written comments on this regulation. Again, we reviewed all the public comments. We provided all of those to you, and they're available online for anyone here that would like to view them. They're in the commission notebook. And then we did make a minor revisions here based on input. Again, I'm going to talk a little bit about the input that we received from the public. A lot of the comments were on this proposal that we made a proposal to limit the number of donated licenses that any one person can receive to 2 licenses in any 5-year period. We got some comments in opposition to that these recurring hunts are a life-saving intervention that combat isolation, PTSD, high veteran suicide rates. that these, limiting those, the number of licenses any individual could receive would negatively impact some of the nonprofit organizations. Some of the organizations rely on returning veterans to mentor and guide other veterans. In some cases, donors want to donate their license to a specific individual. That would impact them. And people pointed out that a donated license doesn't impact anyone else's drawing odds. It's simply someone donates that license that's already been awarded to them. We did receive some comments in support of this proposed cap. They thought it would help ensure the tags are distributed to a wider pool of deserving individuals. It would prevent some people from monopolizing the system year after year, while some others wait on a wait list. And some folks offered alternatives. So in the comments, they said, well, maybe you should have no more than 2 licenses per year, only 1 license per year, 1 license per species per year. So there were a variety of ideas of alternative solutions that would be less restrictive. Other comment we received was another proposal in the regulation is to limit the once-in-a-lifetime licenses to being also once in a lifetime for a donated license. There was support for that. And interesting, there was a question about how are we going to handle leftover limited quota turkey licenses? And I'll talk about that in a little bit. We received quite a few comments on things that either were not being proposed for change or aren't in this regulation. I'm going to just talk a little about that. We received input that we should change the non-resident elk deadlines to match the other elk, deer, antelope deadlines. We should change how we issue landowner licenses. We should allow residents and non-residents to apply in the same party. We received comments on this regulation about things that are not in this regulation. A lot of the comments are around season extension. Many people submitted the same comment about to Chapter 35 and 44. We had comments on the timing of the draw results for moose, sheep, goat, bison licenses, and the timing for non-resident elk. And so folks wanted to get their once in a lifetime results and still have time to withdraw their non-resident elk license application. And that's actually not in this regulation, but we're going to see what we can do about that. And then we had several comments about things that we should do that would require a statutory change. People don't like losing preference points after 2 years. Residents who draw, people said, well, you should require residents who draw a limited quota license to have a 1 or 2 year waiting period before they can apply again. There were folks that suggested a 90-10 split on deer, elk, and antelope, so 90% going to residents. There were concern about the low number of non-resident licenses allocated, and concern about the high cost and lack of access to reduced price license programs and opportunities for non-resident hunters. So that's a summary of the input we received. In terms of response, when we looked at that turkey limited quota, what do we do with licenses that are left over after the initial drawing? We had deleted a section in wild turkey and deleted a section wild bison license inadvertently. That was a mistake on my part. And so we're proposing to add those back. So the draft you have has those 2 sections added back. They shouldn't have been deleted. So now I'm going to go through the changes, and because the changes are so extensive in this regulation, I'm not going to show you the strike through on the screen except for the one example that I handed out. I'm just going to start in the front and go through, and I would request if any of you, as I step through, have a question on section 3 or 4, wherever I am, maybe if we just stop right there and try to address it. So in the definitions, we revised a couple of definitions. We added 3 new definitions and we removed 10 of them. Modified the definition a little bit for full price license and landowner license applicant. We had a new definition of a preference point drawing, a random drawing, a reduced price license. We found 10 definitions that were in the regulation that were defined, but they were never used in the guts of the regulation. So we deleted them. In section 4 on license issuance, we removed license selling agent regulations because those also appear in chapter 31. We moved all the preference point language to section 19, which is the drawing advantage section. We removed full and reduced price mountain lion licenses that are also in the mountain lion regulation. In section 4, there's a portion under deer, elk, and antelope that describes the process and drawing order for big game licenses, and was duplicated under each species. We just combined those, put them up at the top. Nothing changed about that process. We added a requirement for Wyoming National Bow Hut, Inc. to notify the department of their intent to hold a deer hunt by April 15th. We had been setting aside licenses. Wyoming National Bow Hunt, Inc. is called out in statute. And so we're just adding that if they need to tell us if they're going to hold a hunt, otherwise we'll sell those licenses to someone else. We moved reference to the type A mountain goat licenses that are no longer issued. In section 5, we added a statement that organizations that fail to comply with requirements for special limited fishing permits may have future permits denied. In section 8 on their landowner licenses, we did some rewording of a couple of sentences, a couple of spots, but the intent and requirements did not change at all. Section 9 on lifetime licenses, we included the statutory references about how it is that you would qualify for a lifetime license. Section 12, complementary licenses for persons with life-threatening illnesses. Again, I mentioned earlier in the disabled hunter regulation, but here also, because the legislature removed the 20 years and younger restriction and would allow people with life-threatening illness of any age to receive a license, we've made that modification. I'm going to stop on the changes and just throw this statute up here. So 231705K, this year the legislature added 2 new categories. So in kind of the middle of the paragraph, reissuance to a veteran with disabilities, a person with a permanent disability who uses a wheelchair, those were existing. And then person with a life-threatening illness and a person who is vision impaired were added. So just to show the statute that drove that change. So when we were in section 14 on the donation of big game licenses, we added visual impairment and life-threatening illnesses as qualifying disabilities in that section because of the statute change. And then we added a limitation on receiving only one donated bighorn sheep, moose, mountain goat, grizzly bear, wild bison. Again, those are all once in a lifetime licenses for everybody that goes through the regular draw process. So these donated license would be in addition to that. And I want to be real clear that receiving a donated license for any of those once in a lifetime species does not affect your ability to draw. If you got a donated moose, you could still keep your points and still go for a moose through the draw. So this is a separate, but it wouldn't allow people to have more than one. Again, we think, well, that'll provide opportunity for other recipients of donated licenses. We added a limitation in here. I expect that will be the majority of the comment you'll hear today, that would limit donated license recipients to receiving no more than 2 full price donated licenses in a 5-year period. We believe that will increase opportunity for recipients of donated licenses. And I want to now shift gears. This presentation that you have is was changed today. So if you pulled it up just a minute ago, you have the one that I'm showing you. We thought more about and talked about this limitation on donated licenses. When this regulation, whatever you approve today, will go into effect upon signature by the governor. That's likely to be in mid-September. And so we are also likely to hear from some of these organizations behind me pretty soon with the package of, hey, somebody, here's the license that's getting donated and here's the recipient. So we could potentially have some of these people, some donated license issued before this regulation goes into effect. People would then qualify for a license under the current system with no limitation on 2 licenses in a 5-year period. And then we could potentially have in September, whenever the governor signs it, then people would be under different rules. So we talked about that and said we would like to just make that section effective January 1. It would just be cleaner. Everybody be playing by the same rules this year. And people that are planning hunts next year would know if they're eligible or not eligible to receive a donated license. So that's a change from the draft, and it's honestly a mistake by me that we should have thought about that and did not.
Mr. President, Dirk, can I ask a question? Can we back up to the once in a lifetime thing?
The statute?
Yeah.
Oh.
I just want to, on our changes, sorry.
There we go.
So I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. If you have a donated once in a lifetime moose, sheep, goat license, you can still draw. So it's not once in a lifetime.
Mr. President, Commissioner Bell, that's true. And in statute right now, the governor's licenses, governor's licenses are once in a lifetime. You can get a once in a lifetime, and that does not affect your ability in the draw. And that same language that's in the governor's license in statute is in the donated license portion in statute. It doesn't say that you all could not limit people to only one. Again, and that I believe is an opportunity-based thing, but statute allows people to receive a donated once in a lifetime and also go through the draw or through super tag or super tag trifecta as well.
Okay, but they can't have more than one donated once in a lifetime.
That's this change.
That's this change.
We have had, Mr. President, Commissioner Bell, in January, I gave you a presentation about this program.
Right.
And there's like one person who's had 2 sheep licenses donated, and there's one person who's had 2 moose licenses donated. And that was the thought that really these are once in a lifetime. This is an additional opportunity. There's plenty of people who would like to have a moose or sheep or any of these once in a lifetime. So we would make that once in a lifetime via regulation. That makes sense?
It makes sense. It makes sense. It does make sense. No, I understand it. I can't even formulate my next question on why, if you're getting a once in a lifetime one donated to you, would still draw to try to take that opportunity away from somebody else. But that we all can get more than one license if we draw the super tag, right? That's the other opportunity. You can get a license more than once in a lifetime. And so, all right.
Yep.
If that's in statute, that's not something we would take up here anyway.
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Bell, you're correct. So in statute, it provides governor's license, the super tag trifecta, and the donated program have very similar language that says if you get one of these, it doesn't affect you in the regular draw in statute. Yeah.
I just remember, I'm just having flashbacks to the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force where we had hours and hours of conversation about once in a lifetime meant once in a lifetime unless you draw the super tag. And I guess I didn't realize that this was, now there's a once in a lifetime and then there's another once in a lifetime and then there's super tag. So you can technically get 3 once in a lifetime licenses.
Mr. President, Commissioner Bell, I would add that I expect we may see more donated once in a lifetime licenses because of the people who have a bunch of points and have had a lot of birthdays and they might not be able to hunt those, and so they'll donate them, and we've had them donated that way by people who have stayed in the game long enough and just they get that license and donate it. So I anticipate, given the number of people and the number of points, that we may see more of this.
And I understand donating a license. I do. I get it. I 100% get it. I would just, I feel like I know these things more than most people, and that one just, and I read through this and it didn't even dawn on me until Commissioner Mai just said, did I read that right? And so yeah, anyway, that's all right.
Commissioner Bell, I am.
Thank you for clarifying.
I am constantly humbled by what I thought I knew and what I actually find out that I forgot or didn't know.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dirk, just a quick question. I'm not following something. Your errata sheet is section 14C6. And when I look at, if I'm looking at the right, I can't be looking at the right thing. Because 14C6 right now is the 2 donated licenses per 5-year period. So I'm not tracking something.
Yes, Mr. President, and that's what that says. It simply adds effective January 1, 2027.
You're adding that.
Yes, sir. So that's new. And I may
Okay.
not have formatted that correctly, but the intention is to wait for that to be effective until next year because of the complication of some people before and after.
I absolutely understand the rationale behind it. What I didn't understand was your errata sheet, this would be added to the sentence that says 2 every 5 years. Then you're going to add this. I thought this replaced that. So I'm tracking you. I got it. Proceed.
Onward. Thank you. I'm the last person at the end of the day. I got to keep going. So there we have that sheet. Okay, so I wanted to then step back in the 2 every 5 years, and I want to just present, I've got 3 slides here that summarize data I presented to you in January. Maybe everybody here wasn't in January. Maybe you don't all remember January. I had to look back at my presentation so that I could remember what I said in January. But our donated license program, the statute passed in 2010. 2011, the first licenses were donated. At that point, that regulation was for disabled veterans. In 2015, added wheelchair bound. Then this year, legislature added life-threatening illness and visual impairment. A couple other points about the program. The number of volunteer organizations has increased. Some organizations have reported that their demand exceeds the number of available licenses. So this slide is all about people who donate licenses. We get, 489 licenses donated on average over the last 5 years. We get 91% of those reissued. So the question is, why don't you get them all reissued? Some of them get donated very late. Some of them are in the hard access areas, wherever. Some of them we just don't end up getting reissued, but most do. In terms of people who donate licenses, again, over the last 5 years, 89% of the people who've donated a license are a resident, and 83% of those are regular licenses. And so 17% of those are donated landowner licenses that landowners purchase and donate to the program. Since the program started, about 65% of the donors donated one time. So though they made a donation one time, 8% of the donors donated 5 or more licenses. So those people that donate frequently make up a large portion of the total donated licenses. And we actually had 8 people who've donated 20 or more licenses in the program. In terms of recipients, over the last 5 years, 83% of the people who received these licenses are non-residents. 76% of the people who've received a license are came 1 year. So we've seen them once. We didn't see them again. 13% of the people received a license participated in 2 different years. So that's 89%. The remaining 11% of the people participated in 3 or more years. Those folks averaged 6 licenses per hunter, and they represented 36% of all the license reissued, went to 11% of the people who received licenses. And then there were a few people that had a bunch. There were 3 people who received licenses 9 different years. 6 people received 5 licenses in a single year. 2 people had 6 licenses in a single year, and 1 person received 20 licenses. So that's the end of my little recap of last time, and I'll go on now to more changes in 44.
So, Mr. President, can I, just a couple questions on that? And I appreciate this. This was the legislators that asked me for information when this came up. This is a lot of that information I sent to them. They didn't have this. And so I think that this certainly was what they were looking for. So I appreciate that. I just want to, on the slide that has the licenses, so most of our licenses that are donated are resident licenses, but they can donate those to a non-resident. My question is, then that non-resident doesn't have to pay a non-resident fee. They just get that resident license, correct? Does that count as on our, doesn't count as our percentages? So how do we, I'm not going to, this is going to sound bad. How do we skirt the percentage statute by giving 400 resident licenses ish, or 5, how many ever, to non-residents and still staying in those first draw just because it's so small compared to what we always do? Nobody cares? Or
Mr. President, Commissioner Bell, they kind of don't count in the first draw. So the first draw is whoever the resident who got it.
Okay.
And then when they donate it. And so when they make a donation, it's reassigned. In some cases, people say, hey, I drew one, I want to give it to you. In some cases, they give it to the organization. The organizations decide who receives them. But yeah, the most expensive example for Wyoming is if you buy a resident heritage elk license for $2 and donate it to a non-resident, that's a $692 license is one example.
And really, it's not the dollar amount that I mean, because that is somewhat significant, the dollar amount there. But what happens if a resident hunting group says, you know what, for the longest time, we've been giving 400 or 500 licenses to non-residents from the first draw, and it's such a litigious world anymore. What if they go to somebody like, an attorney or something that will take on anything, right? And I guess I worry about that because I hear from resident sportsmen all the time. And especially when it comes to limited quota licenses. Now, very few of these might be limited quota licenses, but certainly there's probably, okay, well, then I don't want to say it's even worse, but if there's limited quota licenses, then going to non-residents, and this is outside of Hunting with Heroes or this is any donated license going to any group that is going to a non-resident. I'm glad that nothing happens. I hope nothing happens in the future. And I shouldn't probably even say anything so that we keep that on the down low, but I feel like there's an issue.
Mr. President, Commissioner Bell, I believe the statutes might be incongruent, but in statute, it says that people can donate a license to be reissued to those groups of people. And it doesn't qualify which ones or where they come. And so the portion that talks about the percentage of the draw, all those things is just a different place in the statute than this one. And this one says you can donate them to be reissued. So if you have a specific area and type, you got a whatever area 1 type 1, and you donate that to someone, they get an area 1 type 1. If a resident buys a general deer license, then the recipient, non-resident recipient, can choose any deer region to have that be reissued in. If it's a non-resident elk that a non-resident receives a general elk license, they get to pick which one of those regions. And so when you look at the final quote, the final count, and include donated licenses and carryovers and things, the math doesn't math to 84-16 or 80-20 all the time.
I totally understand that. I still feel like at some point somebody's going to say the math doesn't math, and I'm going to have my attorney math it for me.
Mr. President, Commissioner, I believe it would be a statutory solution, right? There would have to be, because of the way they're set up. Okay, carrying on. Section 18, application dates, withdrawal modification. The procedures for withdrawing or modifying your license application was moved, but nothing changed. In section 19, the drawing advantage, we reorganized that section pretty significantly. And because I helped do that, I think it's way easier to organize or understand. And then this section also has the price increase for preference points, for non-resident preference points for deer, elk, and antelope. And that you discussed that at your last meeting, and this is getting it into the regulatory process. And those will, again, in this regulation, become effective January 1. Section 21 is the refunds and reservations, and they were previously in different sections. We combined those. They're more consistent. I think they're easier to understand, and the process is clearer. Section 24, the reissuance, that's a relatively new section, or we added to it recently with the once in a lifetime licenses. We just took a bunch of stuff out of that section, and all that was left was reissuance, and there was no change in actual procedures. We clarified some language. And with that, Mr. President, the department recommends the commission vote to approve Chapter 44 as presented.
Mr. President, I have a real quick question. On your slide, and don't bother going back to it because I'm sure you know the answer to this. Your slide that reads donated license recipients, very last line says one person received 20 licenses. You don't mean in a single year?
No, Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, no, that's
Okay.
over a 9 or 10 year period.
Got it. I just want to make sure because everything before that was, or the two before that was in a single year. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Guys. I'll sit down.
Oh, yeah, I turned on my microphone. John Clip?
Thank you again, the president, director, and members of the commission. I'm seeing kind of two sides of the story here. Tell you just my story. I've been involved with the foundation roughly 7 years. I've only gotten 3 hunts. I don't know how a guy could get multiple hunts in 1 year, but that's out of my ballpark. But once again, oh, and one thing too, I want to apologize to you all because I paused and nobody said anything, and I walked away from the podium, and I didn't mean to be rude or nothing, but I really didn't know what to do. It's kind of like I was waiting for like a third base coach to give me like this and this and that and come back.
Sometimes we can't make our minds what we're going to do either. So
Okay.
We apologize for that. We didn't mean to make it awkward.
Yeah, I just didn't know what to do. I kind of So I just wanted to apologize real quick. I didn't mean to offend nobody. I just didn't know what to do. So, the only thing that I could probably say, just listening to this and the uneducated view of it, is I think donating license to whatever organization. Now, I work for Cast for Kids. I don't know if you guys know anything about that organization. We take disabled kids out fishing. I volunteer for that. My son's disabled. He's deaf. So I understand about demand and everything like that. As far as the 5-year deal goes, here's a thought process to throw on the plate. Maybe just put it to, no matter what organization you're from, if you get drawn for, I don't know, an antelope tag, for sake of argument, that's your tag for the year. But yet you could go for every year. You know what I'm saying? I do know on the veteran side, getting these hunts are hard. I do know that. And I'm not going to rehash everything that I came up with because I'm not going to waste y'all's time. Yes, sir.
Mr. President, do you mind if I ask a question?
Sure, sir.
So you said the hunts are hard to get as a veteran?
They can be,
They
yes.
can.
In some states.
So do you think, I mean, what we're proposing 2 of every 5 years, do you think that would make it easier for some to get those, or is
Not
that
at
what
all.
you're saying?
Not at all.
You think it would be harder? So
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure that one out. Help me with that.
Well,
If they're hard to get, but then we're having the same people go more often, it's going to make it even more hard to get, isn't it, for people to get, for the veterans to get?
Well, we got to look at the veteran organizations. I don't know how many are out there, but there's a lot. And trying to draw can be hard. I think if you would postpone that, I think that you'd have veterans out there that, let's use a Vietnam vet, for instance, has Agent Orange, doesn't have much time. You're cutting him out because I have a veteran that I take out hunting. He has survived Agent Orange 9 times. Ray could die tomorrow.
Mr. President, I guess I'm not following John on that. I'm not following how we're I'm not following how we're limiting somebody from getting a license that hasn't gone before, but we're going to allow somebody to go every year. I'm
Well, not
having a tough-
everybody puts in for these hunts, sir. I mean, I'm just saying that I would feel that it'd be kind of harder. If another veteran doesn't take it, then where's the tag going to go?
You're saying because it's being donated specifically to a person or
an organization?
Okay. Okay.
I would suggest on this, sir, that you would ask one of these foundation guys to do the tags. I think you would get a more educated answer to it than me. I would suggest that you don't take what I'm saying. I'm a non-resident. Okay. I was hearing the conversation up here. I guess one guy got 2-3 licenses a year or something. But personally, I think what needs to happen is probably the commission work more with the foundations. Now, I'm talking from the veteran side because that's what I know. All right. Okay. So I would think that the commission should work with the foundations more about stuff like that. And I don't know, maybe have a special meeting with just your Wyoming foundations, whatever they are, and work it out. I mean, I think that would be a better way of making a logical decision than throwing it out there guys like Hunt for Heroes, Chad, they're more educated on it. And I think working with them, I don't know what you guys do. I don't know if you guys even talk to the foundations. But maybe have a special meeting with all these organizations and come to some, I don't know, medium. I don't know if I'm not as educated as y'all. A medium point, a halfway point, compromise. I don't know. I would think before you make a decision on this, the organizations that are involved, that are educated on this, on how they draw their tags, etc. I think maybe talking to those guys and having a sit down, be it open or closed door, and coming to a conclusion on it. Because if you really look at it, they're the ones that are getting the tags. And if you're not having a working, I'm using common sense here, which is dangerous sometimes. If you don't have a, God, it's my TBI. Let me think here. A working environment with the people that you're talking specifically about, because that's what it sounds to me. How could you come up with an educated decision on how to come to a solid conclusion in this? So I don't know, maybe you could do a foundation committee or something and sit down with all these guys and just talk about it from their aspect to make a better conclusion on how you issue tags. Do you have something like that, sir? Where you sit down with the foundations?
Mr. President. I know, for instance, Wyoming Disabled Hunters out of Cody, they have this worked into their application already. So when you go to apply for a hunt, whether you're a civilian or you're a veteran, they have like a waiting list and marked when you hunted and what species you hunted. And then there's a list of people that get to do that hunt before you get to come back around and do it again. So I can speak for that organization. Other than that, I know there's some gentlemen here that could speak for the others.
Mr. President, if I may,
yes, sir.
John, if you don't mind my asking, are you understanding that the 2 in every 5 years, are you thinking that's a donor can only donate two licenses in every 5 years?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. I just trying to get some clarification on that. Just trying to, to Commissioner Bell's question earlier, but yeah. Okay. That's all I was wondering.
All I was kind of suggesting is probably to making it more educated guess, or not guess, a decision is to have a working relationship with the foundations. I don't know if you do. I don't know if you don't. I don't know if you have special meetings with them where just those guys come in and talk to the commissioners, or because we don't have this in Oklahoma, by the way. We don't have no commissioners. DNR does everything. They don't ask public opinion, nothing. It's, I don't know, the powers of being to make their own decisions. So I think what you're doing is great by getting public opinion. But I don't know. I think that you should be able to talk to the people that you're giving these to, and maybe having more of a communication level with them, or setting up a special meeting, maybe, I don't know, an annual, quarterly, whatever you guys decide.
Yeah, Mr. President, John, I appreciate that. And I think we have a pretty decent working relationship individually with the groups, and whether or not we have an actual department-wide foundation meeting, we can work on that, but I think we have a pretty good relationship between the department and those foundations. I think really good. So I agree with you. I think we'll keep working on that with those foundations, whether it's individually or with department-wide, and try to work through some of these things. So, yeah.
To piggyback off of Commissioner Bell's comments, Mr. President, John, I think these are the kind of opportunities we have to hear from those organizations. And these are the great opportunities we have to hear. And I'm hopeful that we'll hear from them and get their input on what they think about it. So I appreciate it. And for a guy who says he's not very good with words, you're pretty good with words, by the way.
It's taken me, after I got hit, I've had a hard time with pronunciations and stuff. And so it's years of trying to get your speech back.
Well, I think you're doing pretty good.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Roger, sir. Thank you.
Mr. President, if I could just answer a couple of his questions. So we actually have a dedicated position, and I think the folks who come up here, I know for sure the organizations here know Whit, who works in our license section, and they all work directly with Whit. I think there's a outstanding relationship between the department there. I believe he's right about your communication, Commissioner Masterson, that you all don't hear from those organizations as often, but we have a very tight working relationship. One of the challenges is that the organizations, if they will self-police, they can kind of cut this back. And I know there's been some efforts along those lines. But I will also say that there are veteran hunters who are not honest with the organizations and tell each organization, oh, no, I haven't gotten one. And they've gotten one from somebody else. And that's some of the times when we have a couple different, someone will have like 2 licenses in a year, they get them from different people. So just wanted to address those comments. So thank you.
Okay, next I have Chad Parsons.
Mr. President, Madam Director, Commissioners. Wow. As written, I have a strong opposition to Chapter 35 on the 2 donated license per qualified veteran in a 5-year period. And I'll explain. First off, First Sergeant Clip doesn't understand all of the workings. All he knows is, hey, you want to come on a hunt? And of course, you probably guess what that answer is. I know that I've worked with Hunting with Heroes for a few years before I started my own foundation. And the reason I started my own foundation was not for my benefit. I don't qualify. I don't pull veteran tags. The reason I did it was for instances with fellow veterans that I had seen go through some of these traumatic things and aren't able to get out and do a lot of the things that they get to do here. Okay. One of the things I noticed on the board, there were unissued licenses. And I know there's a lot of different reasons there were unissued licenses. But for someone to say that there's more license demanded than donated, I'm kind of curious where that comes from. The reason I say that, as a nonprofit in Wyoming, established in Wyoming, and understanding how the Wyoming statutes work for these, we don't have a shortage unless we have a shortage of people drawing. And that's a whole different debate. I'll give you a prime example of that. We were lucky enough to obtain 10 complimentary licenses this year for antelope. That's primarily what we do, antelope. I know 34 people put in for antelope licenses to be donated to this organization. We got 2 donated licenses for a total of 12 antelope. Now, is there a shortage of licenses? In some sort, but it's not because they're being donated and given out to the same veterans every year. Sometimes we just lose in the draw, plain and simple. I know Hunting with Heroes has people that will put in and draw for them as well. So that leaves a whole different avenue that we have to go through. If we want to take out more than 12 antelope hunters, we've got to do like everybody else, sit back and watch the donated board. Now, how do those tags get? I know you're very aware of how those tags get reissued. Basically, you have someone, and he's sitting right here in the audience, who is retired with nothing better to do than watch that board. Not really, but he spends a good amount of time at it. And he has a stack of applications in his hand, ready to go at any moment. If an antelope tag hits that board and we have a veteran we can put on it, he's going straight to the Cheyenne office.
Mr. President, okay, I gotta just make sure I'm understanding something right. So now we're not saying you can't donate a license every single year.
Correct.
Right? But the same hunter, we're saying the same hunter can only, this regulation, if the same hunter could only qualify 2 years out of 5.
I agree. Yes.
But you're
I understand
saying,
what you're
you're
saying.
saying there's a lot of people that we have a lack of licenses donated, but we have a long list of people that are asking to come and hunt.
Currently, we have that. There are years that we have more licenses than we have hunters waiting.
Okay.
And if we have more licenses than we have hunters waiting, I have no problem bringing somebody back again. And John misspoke. He's been up here 3 times in a total of 8 years. 2 of those were antelope licenses. And there were some people that heard his story and they're like, give him this. Plain and simple. The other was a general elk license. That really didn't take away from anybody. Somebody basically went and bought that over the counter and says, give that man an elk tag. And that's the one almost killed him in. So when you look at this, here's my point to 2 and 5. We have veterans whose families, entire families who are residents, put in for a license and they never plan on hunting that license. Just for the hope that they can get their family member who's that veteran a license. So here's the thing, you cut out the 2 for 5 in 2 and 5 years, basically they're only allowed, even if they draw the tag or not, if they draw the tag, they're going to want it to go to him. If not, if it doesn't go to him or her, they're going to quit putting in. Those licenses will not even be there to be donated. So basically that's taking away that opportunity for a family to make sure their son, their daughter, their husband, their wife has an opportunity to hunt if they don't draw. That's what it comes down to, even if they're residents.
Mr. President, I just want to make sure, now they could come and hunt with them and just hunt with them, just go with them and be with their family while they hunt every other year or you know what I mean? I'm just saying.
I completely understand.
And I know it's probably not the same for them, but we are also trying to, and I don't know what that percentage is. I guess I do because we have it here. It seems like there's less of that than there's really not that many people that are using this every single week. I'm going to turn it over
Something
to
that
you.
might clarify.
Yes.
If it's Mr. President, your organization strictly works just with veterans, correct?
Correct.
So there are organizations in Wyoming that work with civilians and veterans with disabilities. And I think a lot of the lists that you hear about, long waiting lists, I can't speak for the veteran organizations, but the other organizations have the long list because they open up their hunts to all folks with disabilities, not just the veteran organizations. And so I think that's a clarification that needs to be thought about as well, is sometimes that's the difference, is when you're talking about different numbers and different pools of applicants versus a single pool versus a combined pool of applicants could also make a difference.
Mr. President, I understand where you're coming from. I really do. I think that, I get it. I get when somebody draws a license and they want their veteran that qualifies to come hunt with them or come hunt. I understand that. It's where this job it gets not as easy.
Mr. President, Commissioner Bell, I don't pity you. I don't want that responsibility, I guess is the best way I should put that. I do pity you is what I should have said. That came out wrong. I'll give you a prime example. Get the opportunity to Take a veteran out on a sheep hunt this year. It's a timeout thing. Someone finally drew the license at 30 points. Can't hunt it. But he had a specific person in mind. I want him to go. I understand that's a once in a lifetime tag. Trust me, this is probably going to be my only sheep hunt. I don't even get to pull the trigger. But that is one of those instances where somebody drew a tag. They don't care if he's been on a million hunts. They want him to have this hunt. I'm going to muddy the waters a little bit here. This, you can call it selfish, you can call it whatever. But how many organizations outside of the state of Wyoming are now applying for those tags? I'll give you a prime. Okay, maybe we can find it here in a second. There are now mailers. People are getting these in the mail from organizations they've never even heard of that aren't based here. Missouri, Florida, Arizona, California. Hey, did you draw a license? You want to donate it to us? Numerous advertisements on Facebook. Specific individuals in other states who are going on every forum they can find. Hey, we need tags. Where does that factor in to the lack of the number of tags that are being demanded, but yet can't be donated?
Dirk, doesn't it have to be a Wyoming-based organization to receive a donated?
I think they only have to be registered.
There was something that, because we've had this come up before about residents versus non-residents and organizations that'll say, well, our home base is in California, but we have an arm over because they have one volunteer in Wyoming and stuff like that. So we've definitely run into this before, and it's a huge abuse of what's going on. But I thought we had fixed that by saying that they were Wyoming-based organizations could only donate.
Mr. President, Commissioner, the statute that I had up here earlier, that 23-1705K, it says the holder of any valid big game license, lists a bunch of licenses, may surrender said license to the department for reissuance to, lists all the groups of reissuance to, as established by commission rule and regulations, selected and sponsored by a nonprofit charitable organization providing hunting opportunities. So it just says nonprofit charitable organization providing hunting opportunities.
So that they have.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you.
So another thing that needs to be fixed, but we can't do anything about it, but the legislature could.
Let's dance. Want to dance?
We can dance.
Sorry. Right there, we've had, I believe 82 organizations participate, and there's a top 10 group who are in and have been in a lot, and a lot of them kind of come and go, but all it requires is that you can prove you're a nonprofit and that you're somehow connected to providing hunting opportunity. And so, like, big brothers, big sisters wouldn't be ineligible, but really it's a pretty broad brush that could be provided. So we've had quite a diverse list on the list of the ones who've been here and dabbled a time or two. There's quite a lot of kinds of organizations that.
But that top 10 of the most are in Wyoming for the most part. Do we know?
I don't know, but I don't think.
Who's not in that top 10?
I'm going to flunk this quiz.
That's okay.
I think Tin Can is out of Colorado.
Okay.
They're based out of Florida. They have one guy.
Yeah, I don't know the rest well enough. I could figure that out and get back to you in a minute.
Okay,
but-
yeah, that'd be great to hear. Thank you.
Didn't mean to open up that can of worms.
Well, it's good. I'm glad you did, Mr. President, if I may, and thank you for opening that can of worms. I've got, I guess, two questions. Maybe this is for Dirk. Does a donor, do they have to designate the organization that they're donating that license to? Or if not, I mean, you referred to somebody looking at the board, then if a donor donates a license, sends it back to the department saying, I want to donate my license under chapter 44, section whatever, and then the department posts that, and then organizations come in there and look at the list and say, hey, we've got a fit for this. Can we get this license? Is that how that works?
Mr. President, Commissioner Haskell, yes. So if he's got the folks the family members who have applied and they want to know, they want to give it to a specific individual, he can bring in an application with all the paperwork to donate it. We never see that license until they show up or mail us the application. On the other hand, we have people who donate them to us, and then we put them on the board, and folks watch for those and get them when they're made available that way. I don't know what percentage of the more active organizations get, what proportion of the licenses they get from the board. I think in the past that was worked differently. And now many of the licenses go directly to the organizations. And the first time we see them is the whole packet with the whole shebang.
I guess just to follow on, so essentially the licenses that go on the board, that's kind of at the department's discretion as to whom those are issued to, or is there an application process for that as well? I'm sure there's not many licenses on the board anymore. They'll probably go through like what you say, somebody draws it, they know the organization, the individual, and you receive the packet and do that transfer. But
Mr. President, Commissioner, he probably knows that better than I do. But I can tell you that there's some smart people that are listening right now and texting me. So I can tell you that, but I know that the percentage that go on the board has reduced. And so we have people who, for whatever reason, their hunt falls through. Recall the data I had, like 65% of the people who have donated, maybe only donated once. I don't have data to support that, but in my head, those are people who had a hunt plan, bought a license, whatever reason, their hunt didn't work out. They weren't eligible for a refund. And so they're like, hey, we'll donate it. And so those are the ones that come up on the board. And I don't have a good sense what that proportion is, that in terms of how many go each way. I apologize. Yeah.
Mr. President, commissioners, for us, it's a very small amount that we actually pull from the board. It's first come, first serve. That's basically how it is. Whoever gets their application in the fastest. We actually do straight transfers for quite a few. There'll be individuals who are looking to obtain a tag for the year. They will send us their paperwork. We have the affidavits already set up and ready to go. Again, I have one key member who that's what he does. And he's really good at it. And they love him up there because he is about the most OCD organized person you've ever seen. Here you go. Again, we get very few of those. You know, we don't base our hunts on what we can pull off that board. We base our hunts off of what gets donated to us. If we have a list that's this long or this long, we go down the line. I've got 14 people that wanted a tag this year. I got 15 tags. I'll go through those. And then if I've got somebody that has been there before and said that, hey, they would like to be considered again, then I'll go back to that list. So there's actually two running lists. It's not that I'm bumping any one single person off of that in order to bring someone back. I kind of wanted to jump into that whole 20 licenses, one person. Somebody must really like them. That's all I can say. 20 licenses is a lot of licenses. But that was one person. Those numbers that got those multiple numbers of licenses so small. You can't judge the populace by a few people. I guess I've hit about all of my talking points. Please, if there's any questions.
Mr. President, Chad, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I actually have a question maybe for Ashley, for Commissioner Lundvall, and that is we're talking about all donated licenses to all groups here. And so the 2 out of 5 years, I got feedback from some legislators and they thought that the language looked pretty good. What's your thoughts on the groups that, the donated hunts what's your thoughts on that 2 out of 5 years?
Well, and I'm going to punt it to, I have a question for Bill. Weren't you the organization that had a list of 2,000 hunters? Remember the last group we had, and was that Hunting with Heroes that have a waiting list of 2,000 people that are waiting? So maybe you need to give your list or something. Like, what's the difference here?
If I may, Mr. President, Madam Commissioner, I do have a list now. It is starting to build. The one thing that I just would like to propose, I guess, is instead of limiting 2 licenses in a 5-year period, what if it's limited to 1 full price license per year? 1. I'm not going to talk about reduced price because there's too many private landowners out there that still allow access to come on and shoot cow elk for those areas that are unlimited. But, and I hate to say this, when people want to come here for a hunt, they don't want to go shoot a cow elk for the most part. They want to go shoot something with trophy potential.
But Mr. President, we really need cow elk shot.
Yes.
Right. So, we gotta work on that. We gotta work on that messaging or something, because it can be really fun. Cow elk hunts are fun and they're exciting, and it's amazing how big those cow elk are when you see them on the ground, and they're yummy. Yeah, they're yummy. And so I don't know.
People beating down the doors to come to cow elk.
Okay. Well,
They're just happy to have a hunt. It doesn't have to be porn.
I appreciate all the back and forth here and the hard questions and all of this stuff. So thank you, Chad, for that.
Mr. President, if I may, and I'm sorry, I don't intend to drag this along any more than we need to, but Commissioner Masterson's been quiet for a minute, so no. Anyways, Chad, I was going to ask you what your suggestion, you're opposed to the 2 in every 5 years, and I was going to ask you your suggestion or proposal, and you gave it, and I appreciate that. And I agree that these numbers that, just a few select people have been the recipients of many donated licenses. And there's some nuance to that too. I can understand that. And I agree that this is the exception. And per Dirk's comment earlier, when he said that he would rather see the organizations kind of self-police this and maybe working together, because I have no doubt that there's an individual that goes to Hunting with Heroes and comes to you and another organization and does that all in the same year. And we've got these people on a waiting list. And then we've got people that are organization hopping to take advantage of that. And I don't want to have to regulate that, because I think if we do that, there's going to be unintended consequences, and it's going to hurt these programs for the people that are playing within the rules. And the rules are pretty gray for a reason, because I think we can all agree that there's tremendous benefits that come from this. Very therapeutic. It gives opportunities to people that I never served my country. My family members did. This is an opportunity for me to give back to those that did serve. And it's a sense of service to me. And I'm grateful for that. But I also, as an outfitter, I have had people call me and say, hey, I'm a disabled veteran. What do you have to offer me? And something says, sorry, I have nothing available for you. I'm busy. I'm booked, right? But then there's people that don't have that sense of entitlement or expectation. And I'm not saying that veterans do. You've absolutely earned it.
There's a majority,
in my opinion. But there are the exception again that do have that sense of entitlement, or, hey, here's a program for me that I can take advantage of and maybe milk a little extra to get something for me. And I hate to see people taken advantage of in that regard. And I think that's probably the sentiment of this body, but also the department too. And I would probably sense everybody in this room. So I would prefer personally that somehow gets policed internally, that we don't have these people taking advantage of that stuff, because I see the merit in this. I think we are probably staying with the intent of the legislation from years ago and the commission in the past and the department. So I too want to protect this, but I also want to protect everybody that's involved as well. So thank you for your suggestion.
I got answers when it's done. President, so I like the streaming because I know smart people who have answers. So in terms of things going on the board, a veteran fills out, or no, pardon me, a donor fills out a form and submits it. When they submit that form, they could designate that it would go, right now they could designate, does it go to a veteran organization or a wheelchair-bound organization or type, or to a particular organization? And so if they fill one of those in, that license never hits the board. Only the ones that come in completely undesignated. So once that's on the board, whichever organization submits the completed application to us first gets it. So it's a first come, first serve situation. In terms of the top 10 organizations, in January, I told you that those were Hunting with Heroes, Vet Healing Adventures, Wyoming Disabled Hunters, Operation Veterans First, Veterans Help Foundation, Combat Warriors, Hero Outdoors, the Fallen Outdoors, Vets for Hunting and Fishing, and HD Outdoors. And 3 of those are out-of-state organizations. Last year, of the 571 licenses that were donated, only 8 of them were unissued. The folks that do this told me they're estimating 15 or 20% of the total go on the board without an organization being donated. And I was also reminded to point out to you that we will have visually impaired and life-threatening illness people added to the pool of potential recipients. So there will be more organizations likely working on that board. So it's, anyway. Did that address the questions? Okay, thank you.
President Jolovich, Director Bruce, Commissioners. This is great dialogue today. I would like to say you probably didn't get a lot of comments from the public on this, but there's a reason why. It got overshadowed by Chapter 35, but also, as you are well aware, because you've listened to lots of testimony on this, Chapter 44 can be long and boring. And from the public's perspective, to dig all the way down as deep into that and read what the changes are, I suspect that's why I didn't get a lot of comments, but it's just as important. I do want to present to you in a little bit different way how the donated license program works. And Commissioner Lundvall is intimately aware of how this works with her background. So there's organizations that receive licenses and we reallocate those to people on our waiting list. But for somebody to receive a donated license, you have to be sponsored by a nonprofit. So the folks like the 20 license example, that sounds shock and awe, right? But it was over 9 or 10 year period. That's roughly 2 licenses a year if it's over 10 years. So as grandma could have donated them or her a deer and elk license every year. So it's really, I mean, in that time span, I could have had more licenses than that, way more. So just to give you a little background. So you can look at it different ways. So there's the board, There's the ones that get donated directly to an organization and directly to to an individual. But it's kind of an unfair bias when you look at these people that are, I don't like to use the word abusing because they're not doing anything wrong. They're using the program as how it's designed. But if we get paperwork come across our desk and we're just facilitating the license transfer, it has our name on it. And it looks like, oh, Hunting with Heroes is letting this guy get licenses in the last 10 years. So just to give you an idea of the predicament that we're in as organizations, we can't really tell them, no, they're not doing anything wrong. They're just using the system. So hopefully that makes sense. So I do agree with the once in a lifetime. I think that's common sense personally. I'm not going to go into your deep dive debate, but I do disagree with the 2 in every 5 years. And let me explain why. So as I just mentioned, there's licenses that get donated directly to programs or to nonprofits, and then licenses that get donated directly to the individual. I think it's a misconception that opportunities will be increased because most of our licenses that get donated directly to us those get donated to a different person every year for the most part. The ones that get donated to a repeat hunter year after year, those licenses are going directly to that person from the donor, if that makes sense.
Mr. President, Bill, I appreciate this. You're okay with a little more back and forth?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So do you think if and I understand what you're saying, they're donating that to the same person every year, they qualify, they want, I understand it. That when Chad talked about it, I get it. Do you think they would stop doing that? Or do you think they would, if let's just say we implemented the regulation that they could only do that, let's just say, 2 out of 5 years, however they're going to, do you think they would stop doing that? Or would that person say, you know what, I want to go hunting still, but I have somebody else you can donate it with and I'm going to come with them. Do you think that opportunity would go away? I mean, this is subjective. I get it. I'm just curious about your thoughts on that because you guys are just running the paperwork on that, and doing that. This would now, you would have to say to them, well, we can only do this 2 out of the 5 years for an individual now. Would you like it to go to someone else or how that works? I mean, you would be able to blame it on us now. If we don't do this, I feel like, because I had a lot of feedback from legislators and they thought this was a good idea. So if we don't do this, it may end up in somebody else's hands to do this. And then our hands will be tied on even taking that back because it's not working. However, just your thoughts on that.
Commissioner Bell, it's subjective, but I don't think it's going to drastically increase the opportunity because it's typically somebody donating directly to a family member or somebody that they know. And keep in mind, these folks have to buy the license before they donate it. So they might not want to buy a license to donate it to a stranger in those instances, if that makes sense. But
Sorry, it does make sense. I just curious if it creates a little bit more, if it creates that conversation because they know they either have to look for somebody else to know or they have to ask that person to say, hey, do you know anybody else? Or they have to say, I really like this program. I'm going to give you a license 2 out of 5 years, but those other years I'm still going to do this. And I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
Mr. President, to follow up on Commissioner Bell's question, if you self-policed and got a second application, said, under our policies, we can't take it. Someone could hypothetically go to another organization and apply and get it. I mean, and like you said, I'm not accusing anybody of anything. They're within the rules of the game, right? So like you said, this is the way it's set up. So, but that could happen.
Commissioner Masterson, yes. And, just from my personal experience, and I would assume Chad's probably seen the same thing, is I haven't really seen people hopping around within Wyoming to different nonprofits as much as from state to state, because there are other states that have veteran, and I'm just familiar with the veteran side of things. I'm sure it happens, but it's, I hear stories like, well, I've hunted in Texas or I've hunted in, but within Wyoming, I don't think it's a huge problem that I'm aware of. And Commissioner Bell, I did want to say, I would suggest one, if we're going to compromise, if that's on the table, I would suggest one full price license per year, as you've heard from other organizations. And I'll explain why. So how did we even get to where we're having this conversation? And I've had many discussions with Dirk and the Game and Fish folks. And the optics, if you just look at the data and you look at the optics of this program, there are certain folks that have used the program more than others. And people don't like the way that looks. Like I said, they're not doing anything wrong. They're not breaking any laws. But when this program was designed, there was a handful of organizations that took literally maybe a dozen hunts a year. So, I mean, it wasn't very many. And now we're talking about almost 500 donated licenses a year. So we're trying to, the way I look at this is we're trying to clean it up, maybe put some sideboards on it. We're not gaining anything by saying 2 every 5 years from my perspective, because we're talking about folks. So, okay, we're talking about license donated to organizations and to the individual. These are the ones that are kind of rising to the top, are licenses that are probably donated directly to an individual, and the organizations are the ones that are going to be penalized. I can tell you countless stories that I've heard, Vietnam vets or vets that are struggling with suicide that get licenses every year. And they don't do this into perpetuity, but it might be 3 years in a row, 5 years in a row. I would hate to lose that opportunity. And I would be remiss if I didn't tell you, this isn't just for veterans. This opportunity that's being potentially taken away affects the wheelchair bound, the visual acuity, the life-threatening illness. If you have a family member that's got a life-threatening illness, that doesn't mean they're going to die in 6 months necessarily. They could live for 5 years. Are you really going to say you can only have 2 licenses within that 5 years? I mean, that's just another way to look at it. From the optics side of Game and Fish, if you allowed 1 per year, you're kind of solving the problem from their end. It's just 1 license a year, but you're also allowing organizations like Hunting with Heroes and Veterans Help and others to still help those vets that maybe need to go every year, which is a small percentage, mind you. It's very small. And I did want to point something out. In Chapter 35, we responded to the majority. The majority of people opposed that regulation, where we're kind of doing the opposite here. We have 11% of those people that are getting, if I remember his numbers right, 11% that are getting multiple licenses, but we're going to make a change based on what 11% of the people are doing. And I'm okay with change, but I think we need to be, I think 2 out of every 5 years is way too restrictive. Nowhere else do we do that. I mean, we have the 1 shot in the women's hunt, which I'm in support of, but there's no stipulations tied to that. And these are donated licenses that somebody has to draw, and they choose who gets these licenses. I'll stand for any questions.
Mr. President, does a 2 and 5 do anything for your waiting list?
That's a great question. I probably didn't emphasize that good enough. I don't think it does, because most of our licenses come directly to us. We don't, like Chad mentioned, we don't get a lot of licenses off the board. And just to clarify, so everyone is aware. So we're planning these hunts right now
Mhm.
for the fall because we have resident and non-resident hunters. So the licenses that go on the board typically are folks that say they get ill or they can't go on a hunt and it's last minute. The season's already underway or about to be underway. It's really hard to find somebody that can just jump and come on those hunts. So we've already planned our hunts by then.
I appreciate that. So when you say they come to us, do you mean the donated license comes to you as an organization?
Yes. Yes. So
And so you're, hold on. And then you're going to your list and selecting. Okay. What I'm trying to do is follow why a limitation of 2 and 5 would not help cut down on that. Because it would seem to me that okay, these hunted last year, can't do it, so now we're coming down here. That just seems intuitive to me that it would make more licenses available to more hunters. And maybe it's a concept I'm just not grasping because it's late in the afternoon.
Commissioner Masterson, if I may, so the licenses that come directly to us, we really don't have very many hunters that are repeat hunters. It's very few. So these repeat hunters, if this helps clarify your question, are directly donated from the donor to donee. So they're not even part of our affiliation other than we facilitate the paperwork, if that makes sense. Okay. So I would ask that you, I'm in favor of the once in a lifetime, but I would ask that you modify to one full price license a year or just leave it as it was and let us self-police.
Mr. President, I do have a question, I guess. So kind of piggybacking off of Commissioner Masterson's question, I'm given to understand that, your list is comprised of people that have already developed a relationship or a connection with a donor, and then you're just facilitating that transfer. What percentage of people on your list consist of that versus you've got a list of people that want to qualify and meet the qualifications, want to go on some sort of a hunt. I don't know what your criteria is for X hunt, but you get a license donated. So I think this is where they're coming from with the question of how does the 2 and 5, how doesn't that help shorten that list up? Is that list already fairly small of people that are just waiting for whatever hunt's available that I can do versus, hey, this licensed donor has already had this conversation with this recipient and said, hey, we're going to facilitate this through Hunting with Heroes. Hopefully I made sense with that.
I'll do my best, Commissioner Haskell. So the folks that are donating directly to an individual are not part of our list. We just help facilitate it. They're not part of our waiting list. And I do want to get back to your comment earlier about the waiting list. We do have a significant waiting list. And how our waiting list works is they fill out an application. We asked for their limitations so we can design a hunt that they're going to have the best experience. They choose species. We like to start them out on antelope. Some of them come back to hunt an elk or something else later on. But obviously we get more antelope licenses than anything. So if you're going to hunt elk or deer or moose, it's going to be a much longer waiting period. Thank you.
Do we have any more?
No.
Mr. President? So I have a couple clarifying comments, not specifically to any one organization, but maybe for some discussion amongst the commission here. to kind of see the other side of it from an organization that works with both civilians and veterans, because maybe the process is different and things like that. So the self-policing, the organization that I've worked with in the past, while that is built in, and I'm almost positive I can speak for the other organizations, we're very private about our information. Okay. So we don't get applications from people and post that stuff online or anything like that. So one of the reasons why I support this is because I cannot call one of these organizations and say, hey, do you guys have them in your database? Have they hunted with? They're not going to give me that, and they shouldn't give me that information. And I'm not going to give them information either. But the Game and Fish Department has that information, and they can regulate and police this and say, that person just hunted with these guys, and now they're applying to hunt with you, just so my organization knows, because we unfortunately have, and I'm not saying they're just veterans, these are civilians too, that we've had to have our guy that you said that's retired that works with you guys. We have a gal that does that for us, and all she does is search social media to look for the posted pictures of people that have posted hunts that they've been on, that they've lied on their application about, so that we know, well, no, they were just hunting with so-and-so here and there and things like that. So that's one of the reasons why I appreciate that Game and Fish is able to do this policing, is because we can't do that ourselves. We don't have access to other organizations' databases, which is how it should be, obviously. And then the other part is, these gentlemen explained how they get their donations. So to give you another idea, for instance, Wyoming Disabled Hunters, they have a group of donors that put in every year. They get that donated tag, and then they give it to Wyoming Disabled Hunters and say, you use it for whoever you want. We just want this to go to a hunter with a disability. We don't care if they're a civilian. We don't care if they're a veteran. We support what your organization does. And so and they rely on those people to draw those tags for then the people that get those. So that's just another, we're looking for all sides of it. That's another kind of vision, I guess, or information from an organization that works with both civilians and veterans, and maybe does things a little bit differently, just so we can kind of see all sides that are represented as well.
And I think, just for discussion purposes, Mr. President, I mean, it's not that they can't have a license every year. It's that they can't have a full price license, or, you know what I mean, donated every year. So, I mean, we still have, this is such an amazing program. I mean, it really is. And all right, well, I just wanted to make sure that
I, as a person with a disability, have donated licenses that I drew myself to other people with disabilities. So, I mean, it's not just for able-bodied people either. I have the ability as a person with a disability to donate my own licenses that I draw as well. So I do appreciate whoever said that way earlier, that I don't think we talk about enough, is that Wyoming stands, whatever you want to call it, above all the other states for multiple reasons, but specifically because of the programs that we do have. I mean, nobody, and that's why we have giant waiting lists and stuff like that. It's everyone's dream to come and hunt in Wyoming. So I think the point of all this from the very beginning has always been, we understand what we have here, and we want to be able to share that with as many people as possible. So it's never, trying to keep it from people. It's let's be as inclusive as we can to get as many people as possible to get to do this, because we understand what an amazing opportunity it is. That's just my side of things.
Mr. President, I've got a question for Dirk. So these gentlemen have gotten up and spoken to us today, and have offered counter solutions to something that they don't like in the proposal. What does that look like from the department standpoint? I'm learning as a commissioner to ask the department if we are, potentially going to modify a proposal. Let's hypothetically say that we're going to use their proposal of one full price license in a year. And I understand what the other commissioners are saying as well. I mean, this is all part of the dialogue. I want to make an informed decision, but what would that look like from the department standpoint if we modify and say, hey, let's land in the middle, a happy medium here, and limit it instead of going 2 full price licenses in a 5-year period? limit them to one a year. I just asked that for your input in my decision-making.
Mr. President, Commissioner Haskell, we see a number of the people who have been here one time that will come and maybe hunt an antelope and a deer, or a full priced antelope and a reduced price antelope. So one per year would limit them on that trip. I think it was 89% of the people had either been here one time or two times, and the average number of licenses per hunter, was like 1.2 and 2.1 or something. So there were people getting more than one license. So it would take that away for the person who might be traveling. And I think there's a lot of ways to solve this problem. That really, again, Bill mentioned that there were 11% of the people that received 36% of the licenses. So if we're taking some measure to reduce the number of licenses that they get, with the theory that will provide additional licenses for others, which was our mindset in the conversation, that should do that. If they're making a direct donation to their cousin or their uncle or grandpa, whoever, they're donating to a person, and if that person's not eligible, then they're not going to apply, then that's logic is faulty. And I don't have data one way or the other. But I was of the mindset that if some people weren't getting as many licenses, that would make more licenses available for others. And 2 every 5 there's nothing especially based in data that this will get his 2,000 people waiting list solved, but it would reduce the number of people who effectively as non-residents, skirt the draw system. Like everybody else has to build up points and participate. And perhaps the legislature intended this to be a donated license recipient, mostly veterans, a way for them to not have to participate in the draw and be able to hunt every year, have a resident buy them a license. I kind of think that's not the assumption or how that was built, but I wasn't there at the time. So our thought process when we kicked around numbers that 2 every 5 would provide some extra opportunity for others, and for the people who are just getting these direct donations facilitated by friendly nonprofits that are being helpful, that it would cut some of that down. But no, you could solve that problem a bunch of ways. Having one every year is one of the solutions. One every couple of years. I'm sorry, I'm just babbling now late in the day. I can't help. And I will say that to Commissioner Lundvall's point, in the database, there are a number of people who are recipients of donated license and donors of donated licenses, and they weren't like milk in the system. If I donate this license, I can receive this other good one. They were just participating in the program from both sides. So it's a cool program. People believe in it.
Okay, if there's nothing else, personally, I like to no more than 2 donated full price licenses in a 5-year period. There's a 0% chance I'll be voting today, but the department's asking us to vote to approve the revised chapter 44. Do I have a motion?
Your math is really messing with people. It's because Commissioner Ken isn't here.
Yeah. There's a 0%.
Yeah.
So do I have a motion? No.
We're not gonna let Will come back.
He was just up. He was just up.
Okay. Okay, I will make a motion then.
Thank you.
Sorry. I feel like I just got
Do I have a
told by my
second?
dad.
I have a motion.
I was making it, yeah.
She's making a motion.
the motion.
That's what I was trying to do, yeah. I think he's getting him. Yes, that is my motion. Mhm.
Mr. President, so the motion was to approve the revised Chapter 44 regulation as
As
presented
presented.
With
As-
the,
Yes.
with the effective date of January 1st, 2027.
just for that.
Okay.
part.
Right, that's
Okay.
part of it. Yep.
That was, okay, I just want to make sure.
Yep.
Okay. I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any more discussion? Obviously not. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
We have 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. Pardon me?
Mr.
Are we done?
Just one real quick thing, Mr.
Yes, sir.
President, we're gonna have executive session at 7 a.m.
7 a.m. Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn today's meeting? Second? No discussion? All in favor, say aye.
He's done.
Oh, I think we've already had all our public. Need any more public? If not, we're adjourned. Thank you.